People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation,
messenger and SMS, business process optimization,
customer experience,
inventory planning.
Be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? All right. We are live again and back for day 2. I'm honestly a little bit sad as I was listening to that intro kind of video and audio. I realized that that's the last time we're going to play that because we're going to be changing it all up for 2022. So thanks so much for joining us today. I hope you learned a lot from day 1. And most importantly, I hope you've taken steps to take action on a lot of the advice you got. We got so many different tactics, specifically around like Black Friday email campaigns and Black Friday SMS and abandoned cart sequences and messenger and other forms of automation, ads, and the importance of not using just that white overlay background in our ads and our on-site creative. And the list goes on. It was just quite an amazing day, and it was really great to have you with me. If you can hear me now, chime in chat. Tell me where you're watching from, and I'd love to know a little bit more about your store. Also, you can put your store URL in chat and just say that you want to be a part of Kurt Elster's website teardown. Later today, Kurt will be tearing down probably about 3 sites is about how often he gets to it, and he does it on mobile only usually. So I think it'll be mobile only, which is a great way to get this kind of third-party experience of what might be going wrong on your website and things that might be interfering with conversion rate, and not a better time to do that than now, right before Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Really quick before we get into it, you may have been here yesterday at the top, so you will be no stranger to us talking about our sponsors in order to do this event for free for you and for the sessions to be available on demand. We have enlisted the help and payment from some of our amazing sponsors. Many of them spoke yesterday, with a few more to speak today. I really do vet these tools by hand to make sure that they are brands that we can trust and know that they provide value to their customers. And of course, if you ever want to talk to me, I can talk you through, is it the right time for Recart? Should you install Rewind on your store? Should you use Grin, or should you use a spreadsheet for influencer marketing? Do you need Peel for deeper data analytics? I can answer all those questions for you. They tell you about the tools. I'll tell you a little bit more about whether or not it's worth your time to invest in them, given the stage of your business, the current stack you have, and the team inside of the store. So really quickly, and you can do that. I put the link somewhere around here in the YouTube chat, which by the way is about like 5 inches below my face right now. So you can go find it there to chat with me and book a consultation. So sorry for the delay. Let's thank our sponsors really quick. First of all, we have Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. They really do streamline the whole process for you, building efficiency in your customer service team, increasing customer satisfaction, and as we saw yesterday, using really advanced AI in order to automate some of the customer service process, as well as track pre-sales and tickets all the way through to conversion, which when combined with HelpFlow, which is another one of our sponsors, managing live chat and converting abandoned carts and abandoned checkouts right there with real-time conversations. You can see the two play off of each other to increase conversion rate while increasing customer satisfaction, retention, all the great things that we want, right? All right, next up we have Rewind. Oh my gosh, you're going into Black Friday, Cyber Monday. You heard the horror stories from them yesterday about losing every blog article, about losing half of your product line through some sort of accident, right? You meant to delete 1 post and you deleted 400 posts, and all of a sudden most of the store is down, costing you thousands a day in revenue. Rewind backs everything up, so it's just like 1 click and you're back to normal. I think it starts at like maybe even free, but like $40 a month. You have unlimited abilities to kind of pull that back. And even on their free tool, I think you get 1 update a month or something like that. So it covers some really basic stuff so that you can make sure that your store is secure. And it's kind of sad, but most people don't install Rewind till after their first big blunder. And I'm telling you, it's a little bit like buying insurance. Do it before you need it, okay? Don't do it afterwards. All right. Recart advanced messenger marketing, and they dropped a big bombshell on us by introducing SMS onto their platform. Great tool for increasing that abandoned cart recovery rate and conversion rate from ads, click to messenger ads, and a whole bunch of other fancy chatbot stuff by Recart. OmniSend, the all-in-one marketing tool. Oh, that's interesting. My team is saying 2 people are live right now, but that's okay. OmniSend is your go-to email service provider and possibly, your customer data platform, whatever you want to call it. Push, SMS, email, all in one place, and really advanced marketing automation to make sure you're sending the right message to the right person at the right time. And it integrates with like every other tool up here. They all play really nicely with each other. Peel Insights, when you need more than Shopify analytics to tell what's going on with your customers. And honestly, you'll basically grow to that point of maybe about $250,000 in revenue, maybe $500,000 in revenue. Or if you're a subscription brand and you really need to monitor retention, you're going to want a tool like Peel Insights to understand the differences in your customers. Grin, the all-in-one relationship management tool, so you can understand where the influencers are around your product category. Reach out to them. Maybe it's free product placement. Maybe you're paying them $1,000, $5,000 for a sponsored post. Then you can rip that content down and use Beam City DNA to optimize your ad campaign. So Beam City DNA, another tool, optimize your ad campaigns so that you can figure out which channels are performing. They actually will change the budget around, Google, Facebook, and a few other channels, and swing the budget around as cost per acquisitions go down on one channel or demand rises on another or something like that. So, and then finally, Story Pop, we'll hear from them later today. I love this tool because it brings your Instagram stories onto your site for a really interesting interactive experience. Really great for those heavily visual brands who maybe get a lot of engagement on their Instagram stories already. Bringing that experience onto the site can increase conversion rate. Really powerful tool. All right, that is it. This is literally the last event of the year. Look, they're all grayed out. I'm so sad. We will be back next year with 4 virtual events. They're going to be larger and better than ever. I'm actually stealing the strategy from Kunle, our first speaker. We'll have multiple tracks across one day and be doing the events bigger and better than ever before. And of course, I already mentioned booking a consult with me. I'm not even going to bother to share the rest of the schedule with you. You will see these sessions as they come out. And yes, you can stay right here in this chat. You don't have to move to the next session when we go. If you don't want to, you get a little bit of additional notes on the speaker and stuff like that. But literally this YouTube broadcast will be on this page for the next 5 hours, and you can just sit back, relax. We're already taking the notes for you, but you do want to chime in, listen to the good stuff, write something down and say, hey, I'm going to tell my team we're going to change our strategy around that. That is what this is all about. I can only show you the content. I can't make you change what you're doing, but that is what I want you to do. Thank you. Hello from Los Angeles, I'm assuming, or maybe Louisiana. We've got VA, which I'm going to say is Virginia, and then Grace from Virginia as well. All right, Cynthia, if you would like to be considered for the website teardown, if you can share your URL in chat, you might, somebody was saying earlier, you can't share the actual URL, just like put the name and maybe a space like dot and then com or whatever it is, and we'll get you listed there. Or you can email me at derek@ecommercetech.io, Los Angeles. Here, I'll go ahead and throw my email address in chat. In fact, you're probably getting 20 emails from me already, which, by the way, if you don't want updates since you're here already on the Hey Summit emails, which are those automated emails that go out for each session, you can hit the unsubscribe button for those and still get our replays and recaps, and you'll still be kind of on our email list for Tools of the Week. Those emails I know a few people get annoyed by them, but they're designed to help remind all of our registrants about each upcoming session. All right, I think we're done with the housekeeping. We're going to bring on Kunle, one of my favorite presenters, I'd say one of my top 3 favorite podcasts. It's funny, we got Kunle and Kurt, probably the top 2 podcasts in the e-commerce space, both on late today and Kurt later today. Kunle, how's it going?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you, Derek, for the kind words on 2x e-commerce. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. You deserve it, man. You've been working hard, and I know that you work so closely with so many different brands, and I think that's what gives you the ability to be kind of a great podcast host as well. I honestly haven't operated inside e-commerce in a long time. It's been over 2.5 years for me. I am only looking at the technology tools these days. So it really helps, to be an operator, I would say.
Thank you, and appreciate the tooling. When you came on Commerce Excel and you shared, what an e-commerce tech stack looks like, I learned a ton. So the ecosystem definitely needs someone who keeps abreast with the ever-changing dynamics in this industry. It's incredibly going fast.
Thanks so much. We are looking for capital, by the way, if anybody's listening and wants to invest. But anyways, are you you're sharing your screen and you've got a
I,
presentation
I
for us?
I just will do now.
Awesome.
Share screen.
And let's see what my team is saying. I think we've got about 100 people live. Go ahead and say hi in
Fantastic.
chat. Don't be shy. We got a few people in here, and we have about 1,300 registrants in total for the event. So thank you, everybody, for joining us live today. Hello from Sweden. Awesome. Nigeria. Samuel, good to have you. Thanks for joining us. It is probably pretty late for both of you. All right. Looks like you're ready here. We've got this. I'm really looking forward to this. Kunle, I'm going to let you take it away.
I'm all fired up. I'm just going to turn on my my clock, my timer. Just
You're fine. And we started 2 minutes late, so you've got till 9:42. Let's say.
Okay, let's
my
do
time,
this. Let's
40.
do this. So I have about 37 slides I want to go through in 20 minutes. So no pressure. This is a Black Friday preparedness for e-commerce teams. Essentially, this is going to help e-commerce teams, essentially just check a few boxes for e-commerce. A little bit about me. I'm a podcast host. I'm an advisor to a few e-commerce businesses, a handful of them. I'm an international speaker. I work closely with the Facebook group. It's a Facebook Institute of Journalism. I'm the resident e-commerce expert there, and I just recently started my e-commerce acquisition entrepreneurship journey with another partner. This is me. I'm not going to sort of talk too much about myself, but let's go. What this talk is all about. Three key tranches: product optimization for Q4, audience building, and then campaign structure. What I'm not going to talk about is the iOS updates, the MPP updates. I'm not talking about any of these. Neither am I going to talk about the issues with supply chain. I'm just going to talk about key things you need to do to build out a rock solid Black Friday campaign that's very cognizant about your audience size. The key thing really is your audience size, your total addressable audience size. How can you start building it right now to get a better Black Friday or a better Cyber Week than last year, essentially? So we're going to talk about Q4 prep, social platforms, traffic pixel data, email list build, SMS list build, search, Google, email, and Facebook. This is strategic talk, so it's not going to go very tactical, but there will be some slides that will show you the insides of some of the campaigns I've been involved with in prior BFCM campaigns. So let's go. So how do you kill it in Black Friday? You need 5 key things. One is email marketing. It's going to drive you the most revenue. Coming very close to it is SMS. Use it for prompting reminders and notifications. Essentially, Facebook retargeting comes very close. Google AdWords, I would say, is depending on your brand, it will be just at par with the first 3, and then retargeting on other platforms, be it social advertising, retargeting, or retargeting platforms. So we're going to cover all these 5 key pillars towards really striking it hot this Black Friday. So let's go. Now, in regard to product optimization, this is not what you could do this year. It's what you could do next year. It is really product optimization. It's really product launches. Have you ever noticed why, or have you ever wondered why in the second week of September, Apple releases, have a product release, their new iPhones. They this year, they released their new iPhone, new iPad. It is really to prime people up for Q4. There is artificial scarcity now. And then in Q4, all of a sudden, as in all of the products become available, and then you could buy for yourself or buy for your loved ones. It's essential that in Q3, moving forward, you try and just wow your customers again, especially your loyal customers, with something new, particularly if there's innovation in your product. And so you really want to deliver and launch a product in Q3. Just trigger a bit of artificial scarcity, over the coming weeks in Q3 and the start of Q4, and then just unleash it in in the run up to BFCM. It works. It really works. I'm working with a client now that's about to release their own product next week. It's just a new color variation. So they deal a lot with colors basically, and they're releasing 2 new color variations next week in order to just get everybody excited again ahead of Q4. It's also a great way to strike just attention and excitement essentially with your base. This is September 7th. Obviously, you know that the AirPods are they released the AirPods in September, on their September event in 2016, and the rest is history. I think this is their biggest selling SKU. In terms of audience building, pretty much the D2C e-commerce brands or retail brands that address the biggest audiences and the most engaged audiences will win big in Q4. So what are the audiences you should be building right now? You should be telling your team to build right now. On the one hand is pixel driven audience list, and on the other hand is owned media, audience list. For the pixel driven audience list, we're looking at Facebook custom audiences, your Google Ads website retargeting list, Snapchat, if that's a demographic or a channel you're doing, just install it anyway, as in it's a pixel that can be gathering data for you so you could retarget. Remember, Pinterest audience list, you even have Twitter audience list. You could get these at a bare minimum running on the background of your site, because what you're doing is you're building audiences for on their platform, so that come an event such as Black Friday, you could retarget what you've essentially sowed. It's like a harvest event, really. So sow your seeds now on those platforms. If you've sown it for the last 3, 6, 5 days, good on you. Most of you at the base level would have Facebook and maybe Google. Consider many other channels. On the other hand, we have our own media list, which is email, your mobile phone or your cell phone list, as you call it in the States, push notification list, and also your Facebook Messenger list. There are various tools that can help you. For Facebook, you could use Recart to build out that list. Your push notification, there are many tools. Derek is best to give you all the tech stack for this, but essentially realize that you have an owned media list, which really interacts with, gives you the access to these customers directly, and your pixel driven list. Now, in terms of your email list, you're going to have to segment your email list. At a very minimum, you want to have a list for your VIP customers and your engaged active customers at the very minimum. Now, if you want to take it a notch up, as I've done in the past, you should have all 5, which is VIP customer list, inactive and lost leads, who the activation sequence is for that, engaged customers, engaged active subscribers, sorry. So subscribers are people who have not purchased, but they're still opening up your emails. They're still one step towards becoming customers, and they're engaging, they're clicking through to your offers. And so they should be special. They should be segmented from all others. Engaged customers, engaged active customers, obviously, are active customers who are clicking and opening your emails, probably even responding to your emails. And then low spenders. Low spenders are, people who have not quite hit the threshold of what you think of your AOV, for instance. So that's the least important, but those 4 are quite important to identify. So this is what I did last year, I think, for with a brand, an apparel brand, and what they do is that they've set a time frame up. So if you look at the column in frequency, they've set a time frame up of about 180 days, and they expect their customers or their subscribers to take particular actions within the 180 days. In your business, it might be different. It might be 365 days. It might be 2 years. If you're doing furniture, or if you're doing homeware, it could be 30 days, it could be 60 days. So you set your time frame, and then you set the criteria in order to define who goes on that. So for the VIP in this case, we use the recency frequency value, computation, and we said, okay, in the last 90 days, have they purchased twice, right? And have they spent over $500 in the last 180 days? and have they spent twice in the last 180 days? So you want to look at that. What's their last purchase, which is within the last 90 days? How many times have they purchased within the last 180 days? And how much have they spent? If you use tools such as Klaviyo, you have on Metria, you have eCommerce, it will do all of this computation for you. You just need to set the rules and criteria to create these segments automatically on the background. Once you have these segments, now's the time to start crafting flows that speak to this, to this segment. For your VIP, for instance, you could have an early, Black Friday, Cyber Monday event for your VIP, just to show them that they're worthy. Or when you're releasing products, they could have an early access to your product launches. For your engaged and active customers, you might have another sort of general campaign for them. For the inactive ones, you might have a re-engagement campaign. For the active engaged subscribers, you may want to give them an offer to just tip them over to be eventually becoming customers. And for your low spenders, you might give them offers like 2-for-1 offers, or give them high AOV offers saying, okay, if you spend $100 or more on our website, we're going to take 10% off. So there are many ways to speak to these customers, but you need to segment them in order to identify them. And then when you segment them automatically on the background, you start to see which of these segments are more important, because you start to see a dollar value or revenue attributed to each group, and you know where to sort of place your attention. So this is the VIP list. As I said, I just explained it to you in regards to the 90 days, over two orders in the last 180 days, and a spend of $500 in the last 180 days. This can change, in any of your cases. In regards to so in this case, which is active subscriber list, they just haven't purchased. They've been engaging over your predefined time frame. They've purchased more than once. They've come to your, they've opened it more than once, but they just haven't purchased as yet. For inactive and lost, they have purchased, but they haven't purchased recently. For low spenders, they just haven't hit a certain predefined dollar amount you've set within a time period. In terms of like your Facebook audience pixel breakdown, you have your on-site pixel data on the left and email list. So obviously you can upload, or you should already upload automatically. Most ESPs have, or CDPs have, a way of automatically updating their list with your Facebook list. So that's a given. But in regards to on-site pixel data, not many brands do this quite well. Do you have you set up audiences of for people, or for Facebook users that have played your videos, engaged with your post? You should be running that on the background all of the time. Have you got that for IG, so for Instagram engagement? Have you got that for shopping, in terms of like your shopping interaction, people who've interacted with your shopping feed? Have you done that with your lead form interaction? If you're building leads, by the way, you should be building a lead. You should start running a lead generation ad now. So all of these you should be very cognizant of these audiences. So you build off platform, or you build for platform audiences, so you could retarget them on Black Friday. Sometimes these audiences generate 10% more sales than just the traditional retargeting, which is on-site retargeting. This is a full-on breakdown. You can take a screenshot of this. You have your Facebook pixel website, obviously website visitors, content views, add to carts, and search. On for Facebook sources, you've got 50% video views on top, videos. You've got page engagers, based on visits, post, call to actions, inbound messages via Messenger, page or post saves. Same thing with Instagram and shopping. This is just an overview of all the options you should be tapping into for Q4. That's on the left, the Facebook engagement. You want to set it up to 365 days, really, because that's a bigger. That captures more people. So think about it that over the year, the last 1 year since last Black Friday, how many people have engaged with our page? Can we still reach out to them over this Black Friday? Can we start reaching out to them now with just awareness campaigns, not necessarily setting the objective of your campaigns to awareness. You still set it to conversions, but just, reminding them that you exist now, and that's where the product launch actually really works really well, because if you have something new to say, it gets them more excited and puts you top of mind. Okay. In regards to Snapchat goes as far back as 395 days. That is what, according to my math, 30 days more, so 13 months. You could, capture customer list, or you can upload your customer list. It has deep integration with Shopify, website event with a pixel on there. If you run a mobile app, you could run, mobile app events and, add engagement. I'm not going to go deep into Snapchat. But if there's 1,000 matches for your email, it would create an audience for you for retargeting, essentially. For Google, Google is a bit more generous. So with your Google retargeting, you could go back as much as 540 days, right? 540 days. So you can retarget, Google Search Network, YouTube, Google Gmail. It is a channel you want to do. So what I do is I split it out to 365 days, and then from 366 days to 540. So you just kind of like segment, in that respect. Twitter is similar. It would only you can only use the last 90 days though. Also, if you don't have any retargeting platforms, set something up now. It just closes up the gap in terms of lost data. It's certainly something you want to do. Email marketing over Black Friday and Cyber Week. Communicate your brand essence now. You really want to get some special flows to show your why, your ethics, why you exist, whether it's about ethics, whether it's about sustainability. Start to communicate your brand's essence now and be top of mind. And if you have a product to launch, definitely, do that. Just be top of mind essentially right now in prep or to the run up of Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Also, the velocity and the growth of your email list is very important. This is from another client of mine. This is how they've grown in the last 1 year. You could see that, it was 110K, last year. They're 160K. They're going to have a better Black Friday, essentially. And all this have been acquired ethically. It's in their Klaviyo. And they're just going to address, they're addressing more people. So you should look into your list now and see, has our list grown 30% year on year? Because if it hasn't grown 30% year on year, you might have issues, with Black Friday, because there'll be some inactive, people on the list, subscribers on the list. You really want to, address that. Just grow your email list rapidly. One hack to do is run a lead generation campaign in exchange for something on Facebook right now, to start to build it out. This is a breakdown of segments. It's just a repetition of what I said before, but this is very specific to Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So if you're going for a light lift, campaign, you want to address just two segments, which is the VIP high spenders and every other subscriber. So for the VIPs, give them early access to your Black Friday, Cyber Monday, at least 12 hours head start. Give them a 12-hour head start to let them feel special. And then use special codes like, VIP 25, what have you. Just maximize the average spend of this group first before you move to your main campaign for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. If you're running a medium lift for your email, look at your VIP and high spenders. Then look into addressing your active subscribers and active customers, and then also try and see how you can activate your lost customers or inactive customers, because they have spent money with you. And so for the inactive and lost subscribers, send a separate set of emails to them. Protect your sender reputation. You have to, but activate this segment with additional incentives to purchase from you. Okay. For engaged subscribers and customers, this is just your core Black Friday, Cyber Monday, promotion. If you're doing a heavy lift, what you want to do is you want to then layer in inactive, low spenders. So you want to send them more bundled offers. Engaged subscribers only, focus on getting the first sale. Inactive subscribers, send a separate email, sets of emails. Protect your sender reputation, as I said, and focus on just the first time purchase. If you're also looking to, that's it really for the heavy lift. Just combine all five. You want to really address like 5 segments, 5, 6 segments, sorry. That's it for email lists. You could take a screenshot of this if it appeals to you. Adjust your evergreen flows. I remember what Chase Diamond said. He said if like your abandoned cart, for instance, activates after every after like 8 hours, for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, bring that down to like 1 hour, because it's such a short window. People are in buy mode. They understand that they need to take action soon. So reduce the delay, the time delay for triggers in all of your email flows over Black Friday, Cyber Monday. For your abandoned cart, send 2-3 emails, 1 hour. I wouldn't even say 1 day, as the slide alludes to, 12 hours, and then 1 day after abandonment. For your browser abandonment, you need to send 1-2 emails as soon as possible. Adjust your welcome series, particularly for new subscribers you get. And then your purchase flow, always put that Black Friday vibe, let them know, let them be aware that, oh, this is Black Friday. All those flows should show that, it should reflect that it's Black Friday. So yeah, that's pretty much it on Black Friday. In terms of your campaign bid strategy in Facebook, definitely go manual. So with the bid cap, Facebook allows you to go manual and bid very high with big budgets. So in this case, we're bidding 200. We bid 500 before, in order to just beat all competition. There's a lot of competition on Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and you want to be above the mark, essentially. So 60 to 70% of your campaign should be bid cap, manual bids, and then run them side by side with auto bids. Just run them side by side, and don't be afraid to spend, because what you put out there you get back. Don't be afraid to spend, really. In regards to this is a bit contentious. Some people say always go manual. I say go CBO. Try and throw in a ton of ads, a ton of creatives to just optimize and let Facebook do the optimization. But the most important thing is set up your campaigns early, please. Don't set it up on the Thursday on Thanksgiving. Set it up the week before Thanksgiving, okay? And this is another sort of screenshot. I'm just going to be wrapping up here. So this is an ad set structure. We target email lists, right? We target on-site pixels. So on-site pixels being your website visits, your view content. We target off-site pixels. So off-site pixels, everything that's happening on Facebook, the engagement on Facebook. And we target lookalikes, based on the 1% CLV. And then what we do again is we break down image ads, 1-to-1, 16.9 image ads, which are for like desktop Facebook, 4.5 video ads, that's 4 to 5 aspect ratio video ads, I beg your pardon, and then 9 to 16 story ads. So it's very extensive. This is just one Black Friday campaign, and then we just let it run to see what does well. At the same time, we do manual bids to ensure that there's manual bidding going on. This is the Power 5, if you're not aware of it. It's just simplicity, account simplicity, 10 image or video creatives, 5 ad text, 5 headlines, 5 descriptions. You could do more manual stuff outside of Black Friday, Cyber Monday, but I suggest, DCO all the way over Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Final list of tips: leverage influencers over BFCM. Start to leverage them now. Update your pop, so use them as announcements, channels, to announce, to make announcements of all your offers, especially the influencers that you've worked with very well over the last 12 months. Update all your pop-ups to ensure that you utilize acute urgency and scarcity. Even update them now to start, getting a lot of emails and SMSs. Send push notifications, send SMSs. Speed up your stores now, please. Speed it up now. Adjust the copy in third-party retargeting platforms in line with the period's offer. I've seen it a lot where even your Google AdWords isn't updated, with Black Friday. Hey, we're running Black Friday over the Black Friday, Cyber Monday week. Focus on a multi-channel, multi-communication. Focus on a multi-channel communication strategy for your audiences, to not neglect any communication channel, and effectively communicate all your offers. Kill it this Friday, folks. Thank you. That was a quick one.
Hey, we got time left. No, you did great.
Do we?
Awesome. Yeah, maybe I heard your timer go off. I think it went off at 20 minutes, not 30.
Yes, it did.
So
it did.
Let's make sure we get the
Questions?
plug for Kunle. When should people talk to you? When should people reach out to you, work
It
with
is
you?
it is late now to talk to me on Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I actually had my last conversation this morning with the clients. So what I was doing this morning was really onboarding. What we're discussing is how we're going to onboard their team, just align their strategy. I just have a look at what they're doing from their plan for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and kind of align it with what they should be doing essentially. So it was more like a gap analysis. But most of what I said now, it's pretty much a playbook on from a performance standpoint in the terms of the structure of your Facebook ads and email, marketing in terms of what you can do. I think the most important thing now is just look at your email, because email is going to be a major driver to your success. Is like, are we going to go for a light lift? Are we going to go for a medium lift? And are we going to go for a heavy lift? And this really depends on your team, the capacity of your team over that period. So if you have a small team, just go for a light lift. If you have a somewhat agile team and you have a few people who can do copy for you, then go for a medium lift. If you're willing to go all in, there's a lot of work to be done on the heavy lift, because you're talking to VIP customers, inactive customers, low spenders, engaged customers, inactive subscribers, and engaged subscribers only. So that particular group, first of all, it has to be substantial in terms of your list. Your list has to be substantial enough for you to want to go for a heavy lift. But if it is substantial and you have the resources, definitely do that. But I'd say if you've not done any of this, start up with a light lift. SMS, do not neglect it. These slides do not they do not go too much into SMS, but use it more as a notification and as a follow-up with your customers. Start showing that you care now with your customers, checking on them without asking for anything right now, so that you're warming them up towards that Cyber Week. And then over Cyber Week, on Thanksgiving Day, just say, let them know about your Black Friday while it's going. Let them know at the end. Let them know. Don't go too hard, on SMS. Just use it as a means. Understand it's a means to get directly. It's a directly to your customers. And so use it sparingly. Use it with wisdom. And I think if you sort of blend it with your email strategy, you'll squeeze a lot from your audience, from your addressable audience.
I love it. And yeah, you bring up a good point of really now growing this email list as much as humanly possible. Antonio said, asks, did I hear you say do a Facebook campaign with lead generation as the target? And there's a lot of different ways to collect email address. What do you think about Facebook ad campaigns specifically for email collection?
It verges more on quality. So you're going to get a lot of quantity without necessarily quantity. Always give an incentive with the Facebook lead campaign. You need to give something upfront. If like there is a something of value, of real value, that's a soft or digital product, don't be afraid to give that out in exchange for email, because what you're try and pre-qualify them with the offer you make on Facebook. I would say make it an intrinsic reward rather than an extrinsic reward. An extrinsic reward would be more like, hey, here's 20% off. Here's a 20% off discount. Yes, I could save it, but do I really remember your brand? If, however, I have a style guide, let's say we're in apparel, for instance, and it's really related to style guide for Q4 in 2022. This is just 2021. I'm just hypothetically speaking. That's more appeals to an interest. So people only interested in that style guide and want to have it. And then you could put them in an email flow afterwards. And off the back of that email flow, you could filter out engaged versus non-engaged. And then your Black Friday, Cyber Monday will focus on just the engaged rather than the inactive.
I love it. And I'll add that if you go back to the Recart session from yesterday, you can use Recart's click to messenger ads as part of this lead generation flow. And
Mhm.
something that I think is really great is having them take a quiz that might have, you talk about intrinsic reward, some sort of goofy or fun, relatable, takeaway that they get from taking the quiz. And of course, you're going to be able to capture their messenger ID, as well as usually you can get an email, possibly also a phone number out of them going through that sequence. So
Mhm.
that's how I like to do Facebook lead generation campaigns.
Mhm.
Is the quiz, the Recart quiz builder way, but the otherwise it's like, yeah, give a PDF on like 5 tips for losing weight before Christmas or whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad example.
It's a very, very valid point. And there's another thing. So the Instagram Messenger Instagram have just released a DM feature, and you could do the same thing. You could collect emails quite smoothly via Instagram DMs. I didn't even talk about that, and that's a very, very good point in terms of like collecting emails so swiftly via Messenger, because it's all just pre-populated really, and it's smoother. It's a smoother experience.
Yeah, and I know that Gorgeous has just released their Instagram direct message functionality, and they have rules and macros. So it could be like a customer service Gorgeous play, and then of course you're posting on Instagram saying DM me for details or DM me to get this or whatever it is,
Mhm.
right? I love it. All right, we have to move into the next session. Kunle,
Thank
always a
Thanks
blast.
for
You
having
drop
me.
so much knowledge. People are like, go back to the last slide. Just remember, guys, we're taking a lot of notes in the show notes, which you can follow along with.
I'll share the
Uh,
slides
yeah.
with
Okay,
you all.
perfect. Yeah. We'll get a link to the slides in just a minute.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Have
All
a
right.
good night.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We're moving right into our next session with Zizi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Derek, how you doing? Hi,
Hey,
hi, everybody.
doing great. Thanks for joining us. I'm really excited for your session. We heard a little
Yeah,
bit about email success, and I know you're going to give us some additional tactics for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Something tells me a lot of these are going to be centered around ad campaign strategy, but you tell me. I'll let you introduce yourself, and I'm sure you'll show us a little bit about DNA and what you've been up to. I hinted at it at the top of the session, the phenomenal ability to just automatically optimize where that campaign budget is going across all the channels. That's going to be huge for Black Friday,
absolutely.
but I bet you have a
Absolutely.
whole slide on it. So I'll add your slide. It's here. If you want to hit the hide button on that little thing in the middle, and
Not a
then I'll
problem.
let you, take it away. Perfect. Looks good.
Yeah. So, yes, I do have a slide or 4 about DNA, but I figured that it would be really great to show everybody and talk in more general terms about your entire marketing stack to help you get the right frames of mind to really, really succeed for BFCM. I walked through, I've been here for the entirety of Ecom Tech. And for example, Kunle's session was really, really great and exceptionally detailed on how to just supercharge whatever you're doing on the email side, and even to get some high level tactics on the advertising side. I'll talk about how DNA can help you facilitate some of that. But first off, let me go over the high level 5+ strategies that skyrocket BFCM e-commerce profits for brands like yours. So a little bit more about myself. Let's see, I think I skipped the slide somehow. But my name is Zeze Peters. I'm the founder and CEO of Beam City. Our flagship product is called DNA. It helps you to run all your ads from one place, and then our AI kicks in to give you amazing results on Google, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, Yahoo, Bing, Twitter, LinkedIn, Amazon, YouTube, Pinterest, and TikTok. And the whole idea here is you want to unify your advertising workflow in the fewest possible steps, while AI makes sure you get the best results. So we're all here today to talk about BFCM, and really the countdown has begun, right? So we've got 57 days to go. Last year was a blowout year for e-commerce in North America, with about $20 billion spent on just those 2 days. That's the Black Friday and the Cyber Monday, not including the week before, the weekend, and the rest of the season, which was a triple-digit billion-dollar scenario. And we expect that 2021 will be better because the world is reopening. Fewer lockdowns in less cities and across the continent and across the world. Oh, that's where my slide went. And I was about to talk about myself, but I've already introduced myself, founder and CEO of Beam City. My background is in aerospace engineering, where I've worked on e-commerce, applied AI, big data systems, and that's why I built DNA. And so there's some problems that came up last year that is very kind of a good idea for people to pay attention to. So while 2020 was great for e-commerce, 2020 was a disappointment for shoppers. So if you don't pay attention to what keeps shoppers upset, you're not going to be able to make them delighted, and they may come, but they may not come back. So it's not just about showing up on Black Friday or Cyber Monday. It's about bringing them back over and over again with the right strategies. So you don't want to give them poor deals, poor customer care, because that definitely affects your sales overall. So e-commerce is hot. It's growing really, really quickly. I mean, that's why everybody is here. But this means that people are going online and finding more places to buy stuff, which means your competition has gone all the way through the roof. Anybody who's been paying attention has noticed that your CPCs are going wild on almost all the ad platforms due to this competition, due to the different sources of information, and also due to changes in iOS 14 as well as Chrome. Everybody knows and has been having the issue that, hey, you know what? Since the cookies went away, I've had trouble converting at the same amount. My audiences aren't working as well. And Beam City DNA, we have ways to help you solve that problem using persona-based targeting, using AI-driven prospecting, as well as remarketing across all the channels. And of course, everybody's been having inventory problems, especially if you've been shipping from China or Taiwan. But don't panic. It's really time to strategize. And this session is meant to go through the key strategies quickly so that by the very end, I can get maximum numbers of questions. And I'll go through them really so that you can get to know, what do you need to know? When do you need to do it? And how are you going to delight customers so you can get the best results? And what kind of technologies will you be able to use to really drive this all the way home? So strategy number one, you've got to do data correctly, right? So anybody who's here, a marketer of their salt, has probably done a good job of setting up analytics properly already, and you do a review of your existing sales data. But what you need to do before you get anywhere close to BFCM, and you should be doing this right now, is taking a look at your past performance. If you're a new brand, then what have you done so far this year? What are the trends of audiences? Where are they coming from? How do they visit and navigate your site? What are your cohorting? What is your cohorting? And you need to basically make audiences for all of these cohorts across all of these sources so you can reach back to them with customized messages. And we'll talk about that later. Another thing is you need to mine your category trends. So in the world of retail, consumers have buying behaviors that are well known to be triggered by things like weather, things like the news cycle, things like what everybody else in the zeitgeist is talking about. You're going to need to spend a whole bunch of time mining your categories using Google Trends. There are a lot of data providers you can use. And actually in DNA, in time for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, we're going to be having retail buy signals that allow you to run your ads at exactly the right time in exactly the right zip codes to get that sale. So this keeps your CPCs low so that you don't have to pay huge amounts of dollars on the day of trying to get those eyeballs. Next thing is, the early bird eats first, right? So everybody knows this intrinsically, but many of us don't follow these rules for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It means that if you wait until Black Friday, Cyber Monday to get the attention of your customer, you've waited too late, right? You might end up having to spend, like really high bid amounts just so you can beat your competition, and that's a valid strategy. However, what I found to be even more useful is engage with your content producers, your influencers now, so you can drive people to your well set up site. And this means that once they come to your site to just kind of see what you're doing, whether it's for a promotion or for some content launch or whatever the case might be, they end up in your audience, right? So some people, really, really emphasize the capture of leads, and lead capture is actually very essential for many kinds of businesses. But in the e-commerce world, it's really hard to follow up, phone call wise or email wise with every single lead, considering the ad block, the email blocker, spam, and all that kind of stuff. As everybody knows here, in any email chain, maybe 30% of people will open your email, and then a percentage of that will respond. But if you have a long form ad campaign for people who have come into your audience dragnet, you're able to reach even more of them at a low cost. Obviously not as low as free, which is what email can frequently be, but certainly low enough to keep your cost of acquisition quite low. So the aim here is you bring them cheap and bring them cheap back on BFCM. Don't be confusing. So a lot of brands make this mistake where they change the brand colors, they change the brand imagery, the brand wording from medium to medium. It's really not a good idea. It makes consumers confusing. In fact, even just changing the domain that they land on from what initially was, and frequently people do this when they're doing A to B testing or they're trying out new content. They might use really great tools like Unbounce and so on to try new things. But if you're not doing the additional step of making sure that your DNS is properly masked, that the URLs are landing in human readable URLs and things like that, people land on it and they get kind of confused and get hesitant about doing the next thing. So you want to make sure you're using the exact same imagery or really highly derived imagery. Don't make the colors vary too much from the initial ad or the initial email to your website, because then people will see the change and they will think that maybe they're on a phishing site or they've done something wrong, and that reduces their trust on your site. You have to use closely matched copy. You have to exact match your CTAs. A lot of people don't recognize that this is a really key thing. You think you do the lend more on the ad and you land on the landing page and you say you submit now. Submit now is good, and it's good to put the instructions, but customers don't like variation, right? They want to go all the way through with marching orders. So you give them the orders and make them consistent. One of the key things that our clients have seen that helps really well here is, regardless of the brand that you've got, you usually have some idea of the ideal customer personas. And so the key step here is think about your customer personas, write them down, work as a team, figure this all out before the end of October, so that you can go back into steps 1 and 2 to pull that stuff in, and then have really highly targeted, focused advertising for customers, whether they're coming from marketplaces, whether they're coming directly to your site, whether they're using Google Shopping, wherever it is that you're coming from, social media, and on and on. Number 4 is you got to show proof that you can be trusted. And now I know everybody knows that, yes, reviews are the key thing. You put testimonials, but one of the key things that I put this on here for is most people are not spending enough energy taking full advantage of the fact that customers love video, and video demos are extremely engaging and very, very convincing for customers. So, I know it's only 2 months left for people to create any content such as this, but there are lots of really good production houses that can help you create such content. You can create it, make it highly featured. I've seen brands like ShareText and others use this to extremely great effect to effectively show people that, hey, this is why we're different. This is why our stockings, in their case, are basically bulletproof. And that gives the customer confidence that, hey, you know what? These guys know what they're doing. They're willing to show me, take a risk. I will take a risk with my wallet. You want to be able to do this ahead of time. Like I mentioned, the early bird eats all the worms, so that people can have that confidence in you, so that by the time BFCM comes, they're not doing additional research. Make sure they know you beforehand and they trust you beforehand, so they can buy from you on the day of. Strategy number 5, just show love to your customers, right? So, one of the things that makes most brands, actually, if you look at every successful brand in the Fortune 1000, the key things that have made them successful is a killer product and great customer support. So people who want to buy from you, why do they usually buy from physical stores? They go there, they can try it out, they can ask for help. You don't want them to have any hoops to jump through when it comes to doing the same things online. Of course, they can't try clothes over the internet, but they can certainly ask questions. So you want to make sure that you reduce the amounts of friction that it takes for them to get what they need from you. So that means if a customer is ready to buy, don't make them have to jump through hoops. Use no account purchases. I know a whole bunch of platforms support this, but if yours does not, look for how to make this work. A lot of customers don't want to jump through all the hoops of making an account and a password and all of that. They just want to buy something. And in fact, personally, I've never set up a Travelocity account. I always just use the guest account and buy, and I just skip several minutes of setup and log in. So this is not for everybody, but quite a few of your customers don't want to jump through the hoops of having additional identities all across the internet. Give them a chance to buy. Don't demand accounts. Chatbots are very important. You can use platforms like Drift, Intercom, Fresh Chat we use on our platform, so that when people are on your site and they've got a question to ask that might not be in your FAQs, there's someone on your team that can answer them in a reasonable amount of time, so that they can get the answers that they need. And getting those answers is another way to build and have that trust. And the best thing about customers is the fact that, it's social proof. The more of that kind of conversation you have, proof points of people saying, yes, this is awesome, whether it's in chat, it's in your facts, or it's in your reviews, you're able to let other people have higher confidence in you. And this boils back down to bonuses. When people show you love, show love back by giving them rewards and bonuses. Of course, we can, we're marketers. We have to get something in addition out of it, sorry to say. And so you can give them the opportunity to speak out, make a post on LinkedIn or on Twitter or on Facebook to let people know that, hey, this is what we did. Do a preliminary NPS survey to make sure that they love the service you're getting. And if it shows that they love what you're doing and how your team is treating them, then you can send them over to Google to give a Google review, or to Amazon to give an Amazon review, and every single review counts. The key thing, though, is you don't need to wait for everybody to give you 5 stars. 5 stars are great, but everybody wants to know where the chink in the armor is, and it's also good to show some vulnerability once in a while. So these are the top 5 strategies. However, I put in 2 extra strategies and, of course, additional notes about BeamCity DNA in here. So we'll go to the next one. It's a bonus strategy. So bring audiences back on time. So just like Kunle said, and just like I'm sure you've heard more than once during Ecom Tech, you got to be using your remarketing. You got to be using your emails to bring people back. A lot of people, you'll build your email list, which is fantastic, but you also have your pixel list. That's your Facebook pixel list. You also have your Google audience lists. You have your global unique identifier list from other data sources. So you want to make sure you keep track of all of these, because while they don't have personally identifiable information, they are valid and useful to helping you get in front of those people again, whether they're on a display network, on a social network, some other network where technically about them generally, but you don't know specifically about them. It's also very helpful because most platforms allow you to target similar audiences, lookalikes. Of course, using 1% lookalikes on Facebook has historically been good. I would really advise you widen that a little bit, and that way you can get more people earlier than BFCM. Really use that to strengthen up your total remarketing audience lists. Super duper powerful stuff. The last piece that I'll say there, though, is many people always assume that email and ads are separate and therefore have no overlap. What we've seen is when an email is sent in tandem with an ad campaign that is targeted very narrowly at the same set of people, you get significantly better engagement, follow through, and even purchases. So I'd always advise that you run your remarketing ad campaigns, whether it's on social or on search, in tandem with email campaigns targeted at the same narrow set of personas, same narrow set of people in the same geographical area, so that you can see people who are already your customers go into the email inbox. Those who are not already in your email, they see the ad, and then there's some ability to shake hands in the middle, right? Because people whose friends don't know anything about you, they will see it from ads, and those who do know will see it in the email. And if you have a way to get people to kind of share this content, this will give you the best results. The last thing here is go multi-channel. And frankly, not just go multi-channel generally, go multi-channel using AI and automations that help you to really scale all this work, right? So every marketer out there before before BFCM is already, really busy. You're creating all the campaigns, making sure on a month-to-month basis, on a channel partner to channel partner basis, everything is happening at the right time, at the right pace. But you've got so many tools that it's actually quite overwhelming. And so you want to use multi-channel AI tools, kind of like what we do at BeamCity DNA, to consolidate all your advertising, or in the case of marketing, consolidate all your marketing into the fewest number of buckets so that you can do the most work with the fewest steps. For example, on BeamCity DNA, you can create completely new campaigns from scratch, stuff that if you're using SCAGs or more advanced targeting techniques could take you several hours, takes about 5 minutes on BeamCity DNA. In fact, it's actually a single button click, but the entire process might be 5 minutes. You take that, you combine that with the ability to push your ads onto multiple platforms simultaneously. The AI is watching your results, tweaking to make sure that your budgets focus on where you're getting the best results, shutting down the stuff that's not working for you. It means that instead of wasting 3 out of 5 ad dollars, you end up skyrocketing your advertising profits using AI. The great thing about this, though, is it saves your team a ton of time. You gain insights fast, and you can do more tests in more places. What we've seen very frequently is clients will bring in their existing campaigns. Our platform optimizes and eats those for breakfast. That's very easy. But then all the insights that they get back, they want to run really quick audience-driven tests, and run new segments, try new demographics on the same or on more channels. And because the platform does cross-platform audience building and targeting, it means that you don't have to figure out how to speak Google from Facebook or Facebook from Pinterest. The platform figures that out for you. It publishes it for you. You can get the right results and get really good outcomes. So really, I try to go through this quickly, like I mentioned, so we can get through some questions right away. Shoot for the stars using 7 key strategies. Do the data correctly. So that means set up your analytics correctly. Make sure you're looking at your past data, and even use buy signals to make sure that people on your team have set up the ad campaigns to show up at exactly the right place to exactly the right people for the right categories at the right time. And Beam City DNA in Q4 will be able to help you do that automatically. Early birds eat first. So, if you want to have lower costs at BFCM, start dragging them into your pixel dragnets now. So that means content, influencers, blog posts, PR, whatever it is that can bring them in. That way, ethically, you can target them using Facebook pixels, Google audiences, bring them back more affordably because they know you. And frankly, 90% of people will buy from brands that they know. Don't be confusing. Keep your messaging consistent. That means don't change the colors all of a sudden. Don't change the wording too much. Make it consistent from A to B to Z. And that way customers are able to be guided through the process much more calmly, much more cleanly, and your pipelines become significantly more successful because of that. Show proof of trust. Everybody's talking about reviews, you're talking about testimonials, but video-based demos are fantastic because customers can see it in live action, and that way they can get even more trust than just looking at the fact that you've got 1,000 5-star reviews. Frankly, it's also good to have a few 3 stars as well, where people see some of your vulnerabilities, and it's better for expectation setting. Love customers explicitly, right? People come to your site, use your chat box, you set up really good FAQs, make sure that people who need help can get the help. I know a lot of e-commerce businesses that I've worked with in the past don't necessarily lean into that because they're worried about the volume issue, which is what chatbots are for. So put in some drift, put in some fresh chat, put in some intercom, help your brand grow and scale with the number of customers that are coming in. Do it now, be good at it so that when BFCM comes, your team just is a lot more free to succeed the whole time. Bring audiences back. That's a bonus one, but it's a thing that everybody knows about, remarketing. But it's not just remarketing in general. It's remarketing early, remarketing on time, and combining it with emails and other forms of advertising so you can really leverage and make sure that all of these feed off each other. And finally, use AI as leverage so that you can unify all your advertising in one place, whether it's on social or search, display, lead advertising, shopping ads, whatever the case might be. Get it done in one place so you can see your strategy all at once, execute it all at once, get the best results thanks to AI. So Derek, I'm more than I'm super happy and ready to answer any questions anybody might have right now.
Let's you gave us so much to think about here, but I want to hone in on what you're up to at Beam City. Actually, I wanted to even know, how do you go from rocket science to advertising? Like what do you not miss from that the before time, and what do you miss?
Well, from the before time, I worked on microgravity robots. I worked on health robots, UAVs, ground robots, all sorts of stuff. So I'm a roboticist, aerospace engineer. So I love that stuff because you're always innovating, always making new things. But the key thing about aerospace is everything is complex, and you've got to test everything to see what works, and then really follow and run down that rabbit hole wherever it's got to go. I found that right after that, I was working on e-commerce platforms for all sorts of different brands, and we'll make a new platform, we'll make a new product, and we'll get stuck at the advertising step. And stuck to me means that I don't get results this week. So I tried to kind of follow that rabbit hole a little bit, and I noticed that there are like 17 steps that most advertisers have to go through. Many of us have just put them at the back of the mind, but when you're talking about things like strategy, content creation, persona building, audiences, targeting on every single platform, remarketing, and so on and so forth, I mean, it's an overwhelming amount of work. So, and because of the overwhelm, most of us don't, we don't have the time, frankly, to do the best that we can. So that's why I decided to build DNA, is to make advertisers basically rocket scientists, to really simplify their jobs and get the best results. So I see a parallel right there. It's both complicated stuff. You've got to run all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think, you're looking at, you saw the problem and you said AI can be leveraged to solve for this. We don't need humans doing manual bid adjusting,
Oh my God,
and all of that stuff. Let's get them the heck out of there.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting. So when would somebody want to work with you? When would they want to use your tool? I'm sure we have like a minimum ad spend, or maybe you want a media buyer in-house to own it, or an agency or something like that.
Well, actually, we love working with in-house media buyers and agencies alike. So, for in-house media buyers, it's fantastic because it usually means that their internal team is more mature, is the word that I want to say, because a lot of companies, they can't afford to take on that additional expertise, right? So instead, they might outsource it to an agency. But if they have the ability to take that in-house, that means they can iterate faster with ads, iterate faster with social, iterate faster with email. And so we love working with both groups. In all cases, though, the kind of customers we love the most are those who are already advertising. We don't have minimum ad buys, by the way. Okay. So that people can come in with their existing strategy. They have the capability to make content, and then our platform helps them to automate all the technical steps. That way you can come in and be creative, maximally A/B test to your heart's content on every single thing, get the best results, and execute them in one click from one place on all the platforms. So for agencies, we have special relationship with agencies, because with agencies, you own the client relationship, you own the strategy, you own the content, you own the expectation of success. Our platform can come in and help you to automate a lot of the technical processes. So there's a bunch of things about agencies that I don't want to say out loud. I think you should get bookings with me. I have a slide in a couple of places where you can find a meeting situation that you can book, and I can work with you as an agency. We can work with you directly as a media buying team.
Perfect. Be sure to share that link with me. We'll put it in the show notes in here. And yeah, we've got our agency coming up next, by the way. Richard's in the green room going, what is it that you don't want to say about me?
Well, we love agencies, right? The way we see it is there's a huge amount of additional attention that the world of digital advertising is getting, thanks to the acceleration of e-commerce. But most of the world does not have the skill, strategy, or content to succeed in any meaningful way, and which is why agencies exist. Agencies come with that expertise of strategy, of content, so that you can come in and succeed on whatever platform. It's just that it's really hard to be good on any single one platform. Like I show on this slide, there's so many of them that most agencies focus on one or two and leave all the rest alone because there's just too much to learn. And so what we decided is that, you know what, let's make a platform that allows you to automate 13 of the 17 steps, so you can do a lot of work in a few minutes, and then the AI helps you get fantastic results. Instead of doing it all yourself, the AI kind of comes in and helps you out. And so, for everybody who is part of Ecom Tech, and I didn't wait for Derek to tell me, 50% off any Beam City annual subscription as long as you come in by the end of next week. You chat in our chat box and tell us you found us here, and we'll be more than willing to meet with you, work with you, help you to really come dominate BFCM. That's bottom line.
That's awesome. And yeah, we've got our Beam City link as well. I'm just grabbing it here. Perfect. Yeah, there it is. Everybody, be sure to check them out. I think this can really solve a lot of problems for advertisers and for agencies. I think I ran a social media advertising agency. So if you can get me, from 250 ROAS to 300%, like that's a pretty huge win for my clients. And they'll
Absolutely.
only thank me. They won't even thank you. I'll thank you personally.
And that's the best thing, right? We don't need to be visible. We just want you and your clients to succeed as an agency or as a brand, bottom line.
Awesome. Love it. Zizi, thanks so much for joining us. Looking forward to having you back at a future event.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
so much for the big tips. And everybody, you can check out Beam City right here. And I dropped a link in the chat. Awesome. We will
Thank
see
you, everybody.
next time. All right. With that, we're moving right into our next discussion. I'm really excited for this interview. We're bringing in Helen from Cheeky Wipes. I'm going to bring in Richard first from Ecom One. Richard, how's it going?
I'm going really well. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining me. I know that we've got a lot to cover here, so I'm going to bring Helen in. I'll let you introduce yourself and her, and I'm just going to step out to the side and let you guys get going.
No
Thanks
problem.
very much. Hi, Helen. How are we doing?
I'm really good, Richard. How are you?
I am very well. Thank you, Derek and team. Excellent show so far, but I really enjoyed that last session. So yeah, thanks for having us on. So I'm Richard, CEO and founder of Ecom One. I've been in the e-commerce space for, I don't want to say, but 22 years-ish, which is quite some time. 10 years being a merchant myself, selling products, and then sort of 12 years-ish. I think November the 2nd is our anniversary at our agency. So we're coming up to 12 years fast. I'm running an e-com only marketing agency where we specialize in sort of 4 core areas: Google Shopping, search ads, and Facebook ads. And then we also run e-com only podcast. So Ecom at 1 every Monday we launch a new episode. So feel free to have a look at that. And with me today, I've got Helen, who's a long-standing client and friend of the agency. Do you want to jump in, Helen, and tell the guys all about yourself?
Sure. I'm Helen. I am the owner and founder of Cheeky Wipes, which is a reusable baby wipes kit. That was our first and core product. We launched almost 13 years ago. So we're going to be celebrating an anniversary probably quite soon, similar sort of time, Richard. We're going to be 13 at the end of October. And back when I launched Cheeky Wipes, the concept of reusing wipes was a very outlandish one. People looked at me as if I had lost my senses. But, 13 years on, we're going strong, and, the world is slowly getting the plastic pollution concept.
Certainly is, isn't it? So 13 years ago, you obviously had a spark of an idea. How did it all begin? What was the starting point?
Yeah, so they say necessity is the mother of invention, and that has certainly been the case for me. I have had eczema since I was a child, never quite grew out of it like doctors said that I would. And when I had my eldest son, which is 17 years ago, I had really bad eczema on my hands. My hands were cracked and chapped and bleeding. And I couldn't use any disposable baby wipes. And I was using cloth nappies on him anyway. So I decided to use cloth wipes, give them a go. I cut up an old towel to start with. And within about 3 weeks, it looked like something you would wash the car with. So I set out on a mission to make using washable wipes as easy as disposables. So, little boxes and essential oils to store them in, travel bags when you were out and about. And that led me to, 3 or 4 years later, set up Cheeky Wipes, because I realized that lots of my friends wouldn't use cloth nappies, but they might be up for cloth wipes. So yeah, I launched in, it would have been October 2008. I was 37 weeks pregnant with baby number 3. Babies take 9 months to grow, so do businesses. So yeah, the two things sort of arrived at the same time. So so we launched in the October, and we've gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, so sort of necessity, needing to the product, sort of figuring out something for your own children, and then here we are 13 years later. So obviously getting that idea for your own use, but then actually launching it as a business is a whole different world, isn't it? So maybe step through those first early stages of sort of the manufacturing side, selling that first product, that first order coming in. Step us through some of those pieces.
Sure. So I was quite lucky because I had been running my own business, which was a Polaroid guest book business, cracking little business. You know, it had slots in every page to hold a Polaroid photo, and the idea was you would use them at weddings. It was great. And then Polaroid stopped production of their iconic film and cameras. So over the course of a couple of years, I was aware that this business was going to wind up, and I was looking for that other idea, and then thought, yeah, I can launch Cheeky Wipes. So I had a little bit of capital in the bank anyway, so that element was okay. I also then had experience of having a website. So I'd gone through the sort of setup of a website. You know, at that stage, I didn't employ an agency. I did all the SEO by myself, and sort of got all that ready and ready for launch. I struggled. My biggest challenge has always been, in the first years anyway, manufacturing. I'm not. That is not my background. I come from a marketing and finance background. Manufacturing is a completely alien world to me. So because my kit has got lots of elements, I was way out of my depth. So I found a sourcing partner who was based in Nottingham, who went and helped me source the elements for my kit. And that process, you know, setting up the website, sourcing the actual bits that made the product took me 9 months. As I said, I launched when I was 37 weeks pregnant, and that was at a trade show. I'm still in touch with one of my very first retailers. It's a friend of both yours and mine, Richard, Vicky, who was one of my very first retailers. And from there, it was really just plugging away. You know, this was a completely new concept. People really did just think, are you nuts? Reusable wipes? Why would you want to reuse something that you can just throw down the toilet? And it may not be the same in the US, but in the UK, there has been a huge problem with people throwing wipes down the toilet. They block the sewers, they cause fatbergs, stinking, you know, monstrosities. But there wasn't really that awareness at that point of the plastic pollution. And people really did look at me. But the one thing we've got going for our product is not just the biggest thing is it works, and people will tell their friends about it. So that word of life for us has always been really, really important.
Yeah, I think it really resonates that when you're thinking, you know, you get your business off the ground and you think, right, okay, well, you know, we've got to source these products, and that moment when you're like, right, okay, we're ordering a container, or maybe not a container to start, but that first order that comes through, you know, and there's so many different things, isn't there, you've got to think about. But obviously, when you do it for the first time, you probably don't realize what it entails. So you sort of learn by doing it, in effect, right in the early days.
Absolutely. And I'm still learning, and that is what I love about running my own business, to be fair, you know. And when I say learning, I mean stuffing things up. Everybody, you learn from your mistakes. And I think the thing you need to do always is be able to take that step back, be objective, take the you can take things really personally when it's your own business, and it's being able to step back, get a little bit of objectivity, and think, right, I need to solve this. What can I do? But yeah, we've had plenty of those along the way.
Didn't you were saying when we spoke, didn't you have 100,000 units come through that needed a little bit of adjustment?
So Claire, who is my amazing, she's now my amazing sort of warehouse manager and product development. At the very start, I had 100,000 wipes come in, and every single one of them needed to be overlocked again. So the samples that we got didn't match up to the quality of what we received. So she got her washing machine, or sewing machine out, and she overlocked every single one of them because it was the cheapest way for us to solve that problem. Thankfully, you know, 8 years later, she's still with me, and she's off setting up an exhibition tonight. So she has forgiven me for it.
I think it really resonates, because I can remember probably not the first time I did it imported, but probably, I don't know, 10th time, thinking I knew it all, sort of thing. And we were selling computers. This is probably 15 years ago, and we ordered some mice. You know, and back in the day, mice had balls in them as opposed to optical and wireless now. Well, when they arrived, the balls came separately. So we had 20,000 mice. We had to unpack and put the mice ball.
Oh no. The thing is, we've all done it, and you really learn from your mistakes, and
A couple of long weekends later, we had some mice. I remember very well. So obviously, sort of crack that first import, and obviously big commitment to stock, but maybe step back a little bit before that, and around that time, obviously you've scaled massively now. You're doing obviously multi-millions a year. But how did you get in the early days people to buy? Some of those early days.
Like I said, there was a little bit of guerrilla marketing went on at the start. It's fair to say. My previous business had been related to weddings, and as a result, I'd been on lots of forums where 2 or 3 years earlier, people had been getting married, and you get to know people on forums. So when I, then launched something related to babies, all those people that have been getting married were all suddenly having babies. So when anything came up about wipes or anything like that, I was dropped in cheeky wipes, reusable wipes. You should look at them. You have to be very careful what you do on those sorts of forums, because if you get caught, it's not. But it really worked. And like I said, then we went to exhibitions. It's still a big thing for us. The girls are at Sandown Racecourse at the minute, setting up for an exhibition run tomorrow, and that is just. It's getting in front of your customers. Having an online business is great. We do get amazing feedback via our Trustpilot reviews, but actually talking to people, letting them see the product, getting their feedback, one-on-one is amazing. So yeah, that really works.
Yeah, I think it's something that is definitely overlooked. I mean, definitely probably this last 18 months with the pandemic and whatnot, but I think it's definitely something that a lot of, I think, retailers do miss potentially, the sort of face-to-face element, and whether it's getting samples out there or just a new product that you're looking at, or launch potentially, or getting ideas and getting feedback live from nothing like looking at a customer in the eyes and getting that feedback, that initial reaction to opening the box and the experience and testing, maybe not testing the wipes or everything. But, so obviously wipes was where you started.
Sure.
But obviously now, we're sort of 13 years down the line, and it's obviously a lot more than wipes. You've got a whole range of different feminine products. But talk us through the sort of, that part where you're taking one product and then sort of developing a new product and deciding, and committing to what will be and what is, big investment in new product lines. Talk us through that. I think a lot of people listening will be in a similar boat where they'll be doing a certain product range, but obviously there's other options and which direction to take. Yeah.
It's funny because we, after spending a fair bit of time last year, about 18 months ago, a fair bit of time and a fair bit of money, we've been able to sort of summarize what Cheeky is all about as simple reusables. Now, 7 years ago, I couldn't have summarized it quite so succinctly for you, but that was really what was underlying all our product development decisions. It had to be reusable, and we had to make it simple. So again, necessity is the mother of invention. Having had 4 kids, my periods were no longer the same. My body had changed. Internal period protection was not for me. And we went looking for a reusable alternative. So cloth sanitary pads were the first item that we went for. And then that's been joined by, that was about 7 or 8 years ago. And now we have period pants. We've been doing them for about 3 or 4 years as well. Really, really popular. Again, everybody's just so much more aware of as a consumer, their choices and the impact that has. So it just has, we've sort of been a little bit ahead of the curve, and people are beginning to catch up with us. But as a woman, the sanitary pads and period pants are just, they're more comfortable, they're absorbent. It's a bit of a no-brainer, really.
Yeah. So very much sort of your own feedback, in effect, and client feedback, and your own, experiences. Yeah. I think that will definitely resonate with the listeners. So sorry, go on.
And all my friends will test the products for me. So as you're in that product development stage, he's like, "Here, do you fancy these knickers? Try them on." Which can be hilarious in the office over a pair of jeans. The amusement we have with that is nothing ordinary. But yeah, it's really good, and they give you feedback as well. The cut's right, and it works.
Yeah. So I can imagine, obviously, taking the initial business from one product or a handful of products to now over the years building an entire range and different ranges has really had an impact on average order value and sort of sales and bundles and things like that. Do you want to step through how important that's been and some of the insights you've got from that?
Yeah, I mean, our average order value stays fairly static, actually. It will vary depending on whether delivery is something that makes our average order size vary. We have a free delivery over £50. We don't, lots of our competitors have free delivery on anything, but they build it into the price. So we prefer to be transparent and say, well, our products are cheaper than theirs because we don't, but you'll pay your delivery separate. And I think that's reasonable. We also see our when we run a sale, our average order value drops, but generally it stays pretty static. What we have seen is our turnovers increased as we have developed and marketed those new product ranges. So, adding in the cloth sandry pads, we had an audience of warm leads who were already committed to reusables in some way. So moving from reusable wipes, which may have seemed initially a bit of a, really, you want me to reuse a baby wipe, to, again, a similar sort of conversation about cloth sanitary pads or period pads. Like, really? You want me to use? But they've got trust in the brand because they've tried the wipes and they work. So they're willing to take that, put themselves out of their comfort zone maybe slightly, break a habit, because like deodorant or things that you tend to use all the time, you'll stick with the same brand unless something, really shakes you up. So getting people to change that habit by, taking that warm market and sort of then introducing those products to them worked really well. And that's seen our average, our turnover really increase.
Yeah. I think that's just such a great message, because I think a lot of people, this is where, it's obviously a tricky piece, but ultimately, if you've got a small product range, once somebody's bought from you once, obviously they'll potentially rebuy, but obviously as the demands or their lifestyle changes and they're growing through, if it's children's products and their children are growing, etc. And, but obviously to introduce brand new product lines, just create, you've got that customer and they're coming back through their, the life cycle of their life and their children or whatever it may be. So yeah, I think that's a great message there. So obviously I know your business very well, and I think obviously 13 years, we touched on it already, but obviously made quite a lot of mistakes, or I shouldn't say, that's the nature of the game, isn't it? And I think if you're not making mistakes, then you're not pushing hard enough.
Exactly.
However you want to skin it, sort of thing. I think we could, between us, I think we could write several books on that on that one. But ultimately, maybe tell us about the biggest mistake, stroke fire that you've had to put out in the business over the years.
Yeah, we had we redesigned. This is not our existing. So the wipes come in storage boxes, and I think this was two production runs ago. Which must be about 9 or 10 years ago. We thought it would be a really good idea to have a pop top lid, and it was a great idea. But the mechanism, the little thing that made it pop, was susceptible to rust, and they went rusty, and then they wouldn't pop. So it was just that, what on earth, what can I do? So we were able to replace them. So if customers complained, we would send them out the little insert that you could take the other one out, put a new one in. If that didn't work for them, we would replace the box. We always try and leave our customers happy, and I think generally people understand that sometimes stuff does go wrong, but if you can turn that around and fix it for them, you will, turn them potentially from somebody who, is a really, really unhappy into an advocate for you. And we see that a lot, and it's really, really good. That's why I've got a fantastic customer services team, and our customer services reviews will back me up on that.
Yeah, you are renowned. I mean, I would suggest anybody goes and has a look at Helen's reviews just to get a feel for, what they're doing to respond to feedback, and obviously obviously thousands of 5-star reviews, etc. But obviously, I know you've got a whole team there that are sort of backing up the brand and getting the feedback in, and then obviously you're iterating on products and making decisions and really.
I think what the last guest actually said is really important. He said leave some 3-star reviews in there. We leave all our reviews in there, but we personally respond to all the sort of more negative ones. I mean, sometimes it's post hasn't turned up, which completely outside our remit. Sometimes it's that somebody's tried maybe period pants, but they haven't got quite the right fit for them. So we'll go back to them and say, okay, that didn't work, but we can send you some that might work. And quite often then that completely turns it right and the customer will update the review. And, that's really great.
Yeah, no, 100%. Okay, so we can't really be at this event and at Derek's event without talking about Black Friday. Obviously, you've done quite a few, to say the least. Probably all of them, literally. So, what are you doing this year to prepare for Black Friday? And sort of going back over the years, what's worked well for you in the past?
Well, we actually take a slightly different slant. So as I said earlier, our birthday is towards the end of October. So rather than wait until Black Friday, our product is not something that people would be buying for Christmas. It's not like, like electronics or, gifting really. It's more, it's not sort of drawn into that seasonality. So we front load, we pull our anniversary sale event forward to the end of October, get ahead of the crowds, and we do our sort of big event then in October, and that works really well for our product category. Might not work for everyone, but it works really, really well for us.
Yeah, so very different to probably a lot of people listening, but I think you can obviously, if you've got a birthday and anniversary coming up, that's always a good one, isn't it? It's similar to you can use it, but just like a Black Friday potentially. But yeah, fantastic. So me and Helen know each other very well through our relationship, through a very close friend, and we work together, or our teams work together, very much on the SEO side of your business. So obviously, 13 years down the line, you've been doing a lot of SEO, and a lot of content strategy and creating yourself. But obviously, at a point in time, a few years ago, you took the plunge and took your first jump into agency world. Maybe step through when did you know it was right to move from doing things yourself to then jumping in and working with an agency?
So about 2 years ago, I started working with a mentor, and my mentor, I wanted to move. I was aware that I was doing quite a lot with Cheeky Whites, but there was more that I could do. And I started working with a mentor who he said, basically, what you're trying to do is move from a lifestyle business, which is giving you a good income, to being scalable, which is something that you could then sell at some point and grow. And what you need to do for that is stop doing everything yourself. So that was a really difficult for me, because it's my baby. It's been my baby for 13 years, and nobody can do it as well as I do it in my head anyway. But he was absolutely right. So I've spent the past 2 years handing things over to people who actually know what they're doing, and it's their job to know what they're doing, like yourself and your team, who do a fantastic job of all our SEO for us. And we've got a different agency that does our digital marketing. We've got specialists now. We've got to that point where you need to bring in people who actually that is their area of expertise, and pay them to do it. But hard to literally uncurl my fingers from it all.
It is that piece, isn't it? I think we're all so guilty. I sit here in my agency and think, oh no, I need to do this bit. Even now, sort of 12 years down the line, sort of thing. But hanging on to things, but really, you're just slowing progress down. Where you've got to be great at,
Absolutely.
Obviously, you need a cracking understanding of it, ideally. And obviously spend the time, spend the time finding out about agencies, spend the time about finding about the people, the projects they've worked on, you know, really putting them through the mill in that front end would be my suggestion to make sure you're picking the right agency.
Yeah.
And I think SEO is particularly a hard one because I think, you know, it's a bit tainted out there in terms of as an industry. So what would you say in terms of sort of short-term, mid-term, long-term sort of expectations of SEO? Obviously, you've been working with our agency for a couple of years now. Well, not quite, actually, about 18 months.
Yeah.
But I think obviously it's you know, there's different things that can happen through a through a campaign. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the thing with SEO is you're in it for the long game, isn't it? I mean, there's certain things that sort of don't change, but there, you know, it's a long-term thing. It's not going to be a sort of short-term fix. And you know, we've invested in it over the years, and it is worth investing in because you know it gets people to your website, it gets you up, you know, the rankings. And it is worth spending the money on. You know, it's getting people, it's getting those long tail keywords, you know, to get people get the right people to the right page on your website where they are like, yeah, that is exactly relevant to me. I'm going to buy, and that's, you know, that's what SEO is really all about for me.
I think obviously knowing your project as I do, you know, I think what can get missed quite often, you know, a store starts off on a platform, you know, and it's almost a hobby to start with or an idea. And then fast forward, whether it's 3 years, 10 years or 13 years, when you're doing 5, 10, 20 million or whatever it may be, you know, and obviously it's a super huge channel for any retailer. You know, if you're doing £5 million through SEO and you're not working or with an agency or don't have an agency to call on, say when you're replatforming, for example, also, as you know, all sorts of things. You know, you could probably no doubt write a book on the different things over the years that have happened and, you know, can happen. You know, I think it's something that we see more and more. Obviously, you know, e-com last 18 months in particular, there's business have doubled, tripled, whatever it may be. And what was working in terms of platforming or platform tech stack, you know, it's getting changed. And the amount of times we see, you know, huge technical inconsistencies from one platform to another, if they're not taken care of and not looked at, you know, taken into account on that replatform, you replatform and then potentially lose, you know, tens of thousands of dollars, pounds, millions potentially every year. So I think obviously that's something I think a lot of people should take into account, you know, when they're looking for a partner. So anything else you'd say on sort of choosing an SEO agency? What would you say if somebody listening in is looking to work with an agency? You know, what sort of advice would you give them particularly?
I think the top thing, as with anything, it's almost like that get 3 quotes, which have drilled into me over the last few years in, you know, in different circumstances. Actually, builders always get 3 quotes. But again, it is that get a recommendation. You know, I was lucky, a mutual friend introduced us. She recommended you. She spoke highly of you. I was prepared. You know, we met. It's all worked out brilliantly. But having that recommendation just means, you know, so much. I've got another colleague who runs a sort of similar business, and she's just been charged a few thousand for a website design that was dreadful. And she's like, "Oh, I'm so stupid." I'm like, "No, you're not stupid, but you should have asked us first, me." Vicky, you know, ask friends, get recommendations, ask, you know, you will make colleagues in the industry, ask around, or if all else fails, ask whoever your supplier or agency is, if they've got people that you can talk to, because, you know, it's absolutely needs to be done.
That's fantastic advice. It's the advice that we give even when people come to us. We say, and sort of speak to our clients, you know, or go and speak to people that we've worked with for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You know, go and speak to them. You know, I think it can be quite easy to you know, any relationship can be quite shiny for a month or 3, can't it? But when you've been working for somebody for a year, 2 years, 3 years, go and find the people that have been working with the agencies you're looking at.
Yeah.
You know, and have a good chat, you know, or go to those events where they hang out. But yeah, great, Helen. It's been an absolute blast.
Excellent. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it too.
We'll hand over to we'll bring Derek back in.
Hello. That was amazing. Yeah, so awesome. Thank you both for sharing your story, Helen, and Richard for guiding her through it. And yes, I did catch that. What specifically do you look for in an SEO agency? Hint: say hire us. That is totally fine. But and I'll give the plug as well. If you are looking for an agency across ads, search, you're going to want to talk to Richard. He's been in the game as long as you possibly can, really, in e-commerce.
Thanks, Derek.
And that is important because that means you've seen every algorithm change and update, and thing that can go wrong has gone wrong, which I absolutely. Well, I was only ran my agency for 4 years, and yeah, you get hit with those hurdles. And Helen, what you said on getting 3 kind of proposals from brands, I try to do the same thing with technology products. So people often go, oh, should I use this one? And it's like, well, it's not should you use this or should you not use that. It's what are the players in that category space? How do they integrate with me? How do they serve their market share? Some of them are going to be really pricey and for like bigger brands. Some of them might be just like one function or feature of the whole thing, and maybe that's all I need right now. So like, yeah, you've really got to always expand your options. Everybody has a terrible agency story where there's a breakup. Every merchant gives me one. I've talked to 280 merchants. I've never had somebody not give me a terrible agency story. But simultaneously, Richard, I'm sure you have a terrible client story as well. Didn't pay, totally fell back on everything they promised they'd do for us, didn't respond to us, blamed us for their delays. Yeah. Sorry, long story short, it's a relationship that everyone has to work on together between agency and client in order for both sides to succeed. And that's why a recommendation from a friend can go a long ways. So yeah. All right, that was my side rant on that, just saying like what you guys said, but in slower and longer words. But thank you both so much for joining us. We're going to move right into our next session. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Richard. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. With that, we're going to bring in Nick from StoryPop. I told you about this tool before. It really is something that's quite amazing. And he's going to show you kind of conceptually how to incorporate storytelling into the brand. Regardless of the tool, it's about that experience that I think you said, probably you and Savas, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, probably said, Instagram stories are really taking off. What can we do with this? and Savas, coming from that viral marketing background and all that stuff, I think said we can make this viral. So Nick, with that said, how's it going?
Thank you, Derek. Thanks everyone for joining. I think my sound is good. Should be.
Yes, your slides are here. I will go ahead and let you take it away.
Thank you. So hi, I'm Nick, and I run growth at StoryPop, and I've helped multiple brands grow through content and storytelling since I was 17. And now I'm trying to step up the game by applying lessons from neuroscience and psychology to marketing. And that is what this talk is about: applying storytelling to Shopify to make more money and increase brand loyalty. So it's about storytelling. So I'll start with a story about the power of storytelling. There was this project back in 2009 where they bought some random insignificant items for a couple of dollars each, like that plastic horse, that weird flute, and even that tiny jar of mayo. Then they went out and found some various upcoming writers, and they assigned an object to each writer and asked them to write a fictional story about the items. Once that was done, they uploaded those items on eBay for auction, and they listed the fictional stories as a product description. The result? They managed to turn $128 worth of basically useless items into $3,600. That is roughly a 3,000% increase in value. Now, for reference, the tiny jar of mayo went from being valued at like $0 because it was a marketing gimmick or whatever, to being valued at $51, and that is for a tiny jar of mayo. That is the power of storytelling. Now, to further illustrate the power of it, I'll show you some examples of how real-life Shopify brands use storytelling to make more money. Gymshark, everybody knows it, uses motivational content on Instagram and YouTube in an exceptional way. As if you go and visit their Instagram page, you're going to see that they post videos, stories, and reels showing how the brand is part of the customer's journey to a fit body, which is ultimately their customer's goal. But on YouTube, the founder himself posts videos with stories from building the company and tips on business. Now, those two things combined, they give you a 360 view on the company, and they make you love it because you see how they think, how they work, and how they put their work, their products out in the world. Now, needless to say that Gymshark started as a small Shopify store, and now they're worth more than $1 billion. Now, over to paid advertising. Nerdy Nuts, a company that makes peanut butter, grew 20x in nearly 3 months using storytelling advertising. They use the influencer storytelling on TikTok, which has immense potential for growth, I'm sure you know. And they position their products as part of the influencer's routine and content. In their case, cooking, since we're talking about peanut butter. The people who watch these specific influencers care about living a specific, cozy, routine lifestyle. And Nerdy Nuts plays a product in a way to show how they can integrate into that routine and essentially bring more happiness to the customers. Now, another place storytelling can be extremely effective is on a brand's website. Now, for Manitoba, which is a Canadian shoe store, one of their most successful series is called Story Boots, where they find indigenous artisans to partner with and make shoes together. After that, every pair of shoes is accompanied by a written story about the artisan and where they come from. And this whole campaign is presented with a very emotional video that was most likely shot on a phone, and it's really incredible. Now, those two things combined, they make you love the products and add so much meaning behind what they do that people are willing to pay their fairly steep prices. For a pair of shoes, it's roughly around $400. Now, what can we get from this? That yes, it is true that people do not buy what you do, they buy why you do it. It sounds cliche, but there are so many shoe brands, so many peanut butter companies, and countless sportswear brands. Yet Gymshark, Manitoba, and Nerdy Nuts manages to excel through storytelling. Now, let's see why this storytelling thing works in the first place. If you think about what's the purpose of marketing and branding, you'll find that you can reduce it to one single thing. You want to show customers that it makes sense to buy the product. You want to make it a happy, deliberate decision. But how do you do that? You do it by triggering the right hormones in the brain. And how do you do that? You do that with storytelling, which is proven to be the best tool for the job. So which hormones are we talking about? First, there is dopamine. It's what makes you feel motivated and focused and have a better memory. And it's what you get as you experience something that builds suspense, which is a cliffhanger, and uses storytelling throughout, which fundamentally increases dopamine levels, and that's why people love listening to stories. Second, we have oxytocin, which is the key hormone brands should focus on, and it's what makes you feel generosity, trust, and bonding. You produce it by using empathy, aka making others feel that they can relate to something, curiosity, acceptance, belonging, and loyalty. And lastly, we've got endorphins. That is the fun hormone. It's what makes you feel positive, creative, and relaxed. And it's what you get after laughing at a meme or watching a comedy, things like that. Now, I said that storytelling is the best tool to trigger those hormones. But why is this the case? First of all, neuroscience has tons of papers showing a strong positive correlation between stories and those hormones. And you can try for yourself later. You can go watch an award-winning short movie on YouTube. They're usually 20 minutes long, and you'll feel as described before. Now, second reason stories work is because human memory is story-based fundamentally. We find grips in parts and characters and settings in stories to which we can relate to and boost our emotional understanding and awareness. Humans store and retrieve information in form of episodic stories. Think for yourself, if you have a great experience with a brand and later on you go on to refer that company to a friend, there is a good chance you're going to do that in the form of a story. And lastly, stories help people feel clarity and reassurance on what will make them feel happier. They help humans emotionally understand analytical decisions like purchasing and give them sentimental meaning. Now, to wrap all this thing up, humans understand the world in stories. That's how we make sense of it. Now, I think by now I've convinced you that storytelling works and can do miracles for Shopify brands. But how do you do it? How do you actually apply it to a company? Here's a proven framework. First thing you want to do is that you want to gather important information. That is, you want to know your message, your audience, and your brand. And you can do that by asking yourself 3 questions. What do we want people to perceive? Do you want them to get to know your brand, or do you want them to buy your products? Once you have that, ask yourself, who are we talking to? Who is the audience? Now, here you think customer personas. Are you talking to a fancy executive or a skatepark student? Here, it will be very useful to think of what they watch in their free time. Do they watch documentaries or the Kardashians? And lastly, ask who are we? Who is the brand? Are we a serious or a funny brand? Why do we exist? And what do we want to do in this world? Now, the answers to those questions are going to work as guidelines as you make the story later on. Now, once you have that information, it's time to generate story ideas. This is where you get creative. It is way easier than it seems, and there is always something to tell. But regardless, I'll show you some places where you can look at for inspiration. First things first, look at your brand and ask, where did the idea come from? What is the mission of the company? You can also look at your founders and ask, where did they come from? What was the struggle like building a company? And things like that can generate beautiful inspirational content, business lessons, and even interviews or like podcasts. And lastly, you should look at your products, obviously. How do you make it? Or why do you make it? And how does it make people feel the way they want to feel? After you've aggregated all that information, it's time to pick the format and actually make the story. Now, short videos are the most effective and engaging form. You'll want to focus on portrait and vertical video, mostly because all of the customers online nowadays come from mobile phones. And you can do that just by using your mobile phone camera, which is more than enough. And in fact, it will make the video feel more authentic than using professional gear. You can use Mojo. It's like a free online editing tool. And if you need a stock videos, you can use Pexels that has free, not cringy stock videos. For sound and music, I usually use Ben Sound, it's called, that has copyright-free, again, cheap or free music. Another effective method you can use to deliver your stories is photo text. That is, chill photos and graphics accompanied by well-written copies. Again, you can use your phone camera, or you can use Pexels for stock images. Then you can add the text and the copies using Canva or Figma, which are design tools, again, free on the web. And I would highly recommend you add some GIFs, just to make it more fun and make your stories stand out among the countless of static images on the web. Now, the last step is to deliver the story and put it out in the world. Here are some ideas on where you can do that. You can start easy with Instagram stories and deliver digestible stories right when your customer is looking for entertainment, as Frank Bodie did here on the right. Then you should consider your products, packaging, and presentation, which can be a story of their own. Think of unique product customization experiences or post-purchase experiences. You should also consider earned media like blogs, podcasts, newsletters, and such. That can be an incredible medium to deliver your stories and have been working for companies for the past, I don't know how many years. And lastly, your website can be your most powerful storytelling tool. It is your home, it is where your brand lives, and it is where you can say what you want the way you want. And as you make the stories, you should remember that fact-based communication works, but with storytelling, it can do miracles. Now, let's see how we apply that brand, how we apply that framework on a real Shopify brand, and how we apply the theory and made essentially more money with that. Mastic Spa is a skincare and cosmetics brand dating back to 1875 based on a Greek island. They make products using unique ingredient found in a particular island in Greece, and that is mastic. Their main revenue source was a retail store, but the brand aimed to change that and become the go-to online store globally for mastic-based products. And they decided to do that through storytelling. So let's see how we help them grow by applying the framework I just talked about. So step one was to understand the message, the audience, and the brand. We decided that our main goal was to generate awareness about the brand's history and unique ingredients and sell more products. It is a two-sided goal, but increasing awareness would increase sales inevitably. Then we went on to define who our customer persona is, and we settled on this. Millennial women that care about themselves and are savvy about the products they use. They like aesthetics and appreciate a sense of humor. They dream about a chill, happy life and are summer type of people. Once we had that done, we moved on to reflect upon the brand and ask, who is Mastic Spa? And we ended up with this. Mastic Spa is a brand with deep history and products made with ingredients found nowhere else. We speak in a jolly way, yet we're knowledgeable about what we're talking about. We help our customers find the happy, healthy body they seek by becoming part of their routine, and we are in a summer state of mind. Now that we had that information, it was time to get creative and make the story ideas. First, we looked at the Mastic Spa brand. It was obvious that we had to emphasize on the history when the company was first founded. So we looked for some of the first products and some pictures of the past. Then we looked at the products. The ingredients and the therapeutic properties are something that we want to educate people through our stories. The fact that you cannot find those ingredients anywhere else is something that could create curiosity and therefore oxytocin. Now, as products, they are designed to help women keep their skin healthy and live the life they want. So we try to think of ways of how we can place the products as characters in the customer's journey into that dream life they want to achieve. Now that we had the sources for stories, it was time to get creative and make some content. Since the team was small and the budget was fairly tight, we made everything on our own using the tools I mentioned before. Firstly, we put articles as a way to educate people about products and everything, and because it was the most easy to produce. Since we would write basic scripts for the rest of the content, we can already had blog posts. And then we chose to use photo text and have more engagement. At that point, we could both create new content and repurpose some of the articles, and so we did. We found some old pictures of the founder and some old products to show the brand's history, and we created digestible photo text content about the unique ingredients used in the products. And lastly, we focused on the short video, which is by far the most effective medium of them all. Knowing that our customers like routines and such, we filmed skincare routines, showing how the products integrate into one's life and bring happiness. Now, with the content ready, it was time to show it and put it out in the world. Firstly, we did that with a blog, which is super easy to implement. We took the written ideas for stories and videos, and with a little bit of polishing, extra words, we had ready-made blog posts. Our main content was about educating people of the ingredients, but we expanded with skincare tips and such. And then it was time for Instagram. We started using simple photo text stories, showing how the ingredients and how we wanted to educate people about how they can use those mysterious products from that specific island to improve their health, their healthy skin. And then in order to create relatable experiences, we asked customers for before and after pictures of after using the product and to use them as proof of concept, mostly for the products, and show how the product can become part of the customer's journey into the healthy skin they like. With that, we also thought that since we didn't want to be a serious brand, it would be fun if we posted some memes every now and then. Now, with all that and more, we were able to grow Mastic Spa Instagram following from 1,200 to nearly 8,000 followers in about 4 months. But everyone says you should open a blog, and everyone says you should post on Instagram. Now, here's what we did differently. We wanted to take the classic proven marketing tactics like announcement bars, welcome offers, pop-ups, and such, and blend them with visual storytelling on our website. And this is exactly what Storypop is made for. The website was our most effective storytelling medium. Being in the brand's home, as I said, it's where we could say what we wanted the way we wanted. So our first tactic was to use the ultra-reliable announcement bar that grabs people's attention, and instead of pouring text, we filled it with Instagram-like stories to retain that attention, thus bringing the social element in the store. Overall, this helped us turn the Mastic Spa store into a storytelling experience of its own and promote the most profitable products we had. Now, time on the website was increased by 15%, and we made more sales thanks to the following tactics within and outside the announcement bar. Now, since Mastic Spa was an unknown brand, we wanted to include some social proof into the store, and we did that in two ways, basically. First of all, we embedded Mastic Spa Instagram feed in the store using Storypop. Now, that is a classic technique, but it's pretty essential at this point. Combined with the storytelling Instagram strategy I mentioned before, it managed to work as an oasis of proof and entertainment within the store. Well, that worked, but what actually made the difference in terms of sales and Instagram following was the fact that we synced the Instagram stories with our website. So every time we uploaded a story on Instagram, it would be uploaded on our website as well. The idea behind that was to make the brand image feel more consistent and essentially take the storytelling marketing efforts we did on Instagram on our website without any additional work from our side. Now, apart from that, the other group of stories we called them story pops, was about the brand and the ingredients. The story about the brand's family history was aimed to attach meaning to the products and show the journey the brand has been through and the experience it has collected over the many, many years. Essentially, it put a real face behind the brand and created empathy. In the old days, this would have been done through a long, boring blog post that nobody would have really read. Then we had stories about the ingredients. The idea behind was to offer customers the ability to shop based on their desired results and create curiosity about the unique ingredients. On its own, it had a conversion rate of 5.4% and it helped sell products that nobody bought before. And lastly, we uploaded stories showing a morning routine using the Mastic Spa products. It wasn't easy to film on a good phone camera, and we emphasize on capturing the vibe rather than just the products. It's a story of the ideal life our customer wants to live, and we wanted to create a relatable feeling to make the products more approachable. Now, the story ended up increasing the sales of the product shown by 18%. Another successful tactic we used was about boosting our conversion rates and average order value. We added a story about a welcome discount for first-time visitors, something we previously did with a text-based pop-up that never really worked. But now, since it was different and delivered in a storytelling way, people didn't skip it anymore. For instance, in our best week, it reached a 25% conversion rate and helped us generate over $500 worth of revenue. Now, as for average order value, we wanted to promote more our free shipping offer after $50. Using a funny GIF and placing it on the announcement bar instead of the small note on the website, we were able to increase AOV by 16% for purchases made through that story. So these were our most successful tactics. Over a period of 3 months, we managed to generate nearly 20,000 story views with a click-through rate of 7%. Overall, StoryPop helped MasticsPad generate about $16,000 worth of revenue through storytelling. And now we've also developed some extra tools specifically for Black Friday that is coming up. Now, everything is based on the same concept of integrating proven marketing tactics with storytelling. And this is the storytelling pop-up. Now, pop-ups work, and they do grab people's attention, but everyone skips them because there is nothing interesting about them. It's usually mostly text saying 80% off and things like that. This kind of pop-up, however, is designed to grab the same attention and channel the customer to the right behavior through the story and the more visually appealing presentation. To increase the conversion of the pop-up, one can add copyable discount codes so you can give customers an incentive to purchase right after they have been moved from your story. And this is StoryPop. It's a simple way for anybody to integrate proven marketing tactics with storytelling on their website. And you can try it for free at bit.ly/storypop-bfcm. Now, I was told that I have more time, so I'm happy to answer any questions about storytelling and anything related.
Nick, I'd love to talk to you, and I'll go ahead and plug this here in chat in just a second. You mentioned increasing time on page.
Yes.
And I wonder if, because when you created this tool, I don't know if like what your goal metric, probably increasing conversion was kind of the primary goal, right? But like increasing time on page has like all these great benefits. You know what I mean? And I think people forget that there's not a lot of tools out there that help you kind of engage with the page, stay on it for longer. But my question is, when we see people on pages more, how does that impact, if you know the answer, how does that impact like product discovery? Like I feel like they might be able to, find more items on the store. So this could really cater to large SKU stores on discovery. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, increasing time on page and doing that through stories gives you more time to show people things that they didn't previously wanted to look for. Most stores these days are a basic catalog of products, and we basically assume that people already know what they want to buy on the store. But that is not always the case, obviously. So by integrating the concept of entertainment people are so used to from Instagram stories and TikTok in the website, you have the time to show them products that they would like to see. And that gives you time to promote more profitable products or your upcoming products that nobody would have seen otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely.
And on a more like practical perspective, time on a page can also boost your SEO because I'm pretty sure everybody knows how much that matters for the rankings.
Yeah.
So the more you keep them on the website, the more the algorithm sees that there's something interesting about this place. There's something interesting about my industry. So you can compete in your rankings much better.
I love it. And then, on that note, we've got a question from Cynthia. Does adding this tool and more pop-ups on the site slow down the site speed? So obviously, I mean, we've got videos that need to load. Give me maybe a little bit more of the technicals of how StoryPop works in engaging with the stories.
Well, now all the videos is hosted on our servers, so nothing slows down your website dramatically, basically. And over the past 1 year, we've improved our speed very, very much. So it's not a major concern.
The stories don't, or you don't have to load the video in order for the page to load, right? So it's asynchronous loading or whatever. So in that way,
your story will load first. Everything about your brand will load first, and then story pop. Now that will be like milliseconds.
So the bar comes down a few seconds after the page is loaded. And what a lot of people don't know about page speed load time, well, first of all, Shopify site score thing is total BS. Don't go using that. And even Google has limitations on what you're looking for. What you're looking for is called moment of first. What's it called? It's not render. It's discover. It's interact. Moment of first interact, which means when the page actually loads and you can start scrolling down, that is what Google considers the most important component. So you want to make sure that you reach that as quick as possible. If the story pop bar is loading essentially asynchronously, which means in the background after you're interacting with the page, and then it pops down a second later, a quarter of a second later, even 20 seconds later, that is totally fine. Doesn't affect page speed load and what Google or
that is exactly how it works, because everybody values SEO.
Yeah, and that's the only way to do it. And unfortunately, there still are apps out there that aren't loading asynchronously. Sometimes you do need to load, before everything else. But that's why, that's when you put a code in the header that prevents the load of the rest of the page, because that has to load before you go on to the next line item. And that's how, like it's very literal. The code of web pages loads from the first line to the last line, and the header is always at the top, right? So some people just don't know, or they forget about the difference between those things. And the same goes for review tools, because I've seen people really concerned that the review tool is like still loading after the page is loaded. Yes, ideally you want the reviews to be shown instantly, because then people can experience them and interact with them. But if they load a few seconds later, that doesn't actually affect like Google search rankings. It just is slightly affecting the page experience. And so, all right, that's a side rant for that. And the follow-up question was, do they go away to IG? And the answer, I know, of course, is no. This is the whole beauty of the tool. It keeps the interaction on the site. We don't want to send people to Instagram. Usually we're paying to get them off of Instagram, right? So yeah.
That's exactly the point. If the stories are visible like they would be visible on Instagram, but on your website. And on top of that, there is, again, the shop button in the stories. Like here you can see that black, like on the bottom of that story, that says shop. And when they press it, they are already on the website. So they don't have to be redirected on your website from Instagram, take time to load, and go to a different page and spend time on basically waiting for nothing. Your stories are like taken from Instagram, placed on your website, and visible clearly, fast on the page.
Now, Nick, I want to know if maybe you have this, or you've thought about developing it, or it might be in the pipeline. Can we shop the look? Can I hit one button to buy all the clothes that somebody's wearing in one of these photos?
At the moment, that's not possible, all the clothes, but you attach a product on the story, and when you press shop, it's going to take you decide which link is going to be behind that button. So when you press the shop button, it's going to take you to that product page. But you can make it yourself. You can make the button take you to a collection or a ready-made cart.
Yeah, a bundle.
And then the customer can buy all of the products they want, all the outfit.
Yeah, I like it. And that just goes to show the discovery component of here. I think this is a unique merchandising opportunity. And I honestly would love to see you integrated with some of these personalization tools as like a layer on top of them, because they all use static imagery and stuff, for personalizing, but you're doing it in a really kind of innovative and interactive way, which
the world we live now these days is like based on video and entertainment and faster thing than just sites that just say buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff.
Yeah.
You want to make it an experience, not a shelf with things to just grab things from.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so true. All right, we're going to move into our next session now. Nick, thanks so much for joining us, everyone. You can see the power of this tool. It is definitely for the visual-oriented brands. Those that are already crushing it on TikTok and Instagram can add a layer of engagement to their site. We should see increases in conversion rate. We should see increases in time on page and all the good metrics we want by using this tool to its fullest. I really love what you guys have done. I'm glad you were able to join us for the session today.
Thank you. Happy to be here. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
All right,
everyone.
okay. One final question from Cynthia. How long does the story stay on site? You have complete control of this, so it could be forever.
You upload as many as you want. You take them down. You do whatever you want. It's your thing. You customize it as much as you want.
Yeah. And I think that's what's important is full dynamic control over this, because I know Instagram stories, they last for like a day, right? And then they disappear, or
This
then you have to add the collections.
exactly. This stays like the Instagram highlights on your website.
Yeah.
So you upload them, they get listed, and then you can select which ones to keep on the website, which ones to ditch.
Love it. Awesome. All right, Nick, thanks again so much. We will see you at the next event.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right. With that, we're moving right into our next session. A throwback to perhaps a lot of what we talked about yesterday in improving customer service processes, adding live chat to our systems, and then also using data and analytics to grow the business. I think Ty is going to give us a little bit of all that put together in how we can improve process and mitigate some risk around the influx of tickets for Black Friday. Ty, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I haven't seen this backdrop yet. This looks amazing.
New office. I've grown up 5 years now, so I felt
love
like
it.
that
Looks great. Absolutely amazing. I need a plaque like that. I'll ask you later how much that costs.
I will send it to you. I'll send it
Well, awesome. Great to have you here. I'm going to add your slides to the screen, and I will let you take it away.
All right. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ty Givens, and I am a contact center nerd, self-proclaimed, hence the glasses, though I really can't see that far without them. So it's not a gimmick, it's real. But I have been in customer experience for 21 or 2 years now. It's for far too long, but I've always worked in contact centers. And I used to be the head of CX for a few companies you may know, like Seas Candies and Thrive Market. Actually helped start their contact center and Shoedazzle. And then went out on my own about 5 years ago. And some of my clients include Thrive Cosmetics, Ilia Beauty, Dixon, and Your Super. That's just a few. There are many others. So we literally live in the space of just improving CX. So today I'm going to talk to you about how to maintain your service levels and avoid some backlogs during the holiday season. Now, these tips you can apply literally at any time. It doesn't have to just be around specifically Black Friday, but it will really help you, because what we find is that right after the holiday season, a lot of our clients go into a really deep, or they become clients because they go into a really deep backlog. And that backlog happens because it snowballs. And I'm just going to explain to you how that actually comes to be. So first thing we need to do is define a few things. You're going to hear me use a term called service level, often abbreviated by SVL. And basically, it's your commitment to your response times. And I'll take it a step further and say even your resolution times for your customer. And it's not always communicated ahead of time, but sometimes it is. So think about when you write your messaging for any email that you receive, or any, chat message that's converted to let's say a ticket, and you write back and say, we'll get back to you within 24 hours. That's essentially setting a service level. You can have service levels on phone calls. You can have them on live chat. You can have them on emails. You can even have them for social media. And they don't always have to be communicated, but if you do communicate them, more specifically like an email or some sort of delayed response, it helps the customer to set an expectation on when they're going to hear back. And it also will help to reduce in redundant messages like, hey, I haven't heard from you, or it's been a day, you haven't written me back. Well, if you proactively say, we reply to messages typically within 48 hours or something along that line of thinking, then the customer has an idea and they already know. So common ways that the service levels are documented, you might hear, we try to answer all calls within 60 seconds or 1 minute. When you use the term all, know that adding all completely changes the dynamic of the metric. So saying we answer calls within 60 seconds means that on average, we're going to answer within 60 seconds. If you say we answer all calls within 60 seconds, that means that there's no room for any call to be answered outside of 60 seconds. So keep that in mind when you're setting your expectation. And if you're using any type of planning calculator or anything like that, those little details make a difference in how your headcount requirements will come out. So anyway, moving on, there's emails. You can have a resolution time, which is not, a receive time, which is not going to be based on your automated notification that says, oh, we received your message. If you're counting that, then that's not committing to an SLA. A response that comes from a person who's actually, reviewed the inquiry and replied back with the resolution, that is a service level agreement. You can also say that you want to reply to all live chats within 60 seconds or whatever the case may be, or social media posts within 30 minutes. All of these things are up to you. But I want you to understand and know what I mean when I say service level. And this is what I mean. The next thing you're going to hear me talk about is backlog. So you may know what a backlog is, but just in case you don't, I'll define it for you. The backlog is a backlog is formed anytime you have tickets or messages that you're replying to or dealing with that are outside of your SLA. So if you have that 24-hour window, and let's say that your target is all messages replied to within 24 hours, and you've got a group of tickets that are sitting outside of that, those tickets are considered your backlog. Okay. I want you to start thinking about it this way, because this is what's going to keep you from forming a crazy backlog, because they sneak up on you. And we're going to go into that in just a minute. But when a backlog is not managed appropriately, you're going to have burned out employees. You're going to be burned out as either the business leader, head of CX, whatever your role may be. And then you're also going to spend more money than you should getting out of the backlog. So the key here is to be proactive and to prevent it from forming, which is what my goal is today, is to help you to understand how to see it coming or how to plan for what could be coming, so that you don't end up like my friend here on this picture biting her pencil because she's stressed. All right. So it only takes one experience for some customers to say, that's it. So imagine we are, moving towards that November timeline. It's Black Friday. You guys have cleaned up on sales. I mean, everything is great. And then we go into what happens after that. Returns, missed deliveries, whatever, run the gamut. A bunch of things happen, as we know. And I'll go over that list in a moment of things that I know of. You have a short window to really make that customer a repeat buyer. So all the dollars that go into trying to get that customer to come on board, you got to retain that customer, I should say, by creating a good experience for them even after the purchase. And that is the role of customer experiences. After they've come in the door, then you have to treat them really good, because you want them to come back in the door and you want to be their go-to. And according to this stat, 32% of customers stop doing business with a brand they love after only one negative experience. So I don't think any of us can afford to lose 32% of our customer base. And we definitely don't want to do it during the holiday season because we took too long to reply to them. And that's a real thing. It can happen. So how do backlogs form? Well, if you hate math, you're going to hate this. But I'm going to try to talk it through to you in a way that I hope is engaging and interesting, because it really is. It's a small window of how these things start to happen. So when you have more work than you can handle, essentially, or more work you can handle within your service level, you're going to form a backlog. And the key to knowing when you're in trouble is to be able to foresee that it's coming and knowing when to ask for some help. And hopefully you have a plan in place, which we'll talk about in a moment, that you can kind of work through instead of being caught off guard and surprised by what's happening. Now, the biggest backlog that I've ever encountered or experienced was 9,000 tickets. And I will be transparent in saying I was not scrappy enough to make the decision that was made. But the learning that came out of that was what you guys are seeing here. This 9,000 ticket backlog was while I was an employee. It was a membership-based company. Marketing had spent lots of dollars to bring people through the front door. And we just didn't have the people power to handle every inquiry that came in. And so we ended up in a backlog. And it was a costly decision to basically cancel all subscriptions for anyone who had messaged us regardless, because we just couldn't get through it. So I don't want that for you. Okay, so I'm telling you that I've made the mistake so that you don't have to make the mistake and we can get ahead of it. So the first thing you want to know is, what is your volume? And volume relates to, and I'm speaking specifically to like tickets here. If we start to talk about different channels, that's a different conversation. But to just keep it simple, we're going to talk about tickets or email messages. Let's say that on a daily basis, you expect 125. We're going to use numbers I can work with really easily. Okay, so you're expecting 125 tickets every day. You are staffed to handle 100 tickets a day, which means you're comfortable rolling over about 25 every single day. We're going to stack 25 on top. Not a big deal, because we'll be able to get to those. In this instance, you're likely operating with a service level that does not have the word all in it, right? So you're saying we're going to handle, tickets on average in whatever your number is, say 24 hours, which means that 25 of them are going to carry over. No one's going to have a problem with that, because you're still going to come in under 24 hours. So what happens is, at the end of each day, you carry 25 tickets that could get added on to tomorrow's tickets. So tomorrow, instead of you expecting 125, you now have 150. Okay. And then that 150, you just added another 25. And then the next day it's 175. So you can follow where I'm going with this. You'll look up, and the next thing you know, you're like, oh my gosh, we have 125 tickets at the end of the week that we didn't get to, that are as old as potentially Monday or Tuesday. When you're in that space, you have to flip the switch to say, we have a problem with backlog, because that 125 can grow to 500 tickets within a month. Okay. So the question is going to be, what are you comfortable with? And your comfort level is going to come from your service level. Now, I've worked with a few brands who freak out when they see, let's say, 800 tickets sitting that are older than 24 hours. But I look at the SLA and I'm like, yeah, but you guys are responding to those tickets within 20 hours. That's really okay, right? So again, your service level is going to be what drives the decision on the backlog, okay? So let's say that you're going into the holiday, or you guys are going into the holiday season, and now your question is, so what's going to cause a backlog to form? Well, backlogs form from many different things, but one of them could be increased traffic from sales, which is not a bad problem. There's success on the sales end, success on the marketing end. People are responding to your ads. Remember, if your CX team also supports your social media team or your social media interests, then what could happen is the resources that could be pulled to reply to customers are now being pulled to like and engage with comments, because you guys put up a killer video that people love. And now you've got, hundreds, if not thousands of comments there that need to be addressed. And you could be a high touch brand that wants to, like and comment and, engage with every post. So understand that, you have to allocate your resources accordingly. Another thing is bad coupon or discount codes. This is a big one. And it might seem like a small thing if you were anything like me and you make typos, because I make lots of typos. But let's say that you fat finger it, and instead of putting an I in a word, you accidentally type K. And that's what goes out to the customer base. And so now people are trying to use the discount code with the letter K, and it's not working. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to contact support. So it's always important for you to test your discount and coupon codes before anything goes live. Another thing you can do, let me go back to increased traffic from sales. I always recommend that you guys communicate with, in both directions, your CX team, your marketing team, your product team. Like, there should be lines of communication that are multi-directional, so that CX knows what's coming. Because remember, when the customer reaches out to your business, they're not reaching out to your business under the impression that they're calling customer experience, and customer experience's information is limited. they're talking to the company. So that person who reaches out is fully expecting that you or whoever it is on the line or answering that email knows everything that's happened, including the email that they got, the coupon code was wrong, the fact that they, called in 2 days ago and no one answered. They expect you to know all of those things. So you want to have a open communication and integrated tools. All right. So inaccurate messaging or broken links is another thing. Make sure that any policies or any information that's documented in a message that goes out to a mass group is accurate. One way to do this is marketing, make no assumption, send it over to CX because they have to live in the space of knowing what is policy and what is right. So before you put anything out there, just have a person or two that you go to on the CX team to say, can you give this a review and make sure that I'm answering this, or we're addressing this properly so that we don't drive more tickets or contacts to you. Another thing is order packing or shipping delays. So if you are an e-com business and you have a product, staying very close to your warehouse partner so that you understand their capacity on what they can pack and prepare, when they're going to be packing and preparing orders, any known shipping delays. I know of a former client of ours who at the end of last year, obviously given the current climate with the COVID situation, had tremendous shipping delays, right? So to get ahead of that, you want to know what is the worst case scenario? And you want to be proactive in your communication, and you want to set an expectation in your communication. So essentially, I guess I'm saying you can set a service level for your orders as well. As consumers, we don't think about the fact that when we place an order, that order gets, we see shipping, let's say we see, your delivery time is going to be 3 to 5 days. We don't think about the fact that someone has to actually pick and pack that order, which could add on another day or two. And then the delivery process is 3 to 5 days. So you could be looking at not getting your order for 7 to 10 days or so. We don't think about that. So managing the expectation and being clear about how long it takes to pack, when does the order leave your warehouse or your facility versus your delivery times. Also, I recently had an experience where I placed an order for products that I never received. Right. And it was 3 weeks out. We waited some more time, never received it. Placed a second order, still haven't gotten it. Right. And so because I work in CX, in my mind, I'm going, there's some way that we have to know. They have to know that that order didn't make it to the destination. There's so many tools out there that will help you to, sorry, my screen went out. There's so many tools out there that help you proactively communicate the status of an order, the delivery time, when the order's packed, when it's going to ship, when it's expected to arrive. And if it doesn't arrive on that date, follow up. There's a lot of tools at your disposal. So take advantage of those. And you want to have something in place well before the holiday season. Doesn't take long to implement these things. Another thing that causes backlogs are absent employees or, having less help than you anticipated. So it is a real thing that everyone thinks that the holidays are vacation time. And that might be the case for a lot of areas, but that is certainly not the case for CX. So set an expectation early on of what it is that you want to see from the team. Unfortunately, I've worked for a lot of e-com companies and had to shut down time off, from, Thanksgiving until after the new year, because I knew that was going to be our peak time. So you want to set that expectation ahead of time, because what will happen is people will come to you with, plane ticket receipts and say, I'm going to Nebraska or wherever they're from. The other thing, though, to consider is that we are in a new world where everyone's remote. So I'm kind of talking olden days because I haven't been physically managing a contact center in a while. But we are working in a time of people being able to work remote. So even having flexible remote schedules will help you so that you can maintain, having the staffing that you need during the most crucial times. Another thing to keep an eye on is underperforming team members. One of the most challenging things to manage is the the wanting to give independence and autonomy to doing the work, and then at the same time having a quota to meet. If you're doing any sort of capacity planning, you are going to only have a set number of you're going to have, a set number of expected ticket number or widgets, whatever it is that you need people to hit. So keep an eye out for people who are not hitting those goals, and even keep an eye out for people who are far exceeding them, because there could be problems on both ends. But it's always important to practice inquiry versus advocacy. Ask questions about maybe if they need help or where the problem could potentially be before you decide that they're doing something wrong. And then the last thing, which is a wonderful problem to have, is that you have more either potential customers or just genuine questions that are related to your product or your business or your service. So this is a good time to beef up the education. One thing I didn't say on here is I said underperforming team members. This is kind of leading to, not providing knowledge to the team. I remember 100 years ago, literally, I used to work in the corporate office for Office Depot. And I worked in customer service, answering phones. And my mother asked me, did we carry a specific pen type? And I was like, I don't know. And then she goes, how do you not know? You work there. And that was my moment where I realized that the customer 100% expects that you know everything about said business. So make sure that you're educating your team so that when those new customers come through the door, that person that, answers that call, replies to that message, is a true subject matter expert, or at least comes across as such. All right, so I'm going to give you some tips, and then unfortunately we're going to do some more math, but on how you can reduce the backlog. So step one is stop the bleeding. Okay, I mentioned the 9,000 ticket backlog, which that was just no fun. But anyway, 9,000 tickets. One of the ways that, as I mentioned, that one got stopped was just by completely just cutting off the subscriptions, right? Another method could be to proactively communicate out that something is happening. So, for example, if you know that there's a delay with shipments from USPS, you can mass message any of your customers who are experiencing this delay and let them know that you're aware of it and you're looking into it, or something along those lines. Usually the customer is going to reach out to you when they feel like you have no idea or you don't care. But if you show that you care and you're informed, it's going to put them at ease. So proactively communicate, even if you get to the point where the response time has gone from 1 day to 3 days, right? Make sure that they know, hey, your message is still in queue with us. We're working on it. Please, give us a little bit of time and we'll be getting back to you. We're experiencing more volume. We've all seen those messages. It does help. The other thing is to halt communications. I mentioned that the customer expects that your CX person knows everything that's going on. I can't tell you how many times I've experienced where a customer will say, well, you guys are continuing to send me emails, but nobody's replying to my message from customer service, because to the client, it's one entity. So how could you not know, or how could you be continuing to market to me when you won't even address my concern? So consider halting communications for the time being for the impacted group. It's a short window to allow for you guys to recover so that you can start to give a great experience again. Another thing that you can do is merge tickets and messages. If a customer doesn't hear back in what they deem an acceptable amount of time, they're going to continue to message you. So as those messages come in, merge them. So then that way you're addressing all of their concerns on one message. And this also cuts down on the amount of work that your team will be doing. Turn off your live channels or reduce your phone hours. Phones is the most expensive channel. Think of it in terms of, I always would do, when I did workforce management, which is like getting the right people in the right place at the right time. We had a rule that if we needed one person, we needed 3, because somebody was going to call out. And so if your hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., you're going to need 3 people to come in at 6, 3 people to stay until 9. So imagine that you have staffing 3 people in case you get 1 call. That's the reality. So also phones are one-to-one. I can only take 1 phone call at a time. I can only help 1 customer at a time. Now, live chats, if you have really, savvy people, you can do a 3-to-1 type of ratio. The reason why I say still turn off live chat for the time being, if you're in a backlog, only if you're in a backlog, is because if you miss any of those messages, they will convert to tickets. And that's just going to continue to add to the pile, right? So either you're going to do a mass message, you're going to do a mass closeout, or you're going to turn off your live channels just for the time being. Trust me, it works, but you need to be able to try and recover from it so you can move on. The next thing is to get some help. Make it a team effort. I find it interesting that so many people are afraid of customers. It's actually kind of funny. If you go to, any part of the company that doesn't deal with customers and you say, can you help with emails? They're like, oh, they're just people, guys. It's just people. That's it. It's just people. And they just have questions. And so it's actually a really good educational opportunity because it's great for someone from the operations team who handles shipping to hear questions about shipping. It might change how they perform or how they initiate things. It'll be really helpful to have people who are from marketing reply to messages about marketing issues, because it'll change how they create those messages. So making customer service people out of everyone in the company is not a bad idea. That's been an increasingly popular methodology that companies are using. But sometimes you may exhaust all of your efforts. Remember, this is short term because we all have day jobs. So if your day job is not to answer customers' questions, you're not going to be able to do that the entire time, and that's okay. But you may need to look outside to get some help, and that's okay too. A lot of people go to temp agencies or things like that. Remember, it's going to take you time to find people. It's going to take you time to get those people trained. So I would recommend that you have you're analyzing your volume, and I think I come up on this on another page if I'm not mistaken, but you want to analyze your volume so that you can know what's actually driving it, and then you want to put together documentation or processes around like what's the quickest thing that you can teach people how to do that's going to be the most impactful. So you'll want to do that. That's going to be helpful for even your team members internally, and that's going to be helpful if you need to bring people on. The last thing I would say is to lean on self-service. If you don't have a help center or a knowledge base or a place for customers to self-serve, then you need to get one, and you need to get one before the holiday season. It makes no sense for customers to write in to ask you, where do you ship to, when you could have that information there for them to read on their own. And then even if they do write in and say, where do you ship to, you can just send them the article. So those are my tips there. All right. So, speaking of self-service, 59% of consumers find that self-service options improve their customer service experiences. I always say that having a help page, especially one that offers solutions and not just answers, will lead to 24/7 customer service. So you can sleep and still be helping people because they can help themselves. All right. So now I'm going to talk about how can you estimate if this is going to be a short-term or a long-term thing, because this is probably the biggest challenge that we see. We'll get someone who will reach out and say, hey, we've got a backlog of, over, 100 tickets. Great. How long have you had that backlog? We've had the backlog for 2 months. Okay. How many people do you have? Like, these are all questions I ask. What's your normal volume that comes in? How many tickets can you do per hour? A lot of people can't answer that stuff. And I kind of attribute it to, like, who wants to sit down and do all that other than me? I'm the weirdo who likes this kind of thing. But I understand that, you want to be on the glamorous side of CX, which is writing really wonderful, engaging commentary and messages and solving problems, not doing the math. So, but you got to do some math. You have to do some math. So first thing is to know your hourly capacity. So if you remember earlier on, we talked about the workload being 100. Let's assume there's 2 FTE, 8 hours in a shift. Now I can get very technical and tell you that you don't work 8 hours. There's a shrinkage video on YouTube that I put together. I won't bore you with those details. We're just going to go with 8. Okay. So if you have, if that's your number, you have 100 tickets that you can get to in a day by 2 people. And that means you're going to answer, each person will answer roughly 50 tickets a day. And then if you divide that 50 by 8, that means that they're going to answer roughly 6.25 tickets per hour. I know that is nerding out. Just bear with me. Okay. Some of the things that you can do with your current resources. Let's say that the company is like, we have no money. We're not, or shouldn't say that because it's going to take money, but we're not going to be able to put anyone else on. You got to make the best of what you got. All right. So let's say that you try to squeeze out from the team just 1 more ticket per hour. Okay. Yes, I'm using fractions of because that matters. So let's say you can take that one person from 50 tickets an hour up to 58 tickets. 50 tickets a day to 58 tickets a day. That's a pretty significant increase, right? And then if you multiply that by 2, you now have 116 tickets that are being handled per day, which is going to help to reduce your backlog. Because remember, we were carrying a 25 ticket backlog. Now we're carrying a 9 ticket backlog. Another thing you can do is create a fair and realistic goal of like 1 hour of overtime per person per day. Now I put this in at 5 days. That's aggressive. I don't know anyone who wants to consistently work 1 hour of overtime, but we are going to the holidays. So who knows, right? If you can do that, then this is going to cut your backlog down by an additional 72.5 tickets per week, right? So you've squeezed out already an additional, you have 116 tickets a day. So additional 16 tickets a day, plus additional almost 73 tickets per week, right? So with a little bit of push, you can cut your backlog down by 131 tickets per week, which is actually over what you had before. And you could get out of your backlog in 1 month with that said, right? This also will help you to determine if it's time to hire, because that process could be short-lived. So remember all of the communication that I talked about between marketing, product, the rest of the world? This is what I mean by saying, hey guys, we need to have those communications, have those conversations so that we as CX can know what's coming, so that I'll know if I should be solving for this problem with overtime or with another headcount, right? Now, remember, as you grow your head count, you will have to grow your leadership. So it's a trickle effect. Okay. So these are just some of the things to think about when you are working through your backlogs. So let's talk about preventing it. I say you should deflect and not deter. This is a self-service strategy. I never want a customer to feel like they should not reach out or they cannot reach out. They should always feel like they can reach out to you. And that it's not an inconvenience. I have smacked many a hand on messaging to customers or do not write back in. We've received your message. Do not contact us again. Who says that? So if you work with me, I'm going to be like, hey, we have to change that. So for sure, you want to deflect them by giving them options to serve themselves, but you don't want to deter them if they happen to come in and have a question. The other thing is you want to automate where you can. You want to automatically reply back to them with any shipping information that you can link to right away. You want to automatically reply to them with articles or responses that fit what they're looking for. And if they still have questions, they'll reach out again. But you want to automate what you can. My rule of thumb for automation is if the answer is yes or no, or it's always going to be the same, automate it. And that way, what you'll do with your team is that you're going to give them some time to actually think and solve problems. And that is what helps you to retain employees in CX, because I know that that's difficult. Another thing you need to do is create a capacity plan, which is my little lesson that I gave you a second ago. Knowing how many tickets you're going to get, knowing how long it takes to handle those tickets. Knowing that information is going to help you to know what you can and cannot do. And it's also going to help you to get ahead of what's to come so that you can know when to ask for help. And let me tell you something, for anyone on this meeting today who is a CX person who might be new to leading CX, it's okay to say you don't know. It's okay to raise your hand and say you need help. And the reason why I say that is because I've learned in my career that the people who are, carry the highest titles or in the highest roles or make the best decisions, they're really okay with saying what they know and what they don't know. And they're really okay with saying what they can and what they cannot do. So don't feel that you're an imposter if you're like, hey, we don't have enough people, we need help. but go into that conversation with documentation and facts, not feelings, right? We don't have enough people because we're expecting this volume of tickets and our capacity is X, Y, and Z. And it's not possible for us to do this because we're going to enter a backlog that looks like this if we continue at this rate. Have those conversations, and then your job title will change and your levels of responsibility will change. So that's my little nugget for you there. The other thing is form partnerships. I talked about different systems and tools. I didn't name any specifically, but get a returns partner. Get a partner that's going to keep your client or customer up to date on the status of their delivery. Get a partner that you can contact and say, hey, I need help. What should I do? Like, form those relationships, because you don't want to do that after you need them. You want to do that before you need them, so that you're already on the radar and that you're preparing and you're being preventative, because being preventative is a lot less expensive than being reactive. And then, as I mentioned, always, always, always know when to ask for help. And it is okay to ask for help. All right. Speaking of which, how do we help? Okay. So it's funny. I'm looking at the first word here. It says custom. Nothing that we do is cookie cutter. That's the first thing that you should know. Nothing that I would do for you or to help you is going to be something that I've done exactly for anyone else, because we're going to listen to what's happening within your business, your type of business, your customer, your employee, all of those things. We're going to come up with a custom plan for you, so we can help you to create a backlog prevention strategy, which would kind of equate to like a capacity plan, right? What's your actual workload? What can you actually do? We can help you define that and then help you form that conversation to ask for the help that you need. The other thing is a backlog reduction plan, which obviously would happen after the fact, or if you're currently in a backlog. We can help you to look at, what that volume is, how long it will take you, how long you'll be in it, whether or not it's a short-term or permanent solution. We can help you, or problem, I should say, we can help you with all of those things. And again, remember, your backlog is anytime you're not able to answer what's coming in within your service level, you are in a backlog. The third thing we can do is help you with your backlog. So help you with backlog support. And that means actually replying to tickets. So you can borrow our resources to help you solve your customer issues. And one of the benefits to working with us is that you don't have we will come in and actually build out the training for you to show you, to teach our own employees on how to do the work. Because again, I've been doing this for a long time. So I also work with people who've been doing this for a long time. So when we're looking at a problem, we actually see the solution like almost instantaneous. And then we're like, okay, so the issue is with the returns process. Okay, so we need to workflow the returns process. So we'll help you do all of those things and cut down on your backlog. And then you can keep your training for up to 60 days after. And then or you can keep it forever if you want to roll it over to your own account. And then the last thing is we can help you build your customer experience team to scale. So that means that what's going to work for one person, it will work for, 100 people, because I've managed contact centers of up to 350 seats. So I know how to stack and scale them so that, your processes will work and will grow with you. So I just wanted you guys to know that we're here to help you. I hope that you guys have an amazing Black Friday and holiday season, and that you can use some of these tools to help you avoid the crazy.
You scared me talking about, hundreds and hundreds of backlog tickets. Oh my God,
man.
to me, I can't think of anything worse than knowing that a customer of mine is waiting on me, to get something done for them, because I know that what that's leading, every minute that goes by is like a time bomb of they're not coming back, I'm losing revenue. And it's like, these are the people who have paid us money. Like it's like way better to keep them happy than close
and
the next sale.
cheaper. It's so much cheaper to keep them happy. You don't have to pay any new dollars. They're in. You got to treat them good, right?
It's but you because you've addressed it so many times in the past, you said it in such a calm way. 900 tickets, 10,000 tickets. Like, yeah, we have a million ticket backlog over here. What? It's okay. Just
Right. Sometimes I'll get a call and they're like, we have 500. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. We can do that. We can cut it down. We'll get you out in about 2 or 3 weeks. Like
Yeah.
it's second nature at this point.
Yeah, awesome. And
Yeah.
we didn't even go into the nitty gritty of some automated responses or how to prioritize those things. That's a whole nother conversation, I'm sure.
That is, I talked a little bit about automation, but I stayed very high level with the backlog piece. But yeah, I mean, definitely automating some responses is going to help to cut that down for sure, which would be the yes, no's, and then the things that are always true.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did hear yesterday on how to do some proactive customer service with live
Nice.
chat and the tools that Gorgeous offers and comment response on social media and all of that stuff. Ty, thanks so much. I've
You
sent
are
everyone
welcome.
a link here to go check you out. If you've got a problem with customer service, if you don't think you're going to make it through what's going to be the tail end of Black Friday, Cyber Monday, when all the where's my orders and 10 more came brokens and we need a refund and return and all of those problems that are going to come into play, talk to Ty, let her get you squared away. It'll be
Yes.
really helpful. It's the best return on investment you can put $1 towards. So.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Always wonderful. So glad to be back for a second year. So
Yeah.
I look forward to more.
Yes, we'll see you again in 2022. I'll hit you up about our 2022 event lineup as well. Ty,
I'm so
thanks so
excited.
much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, with that, we're moving right into our next session. Before we begin, if you'd like the great Kurt Elster to tear down your website, share it with us here in chat, or you can email it to me. I'll go ahead and peek into my emails, make sure I got everybody. We've only got 2 submitted, so if you're the 3rd submission now, we'll add you into the mix. We think we can do 3, maybe 4 here. Kurt, are you ready to tear people down?
Well, yes. Yeah, I am. It sounds like the crowd's ready too. We should be good. Should be good.
That is amazing. What a very perfect intro. I still need to get myself one of those soundboards.
It's easy to abuse. It's a lot
Yes.
of fun.
I honestly, I want a person. I want somebody to just follow me around with that, so that when I drop very bad jokes at networking events, I've got somebody to back me up. But
it works better. Like if you watch a sitcom without a laugh track, everybody looks crazy. You add that laugh track, suddenly everybody's funny.
It is so true. I can only imagine what that's like during the pandemic. Did you ever? I don't know if you watched. I watched Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, and he had people actually laughing, and then he went into his home studio, and it was like silence, and it was like, yeah, it is actually really tough to want to laugh along when there's nobody laughing in the audience. It's just one of those psychological things.
No, absolutely. Well, it's a form of social proof, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll be seeing some more of that right now. Before we begin, why don't we give the plugs for everybody? We'll plug the podcast, of course, in the site, but tell people where they can learn more about you if they haven't found you on the internet somehow already. Almost everybody should know who you are, but
oh my gosh, you could Google me, Kurt Elster, kurtelster.com. Big on Twitter, at Kurtinc, KURTINC. But really, I'm best known as host of the unofficial Shopify podcast. Search for that wherever you get your podcasts. It is a valuable educational resource and has sound effects.
Awesome. And your agency's still got a massive backlog of customers. So you don't even want new customers. You want podcast listeners.
I do want podcast listeners. Yeah, our agency, EtherCycle, ethercycle.com. If you want to apply, I do have a theme setup opening. If someone wants to refresh a theme, I'm here for it.
I gotcha. Actually, we'll talk about that. I might have somebody for you. But all right, let's get into it. If you want to share your screen, and we're doing this all on mobile, right? So this will be interesting.
Yeah, well, if you look at the stats on your devices in your store, the chances are it's 80, 90% mobile, depending on the brand. And so as web professionals, we look at everything on desktop, and that's wrong. That's just not where your customers are. So we're going to do the whole thing on mobile. I got my phone here, going to share my screen, and we'll work from that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And the setup you've got to share your device is also awesome. So yeah, I've got two 2 brands here for you. If you guys want to submit yours in chat or email, send it on over to me. I'm ready for you. And here, I'm going to add this. And all right, we're starting with xmiles.co.uk. And I think it was Matthew that sent this over to me.
All right, there we go. And so I've seen X Miles before. I think it's through this. I think he submitted it to you before. And so he's making steady iterative improvements through public teardowns, which I have to admire. Really.
He's getting away with not having to pay that $500 teardown fee.
Yes. And so looking at this site, I think the easiest optimization here, and also the most important, is text size. Like, consistently looking at this thing, my criticism is this is hard to read. And no, it's not because I'm almost 40. I got this big phone right up in my face. I think a lot of this text is too small. And that's, earlier I said, hey, we spend too much time looking at our sites on desktop versus mobile. This is the kind of problem you encounter when you do that. And so looking at the site, like there's text in the logo that's illegible.
Unreadable.
If I squint real hard, I could figure it out. But I love having text as like a tagline as part of a logo, because it appears on every page, and you're able to. People's eyes tend to go to it first, so they tend to read it. But like, he's got this great tagline with this great social proof: UK's fastest growing online nutrition store, nutrition over 17,000 customers. It's pretty tough to read. Like, I would break it to 2 lines and make the font bigger. Go with 16-point font is your minimum, and that's usually a really safe number. We got this logo, marathon ready. Get your nutrition essentials today. My only issue here, I don't see the product. Show me some product, right? But we're speaking to the pain or problem that it solves. We're speaking to the goal. Like, you're saying, hey, if I read this, I know immediately if this is for me or not. If I'm training for a marathon or have in the past, all right, you have my attention. You have managed to identify me as the ideal customer. Not that I'm training for a marathon. And so we've got subscribe to get 10% off your next order. It would be interesting if that was a pop-up, and I love firing these pop-ups on scroll. And one great piece of advice I got recently is if you want to increase the opt-in rate on those welcome pop-ups, instead of telling them what % off they're getting, say, save money on your first order, sign up and get a coupon. And you never tell them. And so you get more opt-ins, potentially lower quality subscribers because they just want to see what it is. But
curiosity. I love
think,
it.
yeah, I think it's net win, especially if you've got a really dialed in welcome flow. So like, that's an easy optimization anybody can do. There's a lot of text going on here. I don't know if like white space would help. Big fan of white space. And then there's a lot of widgets. So especially on mobile, having all these sticky elements could be troublesome. Because like right now I've got a chat widget, this PayPal widget, and then there's the accept cookie thing that's stuck behind both of them. All right, let's see if I could click the accept cookie thing. Oh, I got it. Okay, good.
I worry that some devices might have the PayPal icon over that.
Definitely. Like, for sure that could happen. And so you really want to minimize these sticky elements, especially since like there's so many screen sizes out there now. It is tough to test for every scenario. And then, oh no, when you add in like, okay, a device can also be in landscape versus portrait. Things go off the rails pretty quickly. But I imagine if I'm on like an iPhone mini, maybe these things don't line up quite as nicely.
Yeah. What do you think of the PayPal icon in entirety across like sites? I don't see people using this.
I don't love it. I bet this is
you don't have to be politically correct here, Kurt.
This is the thing you could use Google Optimize. Like, if you're dangerous with Google Optimize, you could easily split test this element. You could use Google Optimize to hide it for half of people on the site, and then set your goal to revenue. And what happens? Because if you use I like that revenue goal because you're really combining average order value and conversion rate. But yeah, I mean, like, there's no context to it. It's just a PayPal logo. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's an ad for PayPal.
Yeah, and that's not what we need.
Yeah. All right, so we got explore all brands. I like when people who have a big catalog do this. I think it works pretty well. Merchandising-wise, I like that as I scroll through this site, it's just throwing a lot of stuff at me. Because generally, like if you can capture my interest, which ideally if I landed on the site and I saw Marathon Ready and that was me, then I'm going to start scrolling through and throw a bunch of bestsellers at me, some new products, some stuff you want to move, and see they got new arrivals here. It's a smart strategy because it's really, it's way easier to get people to scroll, especially on mobile, than it is to get them to click through. So what we found often works on homepages is throw a bunch of stuff at them, see what works. And then if you want to get sophisticated with it, okay, start using heat mapping to figure out, how far do people typically get? What elements are they clicking on? What elements are they not? Use that to optimize. And then if you have enough traffic to support it, it is not difficult to split test individual collections of merchandise on the homepage to see which of those perform best. Now, the catch with Google Optimize or any split testing tool is it does require a fair number of conversions. Otherwise, you just end up waiting forever to get a statistically significant result. It's frustrating. So,
What do you think about personalization products that might, test it out or swap it out or use their own AI or engagement model around that? You see a lot of people using that on homepages?
I see very few people using personalization of any kind in general in e-commerce. And
Wow.
this has been, I think this is a huge missed opportunity for most brands. Anytime you can go through an exercise to make your website more relevant to the person who's on it at that time, it's probably going to perform better. Why wouldn't it? And so I'd like, anytime someone asks about personalization, the answer is yes, probably do it, or at least try it and see what happens. And often, like I was talking about split testing, these split testing tools are essentially personalization engines. So you can use those to do some on-site personalization, like Google Optimize will do it, Dynamic Yield, VWO, I think will do it. And you can, like, one of the things you could optimize for is new versus returning customers. I like
Plug in
that.
some personalization tools here in chat, just for everybody.
Once we get to the bottom, now it kind of moves into more what I call the safety net. So we've moved past all these products. I still didn't see anything that catches my eye. Okay, well, here's some brands. Maybe there's one you recognize or you're interested in. And then how it works, explaining some common questions, I think is smart. As featured in, we have some social proof. I'm never sure if these social proof sections should go top or bottom. I think it depends on the brand. There's probably no hard or no single correct way to do it. Try it both ways. And I think the other thing that's interesting about a homepage, especially on mobile, you don't have to have, if you have a really important element that helps people convert, it could live top and bottom on the site. It doesn't have to be either or. Get your fix. I like that. Trustpilot. So this whole section is just all social proof and objection risk reversal. Like, need help, you can get a hold of us. Here's our email address. They're very upfront about it. Here's why you should buy. And then we've got our footer. And I always look at the footer as here's an easy way to tell if a site is trustworthy and someone put a lot of effort into it. That is probably my bias as a web designer developer, someone who's too into the industry. And this footer looks pretty good. The only thing I would do if I'm being picky is try and is this Trustpilot being centered and everything else is left aligned. If Trustpilot were left aligned, then this would all look very coherent and cohesive.
What do you think of Trustpilot as a review tool? Because they do, reviews a little bit differently in that it's kind of aggregated on their site. And so you really are competing more in a Yelp style way for reviews. But as opposed to I don't know, just a review widget that only displays the product reviews on a product detail page.
Well, I think I don't have personal experience with it, but I've noticed that merchants tend to have a love-hate relationship with it because you have less control over the content. And so they don't like that. But it is a more, especially for a savvy consumer, it is a more trustworthy review source.
Yeah.
So it's, I think at this point, everybody realizes the reviews on your own site get filtered versus Google reviews, Better Business Bureau. Those are perceived as being, well, that's more honest, less filtered.
Yeah, it's so true.
Should we jump to our other one?
Should we go into, let's look at a product detail page, perhaps.
Okay. Well, so on this site, the primary call to action appears to be your personal best. And so if we get that, it says, why marathon ready?
Something tells me there's something we're not seeing here. And the text
Yeah.
is absurdly small now.
And if I squint, I can read it. Are you planning to take on your first set? All right. So similar to the headline we saw on the homepage. Pre, during, post, get your nutrition guide. Guides it to, this is not necessarily what I expected. And there's no direct products on here. But what's smart about it is it's educational content. So, okay, if I start scrolling through this and I either know this but agree with it, or this is new to me and I'm thankful for it, then I become more likely to buy. But again, this is another scenario where I would love to test performance of this versus performance of a just like a straight collection, or maybe a more buyer's guide focused educational content. It would be interesting to see how those two perform against each other. Or maybe this is a personalization opportunity. New customers, let's show them this version. Returning customers, let's show them like a buyer's guide type scenario.
Yeah.
But I like
Totally
how education focused it is. Like sports nutrition for beginners. Okay, that's where I fit. And they're going to talk me through it. Oh, and they're going to convince me. Depression, diabetes. All right, I'm interested. Energy requirements. And now, here's the mistake.
Dead
I'm
end.
like waiting for you to sell me something here. There's nothing there. So ideally, I want feature products in here that I could click through on, put a featured collection at the bottom that I could click through on. It'd be nice. But like anytime I get to the bottom of the page and it's just like, share this on Twitter. I'm not going to share it on Twitter. I'm leaving. It's over.
Yeah, there's a tool called Matcha out there that helps you embed products into your content, and it can kind of optimize for certain categories and articles so that, when you're reading the sports nutrition thing, it links you directly to maybe it's the milkshake can or your first weight set or whatever it is, right? So it can automatically bring those things in, and then you can track the ROI and performance from it in a dashboard, which is pretty cool because it kind of gets lost and conflated sometimes.
It's kind of funny. At the bottom, it says tags, article. I would just hide the tags display. Like clearly you're not using it. Just hide the tags. So it's not, you don't have that odd tags, article. Or try and group them. That could be helpful. What is nice about these articles is they have internal links. And then, so I was able to click through related articles. And then, I got to one that's got a link to a collection. And then lo and behold, the collection's pretty good. We've got a call to action in the collection grid, like choose options. And I have split tested this on several sites now, putting a button in the grid, in the collection grid, and in every one of the tests, it performed better. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be true for every single brand, but in my experience, it is definitely worth exploring. I know he's got badges on here, like save 8%, new badging as far for your collection grid and for merchandising seems to work pretty well. I like that move, and I like that if you have a few but not a ton of sold out items in here, do we hide the sold out items or do we include them as a way to create urgency? I don't know what the right answer is, but it's an interesting consideration. And then
There's a tool, by the way, that does these badges now in like massive bulk, can update products so that when the sale goes live, the badge is already there, and so forth and so on.
Is it Mode Magic?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Here, I'll plug it in here.
Oh, look at this. Under stock, only 4 units left. So you can see the same thing on Amazon, where it's like as soon as it drops under 20, it'll tell you like, oh, order soon, only X number left. I like that as a very legitimate way to demonstrate scarcity. All right, you're not lying. You're not like, oh, there's only one left, and it's like some JavaScript widget that makes it up. That's probably his actual inventory. He's got dynamic checkout enabled, so I can click buy with Apple Pay. Like if I wanted to purchase this within the next 10 seconds, I could do it. That is the magic of those express checkout buttons. And so it makes impulse purchases way too easy. I own a RoboCop t-shirt as a result of this.
Come on, you love that t-shirt.
I do. RoboCop's my favorite movie.
But you might have not purchased it if it was a little harder, is what you're saying.
Yes, I would have second guessed myself. But like, this is dumb and not done it. Yeah. And look, he's got spend 20 pounds more and get UK free shipping. Smart, because it's going to increase his average order value, right? Like, man, I'm at $10. I got to spend 20 more. Maybe there's something I know I need, and this reminded me. Okay, I'm going to go look for it. And so that's why on the cart you may want to, if you have one of these nudges, these free shipping nudge calculators, and this could be built into the theme, or there's like endless apps that'll do it for you. This would be a good spot to have like other customers also bought. And so, you're saying, hey, spend $20 more. Also, here's some stuff you may be interested. That's worth about $20.
Yeah, both LimeSpot and Rebuy, the tools I plugged in chat, can they like auto install that widget, and then they test out all of your products to see which ones actually should go there.
Yeah. Well, and all of these they all have the same goal. They increase average order value. So all inputs on your site stay the same. Same number of visitors, same conversion rate, and yet total revenue goes up when you move that one lever, that average order value. So this is a very powerful lever to pull.
Absolutely. Earlier, we were talking about how time on page increases average order value. And it's one of those things that's people forget that it can, because you're discovering more products. So very, very similar, like one lever leads to another lever, leads to the final lever, which is more revenue, more profit.
One conversion killer we just encountered here is you have to have an account. It's accounts required. That's a setting in Shopify. You could choose, accounts disabled, accounts optional, accounts required. What this looks like, accounts required. And it's going to reduce conversion rate. Sometimes there's a reason where they have to have it or they need it. My preference would be set customer accounts to optional and just leave it up to the customer. And then the way it lets you do that is they can either create it up front or they can create the account after they make the purchase.
Yeah, I agree completely. We have to leave it optional unless you have some sort of subscription only product or something like that, perhaps, or really, really tight brand.
Yeah, I've heard, or like, you've got your like top selling product is from some vendor who requires it. Maybe it's part of like a minimum advertised price policy, or who knows. But often it's sometimes there's a reason for it. But if you don't have to have it, I wouldn't do it. I'd make it optional.
Absolutely. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah.
All right, you should have
it here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh, we've got a problem.
We have. All right, we got double pop-ups. So I'm not sure how this occurred. It could be, they're both on timers, but this is a thing you probably want to avoid. For these pop-ups, I like to fire them on scroll, just because then that they fire when the person is actively engaged with it, as opposed to I opened this several minutes ago and it was in the background, and so the tab fired and I wasn't even looking at the site. And then same deal, like, okay, 10% is what it's offering me. Just say save $$ when you subscribe to texts, and I'll probably do it to see what I get. Here we go. Okay, so our primary concern with the other site was text is often too small to read on mobile. This site does not seem to have this problem, which I'm thrilled with. Something a little strange is going on with this.
This top banner is giant.
That's why. Yeah, they've got this scrolling announcement bar, and one of them just has a little bit too much text in it. And this sounds like by package protection. So it's kind of a warning if tracking states. So
that's
it's about route package protection. It's very popular.
Yeah, see if you can shrink that to one line and bring this bar up higher, right? We don't want it that big.
Yeah, because then suddenly it looks pretty good. I like the choice of fonts here. We've also gone with really powerful, striking imagery. I like this. I might consider, all right, if we're on our make it easier to read kick. I find left aligned text will generally be a little easier to read than centered, but that's so minor. And then sometimes you run into this issue where you get like text over a photo gets tough to read, especially when you shrink it down on mobile. And so what we'll usually do is some themes will put like a drop shadow or a glow around the text, which helps separate it from the image, make it easy to read. Or if we really want to make sure it's easy to read, put a lighter dark overlay on the image, depending on the text. Just trying to add some contrast to it. And then you also don't want to run afoul of accessibility issues, where contrast is a big concern. Gift cards. We haven't seen anyone really like merchandising gift cards, and we should recognize this image. This is the Shopify default gift card image.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't even know.
Yeah, but like logistically, one of the we're running into shipping challenges and shipping logistics this year. It's just a fact of life for anyone who has to import goods. If we find ourselves in a scenario where we flat out don't have the inventory to sell for the holidays, then I think that's where gift cards are going to become important. And one suggestion I saw on Twitter from Webb Smith that I liked a lot was you could really mitigate the issue. Let people buy gift cards in advance at a discount for 2022.
And so the gift card doesn't even become active till next year.
Yeah, when hopefully when your inventory has shown up.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, this site, like the merchandising, the messaging, the imagery on this site, really, really strong. And then we get down to, we've got a full-on magazine cover in here, 50% off. We get this badge trending. I have very few suggestions for this because it's really good.
Yeah, the reviews are right there. Instagram's plugged in. It's looking pretty solid.
We got looks. I like, especially for an apparel brand, reviews that really focus on can we get user-generated content is great. And of the reviews app, that's like Looks' primary goal is to get those that UGC.
Yeah, photo and video, super huge for a brand like this.
So here we're gonna say shop this. Oh, did you see that cool little animation they do on the button? All right, watch this. Isn't that neat?
Ah.
Little CSS trick. I like that. And so we lead with our photo. We know, about half of people, when they land on a product page, first thing they do is go through the photos. What's nice is touch to scroll works on here. That's really, you want to make sure that works on mobile, that I could just swipe through my views. And I love this. I love the fonts they picked. I'm such a typography nerd, so I like this font pairing. It's very nice. Are 4 interest-free payments of QuadPay. I like these. They increase average order value conversion, these buy now, pay later solutions. I would center this text just so it matches the rest of it. And then, once we get into our product form, they also do this. Look, only 1 item's in stock.
Yeah, better buy.
Yeah. And add to cart. They've got the secure checkout. And that's one of the things I would split test is that section. Do we need it? Does it do anything? If not, we can get rid of it. If we know it does, all right, we're keeping it. Here we're doing, we were talking about like, all right, you want to increase average order value. Well, that's where they're running frequently bought together, which is great. Though I do notice it's got Route as one of the products.
Yeah, this happens all the time for Route customers because they're a good partner of ours, and we tell them you have to. There's just a little checkbox manually that removes it from being recommended in those widgets because it is a frequently bought together product for every product, right? Because it's like people are really buying this. So just turn off that checkbox because that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, it's such a common issue. If you Google this at all, you'll immediately find a solution for it. And then again, we've got the you may also like. So a lot of attempts at merchandising here.
Yeah, very
Add to cart. Oh, it uses a modal cart, which is not a thing you see often anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a modal cart. These are, it's another upsell.
It's an upsell pop-up. I love it.
Excellent. I mistook it for a cart pop-up. Well, all right, so let's get those two added and continue. So yeah, I mean, the site really goes through a lot of effort to try and up that average order value, which is great to see. Order note, I would remove unless there's a really good reason for it. If there is a good reason for it, then rephrase the label order note as a question. Secure checkout, I would get rid of this, especially in the cart, because it is so, I think it's confusing, right? Like it's secure checkout with, like, I want to click it. And then below where we have our actual checkout form, look what, I had to scroll down to go find it. So often on mobile carts, we move that to the top above the items, and then you don't have that issue. Like there's really nothing saying we have to have the cart form live at the bottom. It doesn't have to. It could go at the top. And then when the page loads on mobile, boom, it's always there above the fold.
Interesting. I guess that's a quick fix with a developer.
Yeah, it's that one's not tough. I mean, sometimes you get lucky and it works if you just copy and paste the section in the template and move it up, but not necessarily. Facebook Pay, I didn't even know that was a thing. Shows what I know.
Oh my gosh, that's actually really interesting. I've heard that this is up and coming. So
whoa, someone's in a beta. Look at that.
Yeah, you know, Facebook is coming after e-commerce hard. They're gonna try and sell you right on the channel soon. So
they've been trying that forever.
Yeah,
I believe it when I see it. And then PayPal gets its own little pop-up in here too. Yeah, I love these express checkout options. And one thing people may not know about Shopify is these express checkout options appear in the checkout because they didn't appear on the cart. Did you know that's how that works? You disable them in the cart, then they'll appear in the checkout. If you enable them in the cart, they'll disappear from the checkout.
Oh,
the checkout checks for their presence on the cart. And I don't know that one is necessarily better than the other. Again, that's one of the things you want to test for.
Yeah, generally more options is better, right? That's the
for our payments for sure. Yeah, because people have preferences, and it's if we have everybody on mobile, they don't necessarily want to have to type in all their info, manually through a browser, and that's really all of these express pay options represent convenience because they've just stored all my info and they're just going to put it in for me, and then there's security with it too. Like I've got my payment info, I know it just lives in one place.
Yeah. I like that a lot. I don't like entering my credit card information, which I just did buying something online. And it's like, no, you should know who I am, right? And then it's still not a thing. Not everybody knows.
One common issue people run into is customers will say, like, I don't know where do I put the discount code? Where do I put it? And it's because on mobile, even though it says enter discount code, it collapses this view on checkout.
Mm-hmm. And then sometimes you wonder, is the discount applied? Did it work properly? And you get worried, and then you're hitting back, you're hitting forward, you don't buy.
Yeah. And really, I think you've got, a handful of customers who ask, and then it makes you worry about it. The reality is I think most people just blow past it. If you're on a Shopify Plus store, you can put a little bit of CSS code, and you could force this to default open. But look, it pushes all my payment options down, and
yeah.
Though ShopPay pops up first, I don't know.
If you're on Shopify Plus, you can also add that little chat button there. The team from HelpFlow explained how answering questions right there at checkout. They just go, hey, is the discount properly applied? And you can pull it up and say, yeah, looks good.
Oh, that's cool.
And so,
all right, if you want the low tech non-Shopify Plus way to do a similar thing, the checkout logo is its own logo graphic that you upload. So you stick your phone number across the bottom of the logo. Questions, call 1-800, and then you put that in your checkout. There's your workaround if you're not on Plus.
Yeah. Just put a masked phone number, like a forwarding phone number or something. Otherwise, you'll be in
use
for
a
it.
service like Google's, Ring Central, Grasshopper, any of those.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, with all the things you reviewed today, what do you think maybe in the broader e-commerce landscape, what do you think the biggest problem people are making, especially in preparation for Black Friday? I know there's a lot. I gave you a big, broad spectrum of questions or answers.
Well, okay. I think we focus too much on our tech stack. So our apps, our tools, And
Sorry,
that's
Kurt, you're breaking up. You're going to have to leave.
Oh, jeez. No, I think the missed opportunity is in the more traditional marketing, low tech stuff, which really is copywriting, like the positioning, headlines, messaging, and the product descriptions. Oh my gosh, most people just blow past their product descriptions. It's like, well, that's a job to be done. Checked it off the list. Moving on. And really, like when we do conversion rate optimization work, copywriting is where a lot of the gains come from. So if that's the interest, is like, okay, let's get that conversion rate up so that we can spend more on cool apps and tools with Derek. Then I might consider, hey, take another look at your product descriptions.
Yeah, actually, I think that's really powerful, and especially because there might be a reason for different messaging, and we just heard from StoryPop, different storytelling around why you're selling this for Black Friday. Why is it on sale for Black Friday? Like, try and walk people through, why your sale is the way it is. Like, this is on sale because it's been sitting in inventory for 6 months, or is it just like a really hot product that you think everybody needs to have? Like, really sell that in the description.
Yeah, well, give me a story. Tell me a story about this product and why it's on sale and why I should buy it and how it's going to make my life better. If you can rephrase your messaging and your descriptions as these stories centered on the customer, suddenly everything will work way better.
Yeah, instead of a list of features or sizing and all that stuff. Awesome. Kurt, and we've already plugged. Everyone needs to go to unofficialshopifypodcast.com, subscribe on either Apple, wherever you listen, Stitcher. I've been doing Google Podcasts lately. Found that one to be maybe one of my favorites because I don't touch Apple.
I'm using Spotify for my podcast now.
Okay. Yeah. Spotify is good as well. And it's a must listen to podcast. Everybody in the Shopify ecosystem follows Kurt's advice here, and he's got always really punchy headlines. I would say you have brilliant copywriting when it comes to the podcast.
Oh, thank you.
And it works, I'm sure, very well for SEO as well. It seems to always be very relevant.
I hope so.
Yeah. Awesome, Kurt. Thanks so much for joining us today, for tearing down a few sites, and thanks to the brands for volunteering those sites. We look forward to seeing you again in 2022 at some of our upcoming events.
Thank you, Derek.
Awesome. With that, we're moving right into our next session with Katya from Grin. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, everything looks good.
Perfect.
Here, I'm going to bring your card on screen here and your screen share. And I'll let you introduce yourself. I could talk about Grin for like an hour. We gave you a plug.
I'll give you time at the end, Derek. I'll give you time at the end. You do all my plugs as well too, please.
Yeah, well, yeah, it certainly is an amazing tool, and we've seen the power of influencer marketing and influencing our customers to become more influencers. And we saw some of that in the reviews that we were just looking at across the two sites. But I think it's, we also want that on-channel exposure, which I'm sure you'll give us all of the best practices to help us have the pieces arranged so we can get the most out of our influencers during the Black Friday spikes in, ad costs and traffic and all that stuff.
Yes, I'm excited to be sharing some tips on how we can leverage influencer marketing for BFCM promotions. There we go. It's a mouthful.
Yeah. All right. I'll let you take it away.
Excellent. Thank you. And well, Derek didn't introduce me. So let me start off by saying my name is Katya Allison, and I am the Director of Content at Grin. I am really excited to be coming on here and just really talking about how to leverage influencer marketing for BFCM. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, I feel like that's what all of the talk is about. More specifically, the agenda that I will cover today, and hopefully I will pace myself in a way that makes the most sense. But what I will be covering today are really the basics, defining influencer marketing, going over the ideal workflow, and then showing you a hack on how to find the right influencers. Then it's all about BFCM and really all holidays or promotions, the planning timeline, then a little bit about storytelling, and then I'm going to finish it off with top 5 tips for BFCM influencer marketing strategy. Now, let's start with the debate of the century is, do we call it influencer versus creator versus ambassador? What is it? What are we going to say? So I will use these terms interchangeably, but this is what I'm talking about, semantics aside. When I'm talking about an influencer, creator, or ambassador, I'm talking about a person with the ability to influence their community to try, to buy, ask, or learn more about anything. And they do this by creating content that engages their community. What you as a brand call these groups is really open to your own brand and whatever catchy name you want to call them. At Grin, we like to call them Grinfluencers because I like to use the word grin in as many things as humanly possible. All right, so let's set the foundation. The ideal workflow for really any program, any influencer marketing program, is to get up and running with continued success is that is repeatable, but also one that allows you to be able to grow as well too. What we have found at Grin to be very successful across industries, across products, is this ideal workflow. It's really in big buckets that I'll break down for you. The first is to define and create your campaign. Now, what this means is you're answering the question of what are you trying to achieve? Set your goals, your objectives, your KPIs before starting anything. This is really what's going to help you identify which influencers you want to reach out to, but also how you measure success at the end of the campaign. And it'll also inform you really which influencers and creators you want to be able to use. That next step in the workflow is to identify and recruit influencers. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to leverage those goals and objectives from step one to help you find the right influencer. So, for example, if I have said that my objective and my goal is more brand awareness, oh my goodness, I am tongue-tied today. I apologize, folks. If my goal and objective is brand awareness, think about reaching out to more potential influencers with a lower follower count, like those micro influencers and nano influencers, or influencers with larger followings, but not as many. You're going to really ideally select the people that you can share your brand story with, or who will be able to share your brand story with just really compelling content. This is the stage where you're all about identifying who is going to be right for your objectives and then reaching out to them. That next step is launching your campaign. This is where the rubber meets the road. One of my favorite phrases. You are going to use your goals, your objectives, and those recruited influencers. It's game time. Put your campaign brief together. What goes into that campaign brief is timeline, content expectations, content rights, and products that you're going to be sending out to those influencers. And then send the influencers all of that information so that they can get started. Next, evaluate the campaign results. This happens obviously after the campaign is done. This is the reporting side of it. These are the questions or some of the questions you want to be able to answer after every single campaign, especially BFCM, any product launches, or any other holiday campaigns that you're trying to run, leveraging influencer marketing. You want to be able to answer what went well, what didn't go well. What can you do better next time? Who is easy to work with? This one is going to be really key and a time saver for you. Who crushed it with content? Who gave me the most impressions? Who gave me the most revenue? Answer all of these questions, and then anything else that you can think of. Again, those would have been defined in that define and create campaign portion of this entire workflow. The final step of this ideal workflow is what we like to say, invest in the winners. After answering those questions, you're going to be able to identify anything that worked, anyone that worked, and what you should be able to, or what you should spend more time on. Now, who should be part of that BFCM campaign that you're running? Spoiler alert, it's everyone. Who is everyone though? I don't literally mean everyone in the world, but when I do say everyone, I mean anyone that you've ever worked with in the past. Even if they aren't part of an existing campaign, maximize your reach by including everyone in your campaign. You get more eyes on your brand, you increase revenue potential, and then you have more content to repurpose. This is also, though, that being said, going on the assumption that who you have had on your roster is a good brand storyteller or has been for your program at one point or another. Now, the hack to finding the right influencers for your brand. All right, I'm going to lay this all out for you because one of the biggest challenges of influencer marketing is finding the right influencers or creators for your brand. I wanted to be able to share just kind of a quick hack before you dive into the meat, or before we dive into the meat of the BFCM tips. If you don't already have a roster, here is a framework for you to be able to use. But also, if you do have a roster, have you taken a look at this framework to see, are there things that I'm missing? Because the secret sauce here is to work smarter, not harder. Now, on the left, you will see employees, friends, and family. They are going to be your biggest supporters. There is a company called Tubby Todd. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but Tubby Todd built their brand on this tier of influencers and creators for the first few years of their business before they even started paying or going into paid social. So there's a lot. Your reach is a lot further than you think. Look at your employees, your friends, and your family. That next step are customers and people who came to you. So fish where the fish are, people. People who are already purchased or have a natural brand affinity is a great place to start for influencers and creators. They can share your brand story because they know what your brand story is. And the people who come to you have raised their hand and said, yes, pick me. I love this so much. I want to represent it. That next tier are the followers. Follow your followers or people who are talking about what you want to be talking about. This means check hashtags, check mentions, and not just your own, check your competitors too. That last tier is influencer search, which is ironic because I think that there are a lot of people who start with influencer search. So if you've gone through all three of the tiers, now you've got an influencer search engine that you want to ideally go through. And you have a couple of options when it comes to influencer search. You have opt-in networks, which are a marketplace. Now, an opt-in network is basically someone who has raised their hand because they have self-identified as a creator or an influencer, and they are ready to get paid. Sometimes there is a great time to use those if you need something really fast, but it's really limiting and it's more transactional than relationship. The other option for influencer search are open networks, right? So for an open network, someone doesn't have to sign in. They don't have to self-identify as an influencer. The world is your oyster. You have more options available with an open network than you do an opt-in network, and it allows for you to be able to establish long-term relationships and really build out true partnerships with creators. Okay. I know what you're waiting for, the BFCM timeline. Here's the timeline. Now, if you guys are taking a look at this, don't panic if you haven't done anything from June until today. If you haven't even started, that's okay. You can start today. You can even start tomorrow. What this basically is a framework that will work regardless of time. You can get started now. You just have your timeline condensed a little bit. So the first step that you should always work through when preparing for BFCM or the extended holidays is preparation and planning. During this stage, you're going to focus on setting the foundation of your influencer campaign, which means that you're going to figure out the promotion, you're going to figure out the product and the influencers and creators that you want to include. And then you have to start to outreach to lock down those influencers and creators. Now, I know that sometimes what happens with the promotions, especially for BFCM, you got to get like the executive buy-in. You know, you're waiting for like the green light, the thumbs up of like, this is what our promotion is going to be. You can start reaching out regardless. If you know that you're going to have a promotion, it's okay to reach out and see if people are excited about it, right? Or not people, but influencers and creators, if they are getting excited about it, if they do want to be part of it, you can do your outreach beforehand. The next step is to collaborate and execute. Now, during this stage of the timeline, it's all about starting the buzz. You are going to work on getting product to your influencers, having them post to create some brand awareness and really build interest on this big holiday push. So while it's easy to think BFCM, let's focus on like the week of BFCM, there's a lot of like buildup that you can do prior to that. Right now, ideally, is the time that you're doing that as well, too. The next is manage and maintain. This is the game time. You got to run those campaign promotions at this point. What you really want to be able to keep in mind here is that you just need to be available, and that's where your time is going to be spent. You need to be available for your influencers and your creators, but also be able to answer any DMs that you get on your organic channels as well, too. And the last step is evaluate and extend. This is what often gets missed because there is typically a campaign hangover, like, oh my goodness, it's done. Thank goodness. We think it's over, but there's still a little bit more to do. Now, this is where remarketing is the play after the holidays. Extend your campaigns, cross-sell, focus on customer retention. This is where remarketing lives for you. Now, next is the ideal content you want to get from your BFCM campaigns. And before we dive into specifically that, I want to tell you to think about storytellers. Now, why is storytelling so important? Ironically, Kurt had mentioned this before as well too, but storytelling is so important because it gives brands the opportunity to share their why. Why should I buy from you? Why should I care? And why now? A story is an easy and thoughtful way to simplify your information while connecting with someone emotionally. I bet you're wondering, why do emotions even matter, right? I'm just trying to sell something. Well, because when your customers are connected to you, they purchase. And if you nurture that relationship, they stay loyal. And let's be real, now more than ever, it's a buyer's market. As a consumer, you have the choice of where you want to be able to spend your money and where you want to spend your time. And especially through this next BFCM season campaign, you really need to be able to stand out. So let's talk about creator content. Creator content, more specifically, down the marketing funnel. I always like to think of everything down the funnel. So let's talk about the top of funnel with brand awareness. What kind of creator content are you going to want to ask your creators to start curating or putting together? What works really well here are just in-feed posts about your product, unboxing videos, branded hashtags, and even blogs if you have influencers and creators that also have that ability too. The next is the middle of the funnel. That's where you're going to nurture your audience, right? The kind of creator content that works really well for that middle of the funnel are the FAQs. Have your creators answer those top questions that you know people are going to ask. It's so much easier to hear it from the creator than to go to the website and look for those FAQs. How-to tutorials are really great here as well too. Also, live streams. Now we go to the bottom of the funnel, right? This is the conversion point where the rubber meets the road. Show them how to buy. The content that works really well here are product reviews. If you have moved them from the top to the middle and they are here, show them what other people think as well too. Product reviews, video testimonials, and even experiential videos where you collaborate with the creator or the influencer. Go live with the creator, have them unbox with you on there so you can answer the FAQs. This is a content-rich area that's really gonna help you have them cross over the finish line. And last but not least, I'm getting to the tips, my friends. Okay, so top 5 tips to for planning your BFCM, or not for planning your BFCM, for leveraging influencer marketing for your BFCM campaigns. My apologies. It's almost the end of the week. I'm getting all tongue-tied. My first tip for you is plan ahead. If you couldn't plan ahead, now is the time better than ever. Start your outreach now to maximize your results. That means that you need to book your slot with those creators and influencers so that you can get on their calendars. Tip 2, create a FOMO experience. None of us like to miss out, right? Fear of missing out, FOMO. What does that actually mean when it comes to the campaign? It means make sure the discount or the campaign that you're pushing or the promotion you're pushing is really one that the influencers, creators, and ambassadors can get excited about, but also their community. So make sure that you don't have a promotion that conflicts with anything that you're offering on the website or the email. People will take the best offer out there. So create a FOMO experience. Make them buy now. The third one, which I mentioned this earlier, but it is a top tip, include all of your influencers in the campaign. Anybody that you have worked with in the past, open it back up to them. Because they are familiar with your brand, it'll be easier for them to create the content. And there's an added bonus for them to be able to also reap the rewards of like discount code commissions or affiliate link commissions. Tip number 4. Tip number 4 is start sending out product now. If you're delayed in planning, it's okay. If you have a roster, send your product now. A couple of things that we need to keep in mind and why this is such a top tip is because you want to be able to get product and your branded product in the hands of those creators so they start creating that buzz about the holiday promotion, about that BFCM promotion. But on top of that, you need to be able to allow for shipping delays, shipping times, and you also need to take into account for returns, right? Let's say there needs to be a return from your influencer. You want to be able to ensure that you have accounted for the logistics of what it takes to get the product from your warehouse to the influencer's hand. And the final one, the final tip is a meaty one. The final tip is create a communication plan. What that means is you need a communication plan between yourself or whoever is managing the campaign and your influencers and creators. I know there are a few brands that do this in multiple ways. They usually have one place or one way or one channel that they can communicate with their influencers. I have seen brands use a private Instagram account where they can just DM everyone at once or post something at once. I've seen Facebook groups work really well, but you can also just get down to the basics and do an email newsletter. So in this communication planning, what you're trying to lay the plan out is, all right, when am I going to talk to and connect with my influencers and creators? Send out an email or any messaging that you have, depending on your channel, at the beginning of November. The next thing that you're going to want to do is send weekly updates. Keep the buzz up. You've got to be their hype people. You want them to be excited. You want them to be excited about posting. Then the week of, you're going to create specific links for your partners, if you haven't already, for this promotion. And then you have to obviously send it out to them. The next is the day before, you want to send a message reminding everybody, right? Like this is building up the excitement. And then the day of and ongoing until your campaign ends, you really need to be available to give them updates on their progress, answer any questions that they might have, but also answer any customer questions that do come in. And that is my top 5 tips for BFCM. Oh, I did not execute that well. This is my big old thank you.
You did great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have a few tongue twisters in there.
I know. Oh my God. I practiced beforehand too because I knew it. But man, it just gets you every time.
Oh yeah, of course. I am not without fault here myself. You did great explaining the process. I think you know, for me, you reduce some anxiety in the influencer marketer inside of me, because I do see a lot of brands go kind of not knowing the steps, or doing all the steps at once is actually what I think some people do. You know,
Yeah.
I'm finding them, I'm creating the campaign brief, I'm coordinating content with them, now I'm post promotion. And that hangover you talked about, by the way, yeah, both metaphysical and probably real, because people are drinking in hopefully celebration of a successful
Absolutely.
campaign launch. So I think all very applicable, and I can see people really crushing it if they follow this process, which I
Yeah.
really appreciate. Really quick, give the plug on when people should incorporate Grin. You talked about it a little bit throughout the presentation, because you have the discovery platform, you have the ability to kind of help in the process as well, both the open and the perhaps the closed format of it. When should we use you?
You should use Grin if you are running any type of influencer marketing program and you have no intention of stopping. If you still need to test it out and make sure this is something that you want to invest on, it's probably better for you to figure that out first, get a good handful of them. But if you know that you want to invest in this and you're willing to put like a body behind it to really maximize those efforts, get Grin. It's going to save you in the long run, and it's going to expedite what you can do from a time perspective, because really managing an influencer program, there's no better way to say it, but it is a time suck. There are things that are time consuming. They just are, right? Like I always say, I can drive really fast from here to LA. I'm in Sacramento, by the way. I could drive really fast, but I can't change the distance. And it's very much so like that. So because you know that it's going to take a specific amount of time, but you also want to maximize what you're doing, what we essentially want to do is be able to get you to drive at top speed. And that's what Grin allows you to do. If not, you're always going to be in the slow lane and you're going to be missing out.
Or I could even say it's like going from car to plane, right? You're going to get there
Ooh.
faster, but before buying the ticket, you need to know that that's something that you can do and something you want to go to, right? So, and I
I
agree
love this
completely.
analogy.
If you haven't done an influencer campaign, start with a spreadsheet, do it the hard way, make sure that it's working for you and that you're starting to get a feel for how you might want to work with your next influencers.
Yeah.
Then you implement this tool the same way that customer service actually works, right? Customer service, spreadsheets, email, then you implement Gorgeous on top of it once you've got enough kind of volume going through. And I like how you said putting a dedicated body to it. When I was in-house at a Beauty Box subscription, we had 3 influencer managers. I think they're a customer of yours, BoxyCharm, actually.
They are.
Yeah. It really, when the more people you put, more resources, like as in hours, you put on the project, the more important it is to have a tool that streamlines, tracks everything, and helps you understand the results as well, which is something that people kind of miss a lot.
Absolutely. You just have to know that this is the channel that you want to invest in. And honestly, influencer marketing is not a siloed channel. Everything that you do with influencer marketing is going to essentially create that halo effect. So it's going to give you, better brand awareness, whether you can directly correlate it back to one specific influencer. Your website traffic is going to go up, your cost per click on ads where you're repurposing influencer content, your organic following is going to grow. So what you do with influencer marketing touches all parts of your entire marketing strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Casper says, fantastic. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Casper.
We've got people, change. I think we've got actual change happening in our strategies today, which is always great to see. Katya, thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to move right into our next session. See you later.
Bye.
All right. We're moving right into it with Rush. Kiro is here. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you quite well, by the way, buddy. Good to see you.
Good to see you again as well. When I demoed your tool, I was blown away by what you were up to and how you've been able to solve this order management experience and all of that. I'm really looking forward to you showcasing that to everybody here today. So I'll add your slides to the deck your deck to the screen. See, Katya, you got me. You got me tongue twisted as well. And then I'll let you take it away from here. If you need anything from me, I'll just be in the background.
Thank you so much, Derek. I know that we're currently limited on time, like 15 minutes to wrap it up. But before I'm going to start pitching, the audience, I want to be full transparent and to provide as much value as possible. So we are going into the Q4 season. Everybody's trying to spend so much time preparing for getting the maximum results in return. And I do believe that Rush, as a shipping software, can showcase some good case studies right now on that deck that can prove our concept that we can drive maximum AOV and lifetime customer value on Autopilot. And the audience is going to be surprised by the amount of money that anyone can generate just by implementing some pretty simple yet super powerful shipping notifications. And I'm going to go to the next slides, but what you see on my screen is typically our tracking solution, our tracking page, which is like the backbone of our software. And typically this is exactly where the magic is happening. So let me just do it like that. What we stand for, and I like to brag about it, we definitely are the software who is going to bridge the gap between the moment of the order and the unboxing. And I do believe that the moment of the order is that precious moment where you're just trying to successfully build an audience of buyers who needs to have a reasoning to stay for as long as possible, and to create that buyer to become a repeat buyer 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and to extend the lifetime customer value through providing good products, quality service, and also reasoning for them to believe in your brand. Because nowadays in the upcoming Q4 season, it's pretty hard to compete with Amazon, with the Amazon Prime, with the 1-2 day delivery, etc. But if you can communicate better along every single point and every single part of the shipping parcel up until the parcel is going to get delivered, you have a great chance to build a great brand and to sustain as much as possible into that e-commerce ecosystem. So without further ado, I do believe that we've built something sophisticated that can drive through the order confirmation page to some follow-up emails to specific events, along with in transit, out for delivery. But we are great software in a combination with other complementary softwares. Like you can follow up with a review request based upon a delivery date whatsoever. You can play around with gamifications. You can play around with some referral and loyalty programs. Like sky's the limit to squeeze as much as possible without being too salesy and make your buyers believe in your brand. And this comes to my next point, is that if you're not sending shipping notifications, you're technically losing a lot of money. And usually most of the customers are going to be expecting a clear communication in regards to what might be happening, what is going to be an issue, or maybe a super fast delivery if you're just leveraging some 3PL systems like ShipBob, for example, where they tend to deliver super fast to the end consumers regardless. You need to communicate better with your buyers, and you're going to be surprised how well these shipping emails and SMS notifications are going to perform on your end. And you're going to be probably expecting to get 50+% open rate, like on average, without exaggerating. And this is going to drive eyeballs on scale without a hassle. Usually what most people are going to say, okay, the Q4 season is coming up, there is going to be a bunch of delays. That's a fact. Like there might be 20-30% of the shipments getting some delays, but on the other hand, there might be another 70% who are going to get on time. And usually you need to focus on both ends. Like you need to always over deliver on the customer expectation, and make sure that you can communicate better through good copy and also good email content when it comes down to putting up the creatives, putting up some more upsells and cross sells and other elements that can drive more CTR back to your website, and you can monetize on top of that. What Rush can do for you, it's gonna fully automate the shipping tracking process from top to bottom, and I definitely can guarantee that you're not gonna face the challenge of losing customers again for the reasons why, like delayed by the carrier, not shipped on time, some back ordered and not getting any updates. Or, for example, nobody else out there is technically going a little bit more deeper down the rabbit hole and looking forward to get more personalized when it comes down to, oh, it might be delivered at the mailbox, or might be at the front door, at the parcel locker, whatever the event might be. We're definitely going to get the data that you need in order to come up with these triggers in systems like Klaviyo or Omnisend. It doesn't really matter. You can leverage their email, their systems and their mediums like email, SMS, and push notifications to drive once again customer satisfaction on steroids. What you see on my screen is a typical trigger, which is a combination between, if it's in transit, but it's actually in transit for more than 7 days, you can simply make a follow-up with your customers and notify them, okay, we can see that right now the transit time is extending a little bit, but be calm, we're going to take a good care of you, and you're going to take your parcel on time. On the other hand, what we're seeing across the board from around 1,000 plus active merchants currently using Rush, we're seeing around $1.18 on my screen, but between $1 for $3 per recipient, meaning that for every single email that you're going to be sending out, you should expect to get $1 in return. So if you can make the math, it will be like, I can send 1,000 emails and I'm going to make $1,000 attributed revenue, like on autopilot. And usually when it comes down to customization on the email copy and content itself, we have no limitations. Why? Because every single bit of information that we can possibly take from the shipping carriers, from Shopify, or from the current updates happening on the fly from these parcels up until they're going to get delivered, you can technically use them as dynamic properties or as shortcodes within the copy of the email. So it's just a matter of you having and applying some twist and making sure that every single bit of information is going to get updated on the fly, and you're going to put these flows on autopilot, and you're going to be just making money day in, day out. Another good case study from a super recent, actually onboarded client of ours, like for the past 30 days, they're currently sitting right now on a subscription plan, probably sell like $79 with us. We were able to drive 30,000 USD bottom line attributed revenue, easy as that. And as you can see on my screen over here, that specific client is making between $1.21 up to $3.86 per recipient. And I'm so confident that whoever is going to decide to try Rush out, we are here to over-deliver on your expectations. And we're going to handhold you up until you guys are going to get the maximum results out of it, but not just like for the money-making machine that we're putting up together, but once again, to make sure that you will drive happy customers day in, day out, easy as that. More use cases. Let's say that you're a supplements brand or your skincare brand, or you're trying to build some subscription as part of your Shopify brand. You can definitely make a good mixture and a combination between a subscription flow or replenishment flow using the deliver trigger. So once again, super personalization on steroids, which once again is going to drive massive amount of satisfaction from your customers. And you can always monetize and add more revenue to your bottom line. Once again, super easy on the fly, using the Rush system, using the Klaviyo Omnisend system. Everything is going to be set up in a matter of a couple of minutes, and you're going to be enjoying the profits coming in. How all that thing is happening, you probably have heard about, oh, I'm probably going to put up a tracking page, but not every single tracking page is going to deliver the right amount of conversions, because we tend to believe we are building something out of so many tests that we're currently implementing on the back of the software, and we know how to drive eyeballs, but also to retain the eyeballs for as much as possible on that page, where once somebody's going to go and look up the order status, they will likely continue on browsing the page and look for more content, more complementary products, or maybe just click on some more banners in regards to the Black Friday, Cyber Monday event, or maybe the Mother's Day. Regardless, there's so many holidays throughout the whole season, and you can always monetize on even the best-selling collections along with what you have just sold to your customers. So I'm going to break down what exactly moves the needle, at least for our customers right now, and it's the complete clarity and the way that we are putting up all the information together. And I'm gonna once again touch on that point. Our tracking page is completely customized from top to bottom. There is nothing that you won't be able to plug in order to visualize and provide more content to your customers. So be transparent, show them the current order status, show them the logo of the carrier, which is going to definitely make sense. Your customer is going to be calm. They're going to continue on browsing the page. They're going to see exactly the items in the order. Once again, a double check about what they have just purchased. And we're using these call to action buttons like buy again, just to push them and maybe buy the same product or make a gift for somebody else. Or if it's a supplement, it's always a good way to drive a returning buyers for the same old product. But at the same time, another call to action button, which is pretty handy, is if the parcel has been delivered, somebody's going to look it up, and they can, easy as that, click the write a review button, and we're seamlessly integrated with Stamped, with Yotpo, with Judge Me, with Okendo, with Unip. I'm probably missing somebody right now, but we're going to drive your social proof on steroids as well. And last but not least is the upsell cross-sell functionality, which is pretty handy. Why? Because you can always exclude what your buyer currently have purchased, and you can just continue on showing these complementary products, because your buyers are also super busy on a day-to-day basis, and they're probably missing a lot of your products just because you don't retain their eyeballs. And this is a great way to communicate better, and at the same time push more products and give them another reason to believe in you and spend money with your brand. Typical clients who are going to jump on board with Rush are going to see between 10 and 50x return on your investment, or you don't pay. I'm going to repeat it. We're going to deliver 10, 50x return on your investment with our software, or you're not going to pay a dime. That's basically it. I'm so confident. I'm seeing it across 1,000 merchants right now, and I know exactly what I'm speaking about. And just try us out. You're not going to pay up until you're not going to be satisfied at the end of the day. Something that is probably the backbone, once again, of our software is the fact that we go super deep when it comes down to getting to know the KPIs, getting to know certain delivery performance metrics, time taken to arrive, issues that are coming on top. Regardless, you can stay on top of them every single day. And why that thing is helpful? Because of one main reason. You can communicate better with your supply chain and make sure that if you're facing some challenges with your shipping carriers, whether it's going to be DHL, FedEx, USPS, or if you're doing dropshipping from China, we have plenty of dropshippers doing some bonkers numbers and moving thousands of orders per month. They also have to communicate with the warehouse and make sure that the processing time, at least in the Q4 season, where the lack of the warehousing systems is gonna face these challenges of these parcels not be able to get processed on time, is gonna open a huge window. That is the time that the parcel has to be fulfilled for the span of 24 to 48 hours, but usually it's going to expand to sometimes 4-5 days. And this is where you're going to jump in with a beautiful tracking page that is going to once again showcase the most recent updates, but you can utilize the page in a sense to provide more information in a sense with some notes whatsoever, just because something is happening on the back of the supply chain, and you can communicate better. With that being said, I want to wrap it up in a sense to what we promise for you and your customers to get at the end of the day. You're going to see an increase in the customer satisfaction, guaranteed. You're going to see a reducing the tracking inquiries by up to 78%. It really depends on the category, on the niche of the current brand that you're trying to leverage, whether you have 5 products or you have 1,000, whether you're a dropship or print-on-demand merchant, if you're a clothing and apparel store selling supplements, doesn't really matter. We are going to help you with that. That's guaranteed. You're going to increase the repeat purchases. Why? Because we have the technology to do it, and this is naturally going to bump up your customer lifetime value. You're going to be receiving these beautiful emails. Thank you for the updates. Like, it's super great when a merchant is going to come back to us and say, you know what, this is great, this is wonderful. my customers are loving me for the fact that I'm just notifying them with these beautiful shipping notifications. Last but not least, you're gonna put that tracking page on steroids, and it's gonna be a money-making machine. And as I said it a couple of times, we guarantee 10, 30, 50x return on your investment on your subscription plan with Rush, or you don't pay. You don't pay up until you're gonna get satisfied. And I want to thank Derek for having me today. We have a special offer, 7-day free trial, 30% off. And on top of that, my team is gonna do the whole setup for you. That's guaranteed.
I love it. Awesome. Thanks so much. And I think this is a tool that everybody doing really over 500 orders a month going into Black Friday is going to be thinking about, like, okay, how can we better track products? And we have had so many conversations earlier today and yesterday about being worried about customer service inquiries getting bloated. So anything we can do to mitigate some of those inquiries by better tracking and communicating with our customers, plus the guaranteed return on investment. I love that, which that just shows the power of the tool and the platform, which is one of the reasons I was thrilled to invite you to showcase it for us. So thanks so much.
I thank you so much as well. Wish you a great ending of the webinar, Derek, and I'm looking forward to more opportunities to be part of these beautiful events.
Awesome. Thanks. You can check them out at ecomtech.link/rush. You can also get that link in the show notes in case you need to get back to it tomorrow or something like that. Thanks again. And we're going to move right into our next session.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers. All right. With that, earlier we were talking about conversion rate optimization and doing some split testing with Kurt Elster. Now we've got Lauren, who's going to talk to us a little bit more about strategies for increasing conversion rate and her tool, which is like I would say almost like a no-brainer conversion rate optimization, right? Like is it not, like 99% of the time it works every time? Is that how it kind of works?
Just about, yeah.
Awesome.
We'll dive into some of those stats.
Here, I'll add your screen here, and we'll be sure to plug you in chat for Trusted Site. And here, I'll go ahead and get out of the way and just chat away with anybody here in the chat feed. All right.
All right. Thanks, Derek. Really appreciate you having us here today. And I'm excited to cover this topic as we approach what's expected to be a very lucrative and busy time of year for e-commerce merchants. So today we will be talking about how to build trust and increase conversions this Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So before I get started, quick background on myself. My name is Lauren, and I am the Director of Partnerships here at Trusted Site. While our company is fully dispersed across the US, I am located here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I've been with Trusted Site for about 5 years. So I oversee our platform, technology, and agency partnerships. And we're really excited to have partnered up with eCommerce for today's event. So I want to get started by quickly going over our agenda for today. First, we'll take a look at the current state of e-commerce and some of the trends we're seeing as we approach the 2021 holiday season. Next, we'll go over some trust building tips that you can put into place to give shoppers confidence in your brand and make them feel more comfortable completing their purchase. And lastly, with each of these tips, we will be taking a look at some real life examples of how to minimize friction through the buyer's journey and ultimately increase conversions on your site. So a quick background on Trusted Site and what we're doing to help merchants build trust and increase conversions. In case you aren't familiar, Trusted Site certification, which began as an extension of the McAfee Secure service, helps e-commerce businesses grow and protect trust so that people can make safer and smarter purchases when shopping online. So we offer a suite of certifications that sites can earn, from certified secure to verified business to issue free orders. And once sites have earned these certifications, they're able to display our trust marks throughout the customer journey. A little later in the session, we'll dive into some more details about the benefits of trust badges and our certification. So we're all well aware that the world looks a lot different. The e-commerce world looks a lot different since the start of the pandemic. Consumers have adapted to using digital channels to make their purchases, and more people than ever before are making purchases online. So I thought we'd start off by taking a closer look at the current digital landscape as it relates to e-commerce specifically. So since the start of the pandemic, we've seen tremendous growth in a few areas.
the amount of consumers participating in online shopping, the number of new e-commerce websites emerging, and as a result, the growing cybercrime industry. So taking a closer look at some of the numbers on this slide, you can see that this year, experts predict that over 2 billion people will engage in some form of online shopping, which equates to about 1 in every 4 people worldwide. With more and more people shopping online, new websites are popping up daily. The current estimate is that there's somewhere between 12 to 24 million e-commerce websites worldwide, more popping up on a daily basis, which means there's a lot of competition and you really need to make your business stand out. And lastly, with the increase in online consumers and websites, it's estimated that cybercrime has turned into a multi-billion-dollar industry. So we're seeing over 500,000 new pieces of malware being discovered daily and a cyber attack happening on average every 36 seconds. 60% of these attacks involve customer credentials, meaning customers' personally identifiable information. That includes name, phone number, email, mailing address, and credit card information. So because of this, merchants are increasingly vulnerable to data breaches and data loss, and consumers are becoming increasingly wary. In a recent survey we conducted at Trusted Site, 92% of consumers reported that they are concerned about shopping on unfamiliar sites, with loss of credit card information being their #1 concern. So while more consumers have grown accustomed to shopping online, concerns around identity theft and the security of their personal and financial information are at an all-time high. So unless a consumer has already interacted or previously purchased from your website, there's a chance that they're going to arrive on your site and naturally have some underlying concerns. So the question then becomes, how can you as a merchant combat these concerns and help consumers overcome these fears? We're going to address that shortly, but first let's take a look at a couple more stats around what we can expect to see this holiday season. So as expected, many consumers will continue to do their shopping online this year. According to eMarketer, experts are predicting e-commerce sales will surpass $206 billion this year, which accounts for about 19% of total holiday retail sales. To give you an idea, that's an 11% increase on top of the major increase we already experienced in 2020. So for merchants, this presents a huge opportunity to capture holiday traffic and grow sales significantly. But there will be a lot of competition. So you can't just sit back and expect those sales to roll in on your website. You need to be thinking about how to make your business stand out, how you'll make a good first impression with new visitors. Because like we discussed on some of the previous slides, consumers are concerned about getting their personal information stolen. They are very selective with what they buy and who they buy it from. So you want to make sure you have a trust building strategy in place that gives shoppers the confidence to move forward with completing their transaction. So what can you do to help consumers get past those fears? Now we're going to walk through some trust building strategies that you can put into place this holiday season and beyond. Along the way, I'm also going to highlight what Trusted Site is doing to address each of these strategies as well. So tip number 1, make it clear that you are a legitimate business. When first arriving at an unfamiliar site, consumers have little to no pre-existing knowledge about who runs the site, how long the site's been in business, whether or not they fulfill their promises. So it comes as no surprise that 65% of consumers report having concerns about business legitimacy when they arrive at an unfamiliar site. This distrust goes back to some of the stats we were looking at earlier. Billions of dollars are stolen by scammers, posing as what appear to be legitimate businesses and charities. And because of this, consumers have become more aware, and many consumers who are new to buying online are worried about handing over their credit card information to brands they've never heard of before. So I'll give you a quick example of this. My husband has a small e-commerce business. They manufacture all of their own products. And like many e-commerce businesses, he runs ads on social media. Every once in a while, he'll see comments that say things like, "Oh, this product looks great. Has anyone purchased from them before? I've had a bad experience purchasing from companies I find on Facebook." So people are questioning whether or not his business is legitimate. Which is fair because they've been scammed in the past or had bad experiences in the past. So while this comment isn't necessarily a reflection of his company or his brand, other companies posing to be legitimate have made the online shopping experience, more challenging for everyone. So what can you do to make new visitors believe that you are a real business that they can trust? One of the first things we always recommend is to include clear signals of business legitimacy on every page of your site. Reason being, between search engines, social ads, email campaigns, you don't always know where a consumer is going to land when they first enter your site. So you want to make sure you have all your bases covered. So a simple way to make sure you include a sign of business legitimacy on every page of your site is by simply including your contact information in your site's header and footer. Placing contact info like your phone number in the header is particularly important because it's so noticeable, which means shoppers can immediately understand that there are real people behind your business. And if they do have a question somewhere along their journey, they know that they have an easy way to get in touch with you and your team. Here's an example how one of our clients, the RTA store, makes it easy for visitors to contact them. You can see they clearly display the phone number in the header. They also have a drop-down menu that links to a Contact Us page, which offers a number of simple ways to get in touch with their team. In the footer, they've also included links to their social channels, a chat widget, and logos of notable partners and clients that they've worked with, which again just gives consumers a quick and easy way to see that this brand is legitimate and allows the brand to establish trust with their visitors. Another important note on this is to think about mobile as well. Don't forget your mobile site. Mobile commerce has steadily grown, and it's expected to surpass over 50% of total e-commerce market share by the end of this year. So make sure to consider where mobile users can find your contact information as well. The RTA store also uses the trusted site trust marks as another way of proving they're a legitimate business. They've embedded our floating trust mark on the bottom of every page of the site. And when visitors click the trust mark, it opens up to what we call our certification modal, which you can see pictured here. As the name suggests, the certification modal displays all the trusted site certifications the site has earned. And in this case, this includes our verified business certification. So we award this certification to sites that prove that they have at least 2 legitimate forms of contact information, which undergo a verification process that we have in place on our end as well. Once we've confirmed that the contact info is legitimate and accurate, it gets displayed on the certification modal so that visitors don't have to leave the site to go to Google whether or not this is a legitimate business. They can see that a third party has checked out the business and verified their information. I'm starting to get tongue-tied here as well. Okay, tip number 2, be transparent about logistics. This includes information about order fulfillment, expected delivery dates, shipping and return policies. Consumers want to know that they're going to receive their item as expected and when expected, and that if for some reason it's not exactly what they're looking for, sending the item back can be done with ease. If they have concerns about any of this, then they are more likely to abandon their cart. So with the pandemic came ongoing supply chain issues and shipping delays, which we can probably expect to see a little more of this year. Shipping companies will be doing their best to keep up with the demand, but it's important to provide your customers with honest and upfront information so that they can have realistic expectations. Doing otherwise can end up damaging your relationship with the customer or hurting your reputation. Including this information on product pages and in the shopping cart will help to set the shopper's expectation for when they can expect their order to arrive and avoid the disappointment of late arrivals, which can be a major issue during the holidays because many people are shopping for gifts that they need by certain dates. So the more specific you can get with your expected delivery dates, the better. Giving date ranges like 2 to 3 business days or 1 to 2 weeks is okay, but an actual date is even better if possible. You can see here our client, the Sunglass Fix, does a nice job of being upfront with customers about the shipping delays that could be incurred, along with each shipping method and how long each shipping method takes, setting proper expectations and establishing trust with the customer upfront. So here's another example of a certification we provide. Trusted Sites Issue Free Order certification surveys your customers post-purchase, and lets you show potential customers that your business consistently delivers outstanding service. Once you've collected this information, you can then display what % of your orders you've fulfilled without any issues, along with stories or testimonials from satisfied customers. Again, giving that added reassurance to the consumer before they complete their purchase. So that takes us to tip number 3, leverage social proof. People trust other people more than they trust other brands, which is why 93% of consumers read customer reviews as part of their online shopping journey. For as much effort as you may put into making your product descriptions clear and thorough, which, like Kurt was saying earlier, is very important, your customers are still going to want to hear what other people say about their experiences with your products. So if you haven't implemented a review service, this is something we highly recommend doing. There are a number of providers out there who offer free plans for websites who are just getting started. Not only can reviews help increase conversions this holiday season, but they can help improve your average order value as well. Research shows that consumers spend as much as 31% more when businesses have excellent reviews. A lot of the popular review services also help to build your star rating in Google search results, which helps you bring in more traffic that already knows you are a trusted business. So LensDirect, another customer of ours, does a great job of showing off their reviews on their homepage. You can see some of those displayed here. In this case, they're working with Trustpilot, a partner of ours. And they also show these reviews on their product pages as well, which makes it easier for shoppers to learn more from previous customers. Displaying reviews on product pages is a really effective way to make use of helpful and positive feedback. I know when I'm purchasing a product online, I'm always reading the reviews before I make any sort of purchasing decision. And if there aren't reviews, I tend to question, how long has this business been in business for, if they don't have anyone kind of vouching for their products yet. Another best practice is to respond to as many customer reviews as you can, whether those reviews are good or bad. As much as we don't like negative reviews, they do happen, they will come in, and they present an opportunity to showcase your excellent customer service and learn how to make improvements to your business. So like I said, at Trusted Site, we partner with a number of trusted review providers to allow merchants to earn what we call our Trusted Reviews certification. So we currently work with Trustpilot, Reseller Ratings, Verified Reviews, and are about to go live with Reviews.io as well, to allow merchants to integrate and display their aggregate star rating directly from their Trusted Site certification page. So visitors will see your rating and know that you've earned authentic reviews from one of our many partners, and they can see this directly from the verification modal. So moving on to tip number 4, offer protections with purchases. So concerns about the security of credit card information skyrocket once a consumer reaches the checkout and payment information stages of the purchase funnel. Many visitors feel this is the biggest risk of the entire checkout process, because if their credit card information were stolen, their identity and finances could immediately be impacted. Because of this, a lot of sites will offer services like, I think Kurt and Derek were reviewing earlier, you could see in the checkout, they have PayPal, Apple Pay, and alternative payment methods so that customers know their most sensitive information is managed by a third party that they're more familiar with. Seeing these logos and these other options to purchase through just puts consumers at ease a little bit more if they are having any sort of hesitation. In addition to identity theft, other consumer concerns include an item arriving broken or damaged. There are vendors available to merchants that offer insurance or product protection plans that protect the buyer in case something happens to the product while en route. These types of offers provide added reassurance to the consumer and really help build customer loyalty. And one more I'll briefly mention that has become more popular more recently is offering the ability to split up payments through third-party companies like Afterpay. This has become, like I said, a popular and really a trusted payment method, and also eases the blow of paying for the entire cost of a larger item upfront. So something else to consider adding to your checkout. So Bodyguards offers various protections and guarantees to their customers, giving them that added confidence to move forward with their purchase. So you can see here they offer free lifetime product replacements and 20% off device protection. They also accept both credit card and PayPal payments in their checkout. And at Trusted Site, we partner with a third-party insurance provider to offer what we call shopper identity protection to consumers as one additional form of protection. This shows customers that if in the event they were to experience identity theft within the next 90 days, they are eligible to receive up to $100,000 to cover remediation costs. We've noticed that this helps customers just feel a little bit more comfortable about moving on to the next step in the journey and completing their purchase. And that brings us to our last tip and our bread and butter here at Trusted Site, which is include visual trust indicators. So 66% of consumers say the presence of trust signals increases their likelihood to buy a product. We've talked about some of the certifications a site can earn and display, but now we'll go over some of the recommended placements for the trust marks themselves. So to recap a bit, services like Trusted Site can help you stay protected from a data breach and ease consumer concerns about shopping on your website by allowing you to display trust badges. In order to display the Trusted Site badges, you do need to pass a security check. So we scan the website on a weekly basis. If your site comes back free of things like phishing, malware, malicious links, you'll be able to then add the badges to your site to show visitors that it's safe to shop. Through years of research and A/B testing, we've found it's useful to include these types of trust badges throughout the customer journey because different concerns arise on different pages. In the A/B tests we've conducted, we've seen that not having a trust badge can actually lead to more abandoned carts and fewer sales. So let's take a look at how one of our clients is displaying the trust marks through their site to give you just a better idea of what the trust marks look like when they're on a live website. So this is our client, Allbird Sports. They are a running and racket sports retailer. And you can see in the bottom left corner of their site, they're displaying the floating trust mark. This shows the user the instant they land on the site that this merchant has taken appropriate measures to secure their site and that the site can be trusted. When a visitor clicks on the trust mark, that's when that certification modal will pop up that we showed you in some of those earlier slides. And that's where the user can see, here are the certifications that this site has earned. This site is safe. This site can be trusted. So here's a screenshot of their shopping cart. You can see here they're displaying the shopper identity protection banner. Again, letting the consumer know they are protected and that it's safe to move on to the checkout. And lastly, here's the checkout. Of all Trustmark placements, we highly advise placing a payment security badge near the credit card information field in the checkout. To reiterate, with all of the concerns we're seeing around identity theft and those concerns being at an all-time high, in addition to nearly half of shoppers having abandoned a cart because they fear their credit card information won't be secure, placing a trust badge near these fields can significantly boost consumer confidence and increase your chances of getting a conversion. So speaking of conversion rate optimization, and some of this ties back to the conversation Kurt was having earlier around the importance of split testing, secure checkout badges. We really focus on that here at Trusted Site. So we actually ran an A/B test with Allbird Sports before they came on board as a client. They are a Shopify Plus store that ran an A/B test using Trusted Site's trust marks during the 2019 holiday season. One of our agency partners, our conversion rate optimization partner over at Blue Green, helped develop and run this test for us. We typically like to work with third parties to help us run these tests, just so that there can be no questioning of any of the results from any one party. This test ran for 4 weeks during the month of December. So during their busiest time of year, when they had the biggest increase in new visitors, they ran this test. During this time, the variation, we showed two variations, one with trust badges and another without trust badges. And we filtered traffic in a 50-50 split through each of those variations. And the variation with the trust badges resulted in a 16% increase in overall conversions and a 22% increase in conversions amongst new visitors, showing the significant impact that trust signals can have with unfamiliar shoppers. The Allbird team was really happy with these results, obviously decided to come on board as a paying client of ours. And this is a great example of a customer who was able to see the results and the direct impact that the trust marks can have on their site before deciding to implement or make those changes to their website. And here at Trusted Site, like I said, we are regularly running these types of tests to show our clients this type of data. To date, we've run nearly 100 optimization tests, and on average, we see that websites displaying the trust marks see a 3 to 30% increase in conversions, once again showing that trust indicators do work. So all that being said, this is not the time of year to skimp out on tools and services that can help you establish trust. A lot of the tools and strategies we talked about today, you can either implement easily on your own. For example, that very first tip of making your contact information visible and adding a phone number to your header. That's something you can do that's no cost to you or your team. And a lot of the other tools we referenced or mentioned do have free apps available on many of the major e-commerce platforms that can help you achieve some of these goals. And if you'd like to get started with Trusted Site, you can install our free app on Shopify and many of the other major platforms as well. I'd like to wrap up by extending a special offer to today's attendees. So we are offering qualified sites a free optimization test to measure the impact of Trusted Sites trust marks on your site. So with this opportunity, we'll work with you. We'll help you create a custom experiment plan and run a test at zero cost to you. This will hopefully show you that building trust with visitors can have a significant impact on your conversion rate. So if you are interested in taking advantage of this, feel free to shoot us an email at testing@trustedsite.com and someone will get back to you.
Amazing. Awesome, Lauren. Thank you so much. And I've plugged the link here. We can even put it up on the screen for everybody. Email testing@trustedsite.com. Or you can just click the link right here, ecomtech.link/trusted site will also probably get you basically to the same place, but the testing one is really important. I do agree. This is the kind of thing where you've got so much proof to the value that you add to sites. And it's really clear, in the beginning, and when I talk with a lot of e-commerce experts, they're skeptical. They're like, oh, what can a badge do, right? But when you add the features of the tool together, you're securing the website, and so there's layers of trust and a reason why it's more than just, I don't know, an icon, let's say. And that's why I think the conversion rate increased works so well. And that's why I recommend Trusted Site to a lot of my merchants, because it's like an easy win. That's just a quick test, prove that it works for you. Make sure you've got the budget and the growth of the company and all those things. You do have to have like sales. Like it's not really necessarily for a very beginner store, even though you can install it early and it'll help. But long story short, it works. So use it. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Derek. Really appreciate it and appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Really quick from Antonio, main areas of the website that trust badges should be placed. What are your thoughts? I mean, it has to be the product detail page right around that add to cart button, I think is one of the most important ones. But what else do you see?
Yeah, the footer placement tends to be really big. People tend to scroll to the footer just to look for FAQs, contact us, social links. So if you can have it there, that's a great spot. The product detail page, again, and by any of those buttons that are encouraging a user to take a next step or another action. So add to cart, and then the shopping cart, proceed to checkout, and then that final step of checkout. And we have tests that we've run that really analyze the data of each of those placements. And the further along we get in the checkout journey, the more impact the trust marks tend to have.
Awesome. Love it. All right, Lauren, we're going to move into our next session. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Derek. Thanks, everyone.
All right. With that, we're moving straight into Actually, a topic that we mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but I'm kind of sad has been a little bit neglected since during this event. So it's about time we get to it. I'm talking, of course, about cause marketing. It is so important to be thinking about how to incorporate giving back into your Black Friday, Cyber Monday campaigns. I've got Kat here from Shopping Gives, who's going to prove it to you. Kat, how's it going?
Hi, Derek. How are you? It's going well. Excited to talk to you guys today.
Yeah, awesome to have you here. I'll go ahead and add your slides to the screen.
Perfect.
I think, anytime we can give back, it's a big win. If we can do it while making more money for our brand, it's a no-brainer. And
Oh,
I have a feeling you can show some of those results and how that might work for brands here today.
I sure can. So thank you very much for the intro. And also, guys, I do have two screens. So if I'm looking off in one direction at one point, it is the second screen here. So just in case I'm not looking directly at you at one moment in time. But hi, everybody. As Derek mentioned, my name is Kat Yardley. I am a senior account manager over here at Shopping Gives. And today, like Derek said, I'm going to talk through a little bit of how you can implement a successful CSR strategy rolling into this holiday season. It's pretty hard to believe how quickly it snuck up on all of us, but they are coming up quick. So really excited to talk to you guys about how you can create connections with your customers and ultimately see that doing good really does result in doing well for your business. So let's hop in today, guys. All right. So starting here with kind of why it's so important to get cause marketing implemented into your strategy for the holidays. The reason it's so crucial to businesses these days is because this new group of customers is buying from companies that align with their values and voting with their wallet. This group of millennials and now even Gen Z are philanthropists first and foremost. These consumers are focused on making a change in the world, and they're really happy to see their brands supporting causes, but they're almost expecting their companies to do more than just support them at one point of time of the year. They're really trying to make sure they're buying from companies that are consistently supporting and making sure they're making a difference throughout the year. There's a very real reality with these customers that they may end up choosing one business over another simply based on the mission and what they stand for and how they've participated in society. So given that this is true, we're going to chat about how you guys as a business can take advantage of these impassioned consumers and implement cause marketing successfully this holiday season. All right, guys, so here is our fact slide that we always like to throw at you. But here, one important thing that we love to highlight, and this is kind of more general throughout the year, and it even goes up around the holiday season, but retailers are spending over $20 billion in digital advertising to acquire and retain this generation impact, as we like to call them. The conscious customers of Gen Z and millennials make up about 136 million of the consumers that are out there, and they have $3 trillion in buying power. So that is a really, really big buying power that they have, and it's really odd because less than 1% of retailers are actually activating on cause marketing, which is going to capture this group. Seems like a pretty big gap and a big opportunity that people are missing to convert these customers. So I wanted to quickly start talking about a little bit of why companies aren't leveraging cause marketing, and then get into a little bit of how you can get around these things and make sure you guys are reaching this audience. So the first barrier to entry is that it can be difficult to manage the compliance side of cause marketing. Unfortunately, there is a lot of regulation that a lot of companies don't realize that goes into giving. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of information that you guys need to file, and oftentimes that could be a tall order for a business when they're focusing on all kinds of other initiatives. This could be an added layer. Second, it can be really hard for brands to understand what their consumer base is interested in, making it hard for the companies to align to their core values. And lastly, the measurement aspect of how effective your cause marketing can be difficult for brands. It's difficult when you're you're trying to make a difference, but it's not really easy to measure those. So then it ultimately becomes more of a burden than something that's added and positive to your business. So in reality, we want to make sure that we are just aligning with our customers and leading with, our hearts and creating more opportunities for donations here. All right, so jumping into this is actually, these reasons that I just went through today are the reasons why we created Shopping Gives. For a little bit of a background here as to who we are, Shopping Gives is a social impact commerce platform. We are here to democratize the cause marketing and helping retailers of all sizes donate to any nonprofit in the United States. Bare bones, we make it really, really easy for companies to increase their customer loyalty and lifetime value through a suite of cause marketing technologies that we offer in different ways to encourage your customers to give back. So moving into a little bit more detail of some things that you guys need as you're considering doing cause marketing for your holiday season. We have a list of 4 must-haves when you guys are donating a portion of your sales. And so I'll jump quickly into a high level of those 4 right now. First, like I said before, you do need to register and file the correct agreements. So believe it or not, you do have to register agreements in all 50 states in order to give back to causes that are based throughout the United States. There's a various number of commercial co-ventures and bonds that need to be filed. So in other words, a lot of paperwork that needs to be done. But this totally isn't insurmountable and something that we at Shopping Gives are here to help with. The second is that you need to be really transparent with your customers and share the amount that will be donated on their behalf. So a lot of the times, you'll see people say 20% of proceeds are going to, this cause. And what we like to get at here is that this isn't exactly as clear to your consumer about how much is going back. Proceeds and the words like that can be a little bit ambiguous, and it's really not clear about how much is exactly going back to the nonprofits. So we encourage, and it's necessary, to communicate a dollar amount so your customers understand how much is going back to what cause. Thirdly, and this one, when you think about it, is a little obvious, but right off the top of your head, it might not be. You do need to get permission to use names and logos of nonprofits that you guys are working with. So when you first think about it, it's like, oh, of course a nonprofit would be happy to receive any donations and have us use their logo to give them more money. But when you think about it, they do have a rigorous process of making sure that brands that are grabbing their logos and using their names are in line with their values, and making sure that you guys are talking with them first is a really crucial step before you guys implement any cause marketing campaign. And lastly, this one is probably the most obvious one here. You do need to create and keep really detailed records of your giving, specifically one for first and foremost to make sure you guys are knowing how well your cause marketing is doing. But secondly, for the less fun aspect of tax season later in the year, and also in case you guys end up getting audited, it's really important to have those detailed records. It is definitely a must-have when you guys are considering cause marketing. So if you guys would like to learn more about that, I won't bore you with any more details about things that you guys need to have with cause marketing, because we did a nice top level there. I do have a link that I can add in the chat after we're done chatting today. This is a link that goes in detail. It has more information about those 4 things that we just talked about that you guys need to know when you give back. All right. So now I want to jump into the 3 tips for creating successful holiday impact. And these are 3 things that we love to discuss with you guys. The first here is that in order to come off authentic, you really want to lead with your values and make sure you're communicating that and being holistic with your impact. The second is customer engagement, really getting your customers in on giving with you, making sure they're aware of what you're doing and bringing them along the journey. And finally, and most importantly, measurement matters. So understanding that you guys are putting these campaigns forward first and foremost to make sure you guys are doing well as a business and growing, and then ultimately tracking how much impact you guys are making. So we can hop into these in a little bit more detail, and we're going to start with my favorite here is leading with your values. All right, so given with how connected we are today, you guys, it's incredibly easy for customers to investigate cause marketing strategies and alignment and figure out how dedicated brands are to giving back and cause marketing. It's become a really big topic of conversation around these larger donation schedules throughout the year of brands that choose to give at one point of the year and are a little bit performative rather than giving throughout the year. And so, like I mentioned, it's so easy for your customers to be able to figure this out. And so we do have 4 ways here that we recommend really creating authentic impact and cause marketing strategies for your brands this holiday season and getting started on the right foot. So the first that we're going to jump into here is aligning with your team values. If you guys don't have a core nonprofit or cause that you guys are working with off the bat, start with looking at your team. The people that work at your company are your first line. They're your first influencers, your cheerleaders, the people that are making the business go. And talk to them and see what matters to them and make sure that we're identifying your passions as a group. So for example, if a number of your companies or a number of people at your company are really interested in food insecurity, maybe consider making that one of your major causes throughout the year, because your team will be really impassioned by that and they'll be interested in pushing that agenda forward and really getting that information out to your customers. Secondly, we recommend reaching out, kind of going a step further out to your community and seeing what's important to in your hometowns or where you guys began. Thinking about your friends and family in the extended kind of next layer, or your really core consumers. And if there's a connection to a nonprofit or a cause in your area, we'd recommend leveraging that. So a great example that we like to lean on here is that if you're in an area that, does run into like a hurricane or a natural disaster impact, working with a fund that consistently helps out those communities that you guys are based in. And it really shows your dedication to the local community and just really getting you guys to get really strong roots with your customers and then continuing to bring them along the journey throughout your entire giving strategy. The next person that we would recommend using to create authentic impact is your customers. So trying to get an understanding of who your customers are and their demographics and using that to your advantage. So if you guys have, or if a majority of your customers, let's say, are young females, start trying to align and do a little bit of research into what causes matter to them most, whether that is, literacy for women in other countries, or if that's a breast cancer cause or something along those lines. Make sure you're playing off of passion points of theirs, and it'll really help grab their attention and make sure that they're staying with you guys and continuing to shop with you guys moving forward. And lastly, and this I think is the one that makes the most sense and the one that I think is the most exciting, because it really gets you to kind of think a little bit broader about who you are as a company and what your product offers. So think about what your product is and how you can play into the larger world around you. So if you're a stationery company, maybe consider planting trees to replenish some of the resources that you're using. Or if you're a food brand that, distributes various types of food, consider tackling hunger in your local areas or around the country. It's really easy for your customers to see your product and how that connects to the causes in that way. And they'll, it'll make so much sense to them. They'll consider jumping in on the journey even earlier and staying committed with you guys. So these 4 points are all definitely not mandatory. Obviously, if you guys have a cause that you guys have centered around from the beginning, you probably won't need to leverage as many of these options, but these are a really great way to help develop your mission and will help you become as successful as possible for the holiday season. All right. So once you have developed this mission, the next important step is to obviously publish your stories for everybody to know. The first way that we recommend making this information known is creating a dedicated impact page on your website. This is super important because this is going to be where you're going to house all of the information for your cause strategy and really highlight any specific partnerships you have with a charity or nonprofit. So here you can see that our partner White & Warren has done a great job of this. On their dedicated impact page, you can see they've made it really, really clear what their goal is and who they're dedicating to. Unfortunately, it's a little bit small down here, but you can see that they've dedicated for Heart Month. They've partnered with the American Heart Association, and they're hopefully getting to the donation goal of $50,000 for the year, or for the month, excuse me. And here you can see they've highlighted which products are giving back on their website. And it's just really clear they've got all of their information housed there. So it's really easy for the customers to get all the information they need and join in. And the next way to do this is obviously social media. Once you guys have got a great website impact page up, we recommend creating a consistent message across your social platforms. This is the easiest way where your customers that are dedicated to you will see this information. If they're not necessarily going to your site and buying every week, let's say, you can update them on your initiatives on your social platforms. So here you can see we've captured two great examples of our partners, Nolio Care and Cobelli, for Giving Tuesday from this past year. I do specifically want to call out how well Nolio's initiative here that they did on social was. It's a little bit tiny, but down here you can see they've literally highlighted a step 1, 2, and 3 to get to donate and join in on the Giving Tuesday cause. The simpler you make it, the easier it's going to be for your customers to A, understand who you're giving back to, and B, join in on the shopping and the initiative. And they've also done a really, really great job of making clear who they're donating to. So you can see they've got the 3 nonprofits that they have listed. As I mentioned before, they have spoken with these nonprofits before and got permission to use their logos. And you can just see that it's really easy for them to communicate that you're able to select one of these causes to give to and support for their Giving Tuesday initiative. All right. So moving into our second holiday tip, you guys, is we always talk about how important consumer engagement is, and especially around the holiday season. You know, everybody is searching for so many things and have so many different places they're trying to buy from, and they just are trying to check things off of their list. If you get out in front of them early, it's going to be a great way to make sure they're aware of your impact and they're starting off with you guys right from the get. So we have 3 different ways to engage your customer with your social impact, and I'll kind of dive into these in a little bit more detail. But the first is to educate your consumer, like we've been talking about, just getting them to be aware of what your cause is and how you guys are supporting. Using your most popular marketing channels, and then once you do that, remarketing and personalizing the information to those customers. So diving into the first pillar here, we always recommend with starting how you communicate on site and making it really, really apparent. In addition to that dedicated impact page that we talked about, taking that message and putting it in your homepage. So here you can see 2 of our partners, Au Naturel and Front of the Pack, who did a really, really great job of making it super, super clear what they're dedicated to for the holiday season and how to give back. So what you can see here is that for Front of the Pack, they're communicating that your purchase saves lives. They're an animal care brand, and they are dedicated to donating to the Best Friends nonprofit, which is dedicated to creating no-kill shelters throughout the world, or throughout America, by 2025. So here what you can see is they've also included a Shop Now button. So it's really simple for your customers to just click that button and get taken to a page with all of your products that are going to be giving back. Secondly, we do recommend also creating giving announcements. So here you can see 2 really great examples of taking your customer along the journey from Ursa Major. What they did was they announced their giving activation at the beginning of May and said, here's what we're going to do today through May 31st. We're going to plant 2 trees for every order that you guys make. This was a really successful campaign. And at the end of their campaign, they sent out an email that captured how many trees they created. So this is a really great way to get people involved and follow up with your customers so that they know how big of an impact their purchase is making. And then secondly, for Giving Tuesday specifically, we included an example here from our partner, Kenneth Cole. They made it really apparent who they're giving to and made an announcement on their email, actually, showing who they're giving to and, joining in on where you can join in and shop on their website. So another way, and this is another kind of a different approach to giving, is by rewarding engaged customers through loyalty programs and understanding ways that you can use your rewards to actually turn into donations. So here at Shopping Gives, we do have an integration with our partner called Yotpo, which is a rewards points-based program to help. The way that we've integrated with them is to help customers give back. So for this example with Blind Barber, what they have done is they have rewarded their customers for donating every dollar. So they'll get a reward point, and those will accumulate in their kind of account that they've generated. And then they can choose to donate those points for a donation later on, rather than using them for a discount. So on the next slide here, you can see that they've made it really clear that 150 points that you guys kind of accumulate over time is equal to a $10 donation, so on and so forth. So this is really great for companies that are, people might not necessarily need to be buying hair care products every, week, let's say. So what you could do is get them to consider, if I don't necessarily need that $10 off the next time I shop, I'll donate it this time and, make sure I'm generating a donation and then earning points from that donation. So it's kind of a cycle that encourages people to give there. All right, guys. So I wanted to highlight another way that you guys could learn about your customers and continue giving back. So here at Shop and Gives, we do have an option where you can let your customers choose the cause that they can give back to. So our partner Notori is somebody that's using this giving experience. And what you can see here is in the widget that's on site, once it's implemented, you would go to this button here that says select cause. And the customers are able to go in and type in a cause that they are passionate about, or click from one of the pre-selected causes that the company you guys have set forth. So either they could choose to support an easy one that's preloaded there if they don't have a cause that's specifically, near and dear to their heart. Or if you're like me and you have a cause that's my dog's animal shelter where I got him, you can choose to put that information in and support your local charity that matters most to you. This is a really, really great way to learn about what your customers are passionate about and develop, kind of a strategy around giving. If, let's say, you notice that a majority of your partners are giving to, let's say, animal-based causes, you could align with them and make that, an evergreen strategy throughout the rest of the year. All right, guys. One more quick way that you guys could give back is by creating capsule collections. And so the easiest way to talk about this is through some examples here. So let's say you guys have a group of pink products on your site and then also a group of back to school products. What you could do is create 2 different collections that are giving to 2 separate causes at the same time. So what you'd be able to say is, okay, if my group of pink products for the month of October, which is breast cancer month, I'd love for them to give back to breast cancer causes and breast cancer research. Then simultaneously, because October is still the beginning of the school year, it's getting a little bit late, but you still definitely want to support schools and getting back to school initiatives. You could have your pencils and your notebooks and any other products that you have on site support back to school initiatives. So you could have these 2 different collections running at the same time, supporting 2 different causes, and showing your customers that you're not necessarily only focused on one cause at a given time. There are multiple causes that you guys would like to support, and it'll get them to consider, hey, maybe if I came on today trying to buy a notebook and some pencils for my son or daughter, if they also need a water bottle and there's a pink one that gives back to breast cancer, I'll add it to cart and get them to encourage some added purchase that they might not have originally considered. All right, guys. So that gets us through kind of the various ways that you as a brand could donate. There are a few different ways where you could get your customers to join in and giving back. And I think we're probably all pretty familiar with these. But the first way that we recommend doing this is by using roundups. This is such an easy way to get a customer to join in on the giving and get them to make an impact that isn't necessarily a large dollar amount, but does end up adding up at the end of the day. One important disclaimer that we do like to add here is we strongly recommend that the company give back prior to asking your customers to give back instead. So what we kind of like to talk about is obviously everybody's familiar when you go to Walgreens or your local grocery store and they ask you to add on a $3 or $5 donation amount to a cause that you might not necessarily know a lot about or necessarily be aligned with. This time it can feel a little bit impersonal when the companies are just asking you to add on and you're not necessarily aware of any, causes or dedications that they've made as a company themselves. However, what we say is we would like to recommend you guys flip that narrative and communicate to your customers that, by donating first and foremost off of the company's behalf, to ask them to join in making an impact and kind of join in on the strategy of doing that. So you can kind of say, hey, we are donating money already on your behalf. Why don't you guys join in and consider adding on a donation by rounding up to your next purchase? And that'll get your customers a little bit more comfortable with the idea of giving in addition to what they're already been purchasing, rather than just saying like, hey, here's a cause that you don't know a ton about. We're also not necessarily dedicated to that cause. We only want you to add on. It's just a really easy way to communicate who you guys are as a company and really making sure you're getting your customer involved in the process as well. And then here, just a quick screenshot of how this could look on your e-commerce sites. So what you can see here, so this is a roundup functionality essentially. So here, this is after you've selected, let's donate the 44 cents to round up to the nearest dollar. And this here, you've added the Anti-Cruelty Society, which is a local animal shelter here in Chicagoland. But here, just again, showing your customers it's really easy to make an impact, and in addition to, you know, the dedication that you guys have made. All right, so getting to additional ways for you guys to spread the word. We know how important it is to communicate to your customers, but we want to make sure that you guys are communicating to them really on your platforms that make the most sense for you guys. All right. So here, I've included a few examples of how a few of our partners have communicated on their Instagrams. Again, I know we had talked about a few of these earlier, but again, just really wanting to hit on the point where these partners have made it really clear who they're giving back to and how to give back. So I like to highlight this example from Dr. Bronner specifically because they do a really great job of just communicating that their customers are doing the shopping, they are doing the giving. So it's no added cost to the consumers or anything like that. And they've also made it really clear who they're partnering with and where that money is getting donated to. All right. And again, on social media, there is a really great way that you can leverage influencers to share in your giving, but also join in on the fight. We think that this is really important, especially for holiday season, because these influencers often feel that they have got or often have causes that they're already aligned with. And given that they often have these large bases of people that follow along with them, they're already aware of the causes that are really important to that influencer. So if, let's say, you guys are a brand that's really focused on supporting breast cancer for the month of October, you could go in and use an influencer's alignment with breast cancer, and they've likely shared that story with their customer base, and partner with them specifically and say, hey, we're selling a product this month and 20% is being donated to breast cancer research. Then in that way, your influencer could go on their stories or go on their social media and talk about how, you know, this brand that they're partnered with is also dedicated to the same cause that they're so passionate about. So I think everybody's pretty familiar with when you see an influencer partnership that doesn't quite seem like it makes sense. It's like, okay, very clearly, like the brand paid this influencer to talk about a product like they've never talked about before, they've never seen before. So this is a really easy way to say, you know, even if the product is something the influencer hasn't used, they're partnering with your brand because you guys are aligned on your values. And because of that, the customers who already know about this influencer story can jump in on the fight and say, oh, okay, if this influencer loves this soap, for example, I'll go ahead and use it because I already know that they're passionate about breast cancer research. And then you guys have gained a new customer that you can target later on. All right, guys. So the next few examples here are just additional examples of how you can reach out to your customers and hit them. I don't want to spend a ton of time because I do want to make sure to get through the bottom part with measurement. But again, here, the next two slides here are just activating different ways to reach out to your customers. So here we can see this little video of an email that our partners Tommy John sent out for Giving Tuesday, really making it clear how much they can give, going down and highlighting the process of how to do it, and then highlighting a few of their products that are included. And then here, I know if people are very familiar with SMS texting now, but I think that this is a really great way to leverage reaching out to your customers that are already engaged with your brand and saying, hey, for Giving Tuesday or for Black Friday, join us and, you know, join us in our initiative by, you know, donating 20% of all of our orders to the causes that matter, or selecting a cause of your own. And sharing that news over text is a really personal way to get to your customers, because they're not going to leave a text unread. They're going to, you know, open it and read it, or it's easier to kind of bypass some of that on social media. All right, guys. So getting into this next idea of remarketing and personalization. This is super important to help you kind of drive into your data and understand who your customers are and how they like to give. So I do like to read this stat word for word because it's pretty powerful. So this stat is saying that 83% of millennials say it's important for the companies they buy from to align with their beliefs and values. So like we talked about at the beginning of this discussion, this consumer base that now has such large purchasing power are specifically looking for brands that are aligned with their values. So if you're not necessarily taking a stance, somebody might bypass you, and that, they might be a great customer for your brand. So aligning even maybe 1 or 2 products to get started can be a huge revenue driver for you guys. So the way that we like to talk about how to get involved with this, and a first way to target and use these people's affinity groups, is to go on to sites. And we all know that these nonprofits have a really, really big interest base. So as you can see here, like Feeding America has over 4 million people on Facebook. These are where we pulled these numbers alone of people that are interested in supporting them. So what you could do is we pulled these numbers, and you can see here, you can take that information of who is interested in these causes and market your product and your initiative to these groups of people. So what you can do with this information is follow these groups and target them toward that affinity that they had expressed on public sites such as Facebook and Instagram. And essentially what you would do is you would push a message to them and market to them to the customer base that is focused on Feeding America, let's say in this example. And what you can do is put that ad on any of their social platforms, and then click this Shop Now button that will drive directly to your site and the collection that is giving back. And then on your homepage, where we talked about earlier, you've included that really clear message of how much you're giving back, how much you're donating, and it's to the cause that they have, said that they already support. So you've got probably a new loyal customer that's saying, okay, great. I was already looking for a pair of shoes. I'm going to shop at, Kenneth Cole because they are somebody that supports a cause that I am aligned with. Oops, my slide isn't advancing. Okay, here we go. So here, another example of this, and if you are choosing to move forward with a giving experience where you're letting your customers choose, this is a really, really easy way to re-engage your customers with dynamic messaging. So what you can see here is an example of the SysKiss, and what they did was they went in and leveraged the information of their customers that had selected a cause on their website, so using that choice option, and they created audience pools based on the nonprofit category. So what they did was they created their three largest audience pools. One was Saving the Planet, and I can't remember the other two, but there were other groups of like affinities of animal rights or anything like that. And then they created messaging specifically based on these audience pools and pushed it to reach them on their social platforms. So here what you can see is this ad from the SysKiss was going out to their audience pool that was focused on saving the planet. So this simple graphic here, what you can see is they've communicated that the SysKiss gives back to the cause that you're most passionate about. They've created a piece of creative here that just says save the planet based on the selection of the cause that customer made the last time. And it would likely drive that customer back to your site knowing that they're being hit with the message of, oh, right, this brand that I shopped with before is still giving back to the cause that I'm passionate about. I'm going to go choose to shop there rather than shopping at another retailer. All right, guys. So getting into measurement matters here, and it's a really, really important aspect because this is where, we know you guys are in the business to make money and ultimately grow your company. And our goal is to make it possible for you to make more money, drive your business, and then in turn, ultimately generate more donations. So speaking a little bit to this impact, your customers will want to see the impact that you're making. It's really important to go in and share examples of the impact that they are contributing to. So I know we saw an example like this earlier, but this is from Ursa Major after their May campaign. And I think it's a really great way or a really great partner to highlight specifically because it's not just that they're communicating their dollar amount that's given, which is always really great to communicate to your customers, but they were able to communicate how much donations created an impact with planting trees. Since that was their initiative from the get-go, sometimes it's a little bit difficult for customers to understand, okay, a $5,000 donation turns into what? They did a really great job of saying, okay, with the money that we raised, we ended up planting 5,844 trees, which is really easy for customers to grasp onto and understand that, like, wow, okay, my 89 cents from the few purchases I made this month really turned into a large impact. And then over here on the left, this partner did a really great job of communicating all of the impact that was made from COVID-19 relief. So what you can see down at the bottom here is that they took their customers along the journey per month, or at different times of the month in their campaign, saying, okay, on May 6th, I believe that says, we've raised $5,674 all the way up through 6/8, and it was just a consistent ticker showing that as people were adding on, it was creating this larger and larger impact. So really making sure to communicate to your customers the impact that they're making, and also showing the progress, because that shows to your customers that even a small donation that they're making on some of these purchases amounts to a really, really large impact that's made. Oh, my slides aren't advancing quite correctly. Here we go. All right, guys. So of course, one of the most important things we want to measure is how impact is affecting your bottom line. We call this return on donation spend, which is our little spin on return on ad spend. But here, this is measuring how much each dollar donates equates to money in your pocket as a brand. So this is really, really important because it's the goal of setting a cause marketing strategy. You want to do good, you want to generate impact, but also you want to grow your business, and you want to make sure you're getting higher conversions and increasing lifetime customers. So what we've realized here is that there are a few different stats that we'd like to highlight, specifically when people have implemented a cause marketing strategy. We have seen that there's a 19% lift in conversion rate when there is a cause associated with a purchase. There's a 23% lift in AOV, and an 18% increase in lifetime value among multiple times donating. So here you can see just how important cause marketing is, because it can really, really drive bottom line and really bring up things like conversion rate and AOV, and really, generate a sentiment with the customer saying like, okay, I am going to be a valued and loyal customer to this brand because they are aligning with the cause that we stand with. And then a few additional great ways that you can use your cause marketing strategy to your advantage is you can set up Google Tag Manager tags and pass that through your Google Analytics to understand. This will, just give you a ton of really rich data about how customers are engaging with impact, or if they're not necessarily engaging with the impact as much as they were the previous month when you ran a different campaign. This is a super, super easy way to get engagement numbers and then really adjust your giving strategy based on what's performing well. So if one month, one cause performed really well, and another month, an initiative that you guys thought was going to do even better ends up dipping a little bit, you can adjust back and make sure you guys are really sticking to what your customers are most passionate about, which will ultimately drive more sales. And then when you partner with Shop and Gives, you are able to really, really easily see and track all of these statistics that I just threw at you guys, and all these different numbers that you guys are going to be tracking that are so important for your bottom line. So here you can see your amount of donations throughout an entire month or throughout the entire partnership with us. And you can easily see your donation AOV and your activation rate. So you can very easily see here that there's a 20% higher AOV using us, and it's really easy to just see your average order value and some of that information that's really, really important and will indicate how hard your cause marketing strategy is working for your business. All right, guys, I know that was a lot of information that we just threw at you in a short amount of time. So I want to quickly recap where we started and go back to the 3 tips for a successful holiday impact. So like we kind of chatted about, we want to make sure all of our brands are leading with values. So making sure you're being really authentic, sticking to causes and alignments that make the most sense to your company, to your community, to your customers, or that align with your product. Really making sure you guys aren't going off on a random limb with a cause that doesn't necessarily align with who you are. And then moving into making sure your customers are engaged with this. They are going to bring your mission to life. So you want to make sure that you are being consistent across all of your platforms, making sure that your messaging on your website is the same on your social, and really reminding your customers in every touch point that their purchase matters and it's creating an impact. And then lastly, like we just covered, your measurement is also extremely important because that's what you guys are in the business to do. You want to make sure you're growing your impact and growing your bottom line. And once you do grow your bottom line, there's an opportunity to continue giving more and more. And that is just an incredible way to make a difference out in the world and also show that you guys are a really dedicated brand. So lastly, I just wanted to quickly add a little bit of detail here about how Shopping Gives helps make all of this happen for you guys. So first and foremost, we want to highlight that we are, an end-to-end integration with these e-commerce stores. We do integrate specifically to match your style of website. We integrate natively into the current customer journey, and we make sure that it's customized to match everything on your site. We would never necessarily want a brand or our widget to look different from your website necessarily. We also fully manage your donations. So making sure that we're taking care of all of the discussion that we had earlier about compliance and regulatory information, and making sure all you guys need to focus on is who you're going to give to and how you're going to make that happen. And then lastly, you can see all of our measurements on our dashboards that are going to help drive your bottom line and help you adjust your campaigns to make sure they're being as successful as possible. All right, guys, just last slide here. We do have a list of our top D2C retailers that we are working with currently. So if you want to check out how we work with them, you can go on their websites and make a purchase and see how that all works. But I believe I've gotten to the end of my time here today, guys. So if you have any questions or would like to get involved with Shopping Gives, feel free to reach out to me at kat@shoppinggives.com or hello@shoppinggives.com and visit us on our website.
Awesome. And I've plugged you here with that's the Facebook one. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. The YouTube one. ecomtech.link/shopping gives goes to our kind of dedicated page over there, which I think has a special pricing opportunity in there. But most importantly, it's talk to the team, see if it's right for you, and try and look to get set up for a campaign centered around Black Friday, and then use that as the jumpstart to continue giving back in perpetuity across the year. Yeah. Thanks so much. Great presentation. I'm coming in at the end a little early because we have to jump right into the next topic.
Totally understand. But thank you so much for the opportunity, and hopefully we get some of you guys to implement a cause strategy this holiday season.
Yeah, awesome. We will see you at our next event, I'm sure. Thanks so much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Talk to you guys later.
All right. With that, we're hopping right into our last session of the event, our last session of the year. That's kind of sad, but I hate to see it end, but it must. I'm really excited to have Thomas here from Openu. We were talking earlier about, heyo, good to have you here. We were talking earlier about incorporating reviews and other components of social proof onto a website. One of the places this often gets neglected are those cross-channel reviews. And so I figure you might know something about how to bring those reviews into one centralized place.
Well,
and
we'll talk about it at the end a little bit.
All right. And all right. Well, with that said, I'll add your screen here and I'll let you take it away.
Awesome. So Derek, first of all, thanks very much for inviting me over and for the introduction. You and the team, you've organized a great event, and I am really honored to be presenting alongside all the other amazing guests that you've invited. So look, Black Friday is coming, and I wanted to focus my presentation on really only the most important things that I think can be useful to shops that are preparing for the high season. And look, that's simply because there is, even though we've got a month or two, there is no time to prepare any long-term complicated strategies. So we'll focus on the simple stuff that you can do to improve your reviews and review strategy in your store. So let's get right to it. First of all, I wanted to talk about what type of reviews and where and why you should place certain type of reviews on different pages in your store to increase conversions. After all, we know reviews are responsible for about 30% increase of conversions and 30% and 20% decrease in returns because people are better informed. So optimizing the way you display them for your customers is very important. And most of the people, they do it okay, but they could be doing better. So all you have to think about, when people are pouring through your store during the Black Friday event, is how they are thinking. And this is important because they are expecting to see different reviews or different type of social proof on different pages of your store. So let's jump into our demo store. I'll explain you a little bit more when we're there. So if somebody is landing on your homepage, you should not show them reviews about particular products, because what is relevant to them on there, they want to get a general idea of what is the social proof, what people are generally thinking about your store. So things like customer service, or how well you communicated, or whether people like the store overall, whether they like the experience. And one way of showing this with review displays or widgets is through a review carousel. So and by the way, this is not applying only to our own product, to Opinion. This will apply to any review app. So if you're using something else and they have those widgets, you should just make sure that you're using them. So on the homepage, it's good to place a review carousel with those type of reviews that are general. So for example, here, a customer talks about the communication with the company, how smooth it was. Then we have something about the delivery, and somebody's impressed about the level of service that they got from the company. So this is a good way to kind of show the general outlook of your store. There are two more ways that you can do it to show it to your customers. So let's scroll all the way down to the bottom, where people are going to be looking for information about delivery times or returns. And this is a very good place to put a review badge in here. This is what we call the footer badge. It shows a general rating of your entire store. And why it's good to show the rating in there, it's because when people are thinking about deliveries, the delivery times and returns, this will nudge them slightly in the correct direction of thinking, okay, this is a safe store. It's good to buy from them because thousands of other people trusted them, so I should be fine. And for Black Friday, that's in general, it's super important to show the general outlook of your store, not only for products, because you're going to have lots of people that are your first-time visitors. So all of those first-time visitors, you need to convince them that this is a safe place to buy from. So first of all, carousel, then the footer badge, and at the end, and this is actually the most important out of all of them, if you have space on your nav bar, people, first-time buyers are definitely going to check out your nav bar. They will be browsing your store. So it's good if they stumble upon an all reviews link. And if they click on that, they should be taken to a all reviews page where they can kind of see reviews from all of the products or your shop reviews to judge if if this is a good store, if it is well rated, and if there are lots of reviews, if it's popular as well. So this is regarding the general outlook. Now let's drill a bit deeper and let's get into reviews about products. So the first time where you mention where you should use the reviews that are more directed towards your products is your collection pages. So here, one of the mistakes that I've seen shops make time and time again, and we've worked with thousands of shops, we've worked with agencies, and those teams, they have so much stuff to do. Sometimes they just don't have enough time to think about reviews, and they think too much about the design, and they would sometimes not put those stars just because it looks cleaner. But if you don't do that, if you don't put stars in collections, that means that you're going to get lower click-through ratios. People, when they look at those products, they are going to think, okay, nobody reviewed them, they're not popular, I don't know anything about them, they might browse somewhere else. But imagine if they didn't have reviews, and then you somehow manage to click on the product, and you surprise them with a bunch of reviews in here. Which is not too good, because you're using all the click-through ratios in there. So now that we are on the product page, one of the common mistakes is that people, and the same exact reason, they don't put the stars here because it looks cleaner. And if you don't put them here, so let's say we're looking at this particular page, if we didn't have those stars here, it looks like there are no reviews at all. Whereas if you scroll down, there's actually a whole review widget in here. So if you don't have those reviews, people are just confused. They think that product doesn't have reviews, and you're instantly having those sales 30-40% lower. Now, some of the mistakes that people make with the widget is, and that's just because of the themes. Themes are built in a certain way that they put review widgets under a tab. But if you look at the e-commerce giants like Amazon or eBay, they never hide them. They make it so that if you click on those stars, you get instantly scrolled to the review widget. And even if you are just scrolling without clicking on the stars, you will reach them. They're not under the tab. And that's because reviews are second or third most looked for item on your product page. So people would normally look at the images and product description, then they would look at the price, and then they want to see the social proof, what other people are thinking about your products. There's actually one more thing that I didn't mention before, and that's about stars. And the problem is most prominent in the collection stars. So what people tend to do, lots of review apps, they have, and including ours as well, we have our stars aligned to the left by default. And that means that if, for example, here, if you had, when you have the center alignment, the stars would be shifted to the left, and it just doesn't look clean, you know. So don't give people impression that your store is messy, because they might extrapolate that to your entire business, your entire operation. So keep the stars aligned here as well as on the product page. So those are my basic, this is my basic advice for fixing your review displays and widgets. The second, in the second part, I wanted to talk about what happens afterwards. So you had all of those people buying from you during Black Friday. You got all of the tons of orders, thousands, tens of thousands of orders during Black Friday, made lots of money. But, and you capitalized in terms of cash, but you want to capitalize in terms of reviews, because they will work for you long term. So you want to collect as many reviews from those people as possible. You need to use all that traffic that you got throughout Black Friday. So I will now show you how to optimize your review requesting flow to get the best success with collecting them. So the baseline that you will be facing if you collect reviews with the most basic email flow is going to be about 4%. So out of 100 people, about 4 of them will leave a review. And that's simply because that's how human psychology works. People just don't want to leave reviews. First thing that you want to look at when configuring the flow is don't even touch emails. Don't touch any timing. You need to make sure that your DNS records are in place. And this is important because, just to give you some background, DNS records are used by companies like ours or anyone that really sends emails on your behalf to mark the emails by your domain. If you don't have them set up, then the emails are going to be coming via Opinu, via other app, via Klaviyo. And that will make them end up in promotions and in spam folders. So instantly you're shooting yourself in the foot and you're getting less of those emails delivered. So DNS records first. Then once you have that set up, you can actually go and start organizing your review flow. And this is, again, I'm using Opinu as an example, but you do it for whatever app that you're using. Setting up the timing. Timing is important. So timing when the review request message will be delivered. Let's have a look at this here. You should be able to set up when the review request gets sent out with regards to when it gets delivered, your product gets delivered. If you don't have an integration with any of the delivery apps, you should probably just estimate that your products are delivered X days after they get dispatched for domestic or international deliveries. But if you have, for example, Opinion, we have integration with Aftership, so you can actually send them after they get delivered. But never mind. Second most important thing is the time of the day that you send. Don't send them during the lunchtime. There are lots of email strategies where you will send email marketing campaigns during lunchtime, but you're actually trying to get people invested to spend some time and write you a review. These days, in most of the Western world, COVID pandemic is slightly wearing off, so people are returning to offices, people are going for lunch to restaurants, so you don't want to send them that review request email while they are having their a plate of bolognese. They will not have the product on them. They will not have the product in their office. They will have it at home. So send it in the evening. That's my advice. Send it in the evening or afternoon. Once you have the timing set up, you want to set up your review request template. So let's have a look at that. A few important things, starting from the subject. You ensured that your email is well timed, that it doesn't end up in the spam folder. Now you need to get it opened. So work on your subject. It needs to be relevant to the customer. So you want it to be short but to the point. So for example, here we're asking, hey, and we're personalizing with the name of the customer. So, hey, Derek, hey, Tomasz, how did you like the product? So, oh, I bought this product from this shop. Yeah, I ordered from there. And second thing that the customer will see is the preview text. I'll come back to that in just a second. So looking at the email body itself, two things you need to keep in mind. Keep it short and make sure that your call to action in the email, so the button that will take your customer to leave a review, to the form that will allow them to leave a review, is as high in the message as possible. So of course, customize the email with your branding and make this part of the message super short so they can just get on with it, get it done. Leave your review. And like I said, if you have this done, if you have your email taken care of, the subject is taken care of, the rate will be at around 4 and 5% of people. But you can increase it twofold to about 8% if you give your customers a low bribe. So they are not really incentivized. They have your product, but why should they leave you a review? Well, they can leave you a review if you offer them a coupon. So in our, according to our data, anything between 5 and 15% works quite well. So offering that coupon in the preview text is a very good idea, because they will see that they will be rewarded even before they open the email. So this is what we've done here. Get your coupon for writing your review. Yeah. So you really want to do that, and don't be afraid that people are suddenly going to start to redeem those coupons, because very few of them will, but they will work great to convince them to actually write the review. And backtracking a little bit about the percentages of the coupon. So 5-15%. If you offer more, it doesn't really make that much of a difference anymore. So you can keep it within 5 and 15. So we're at about 7-8% with the coupon. Another two things that you can do to bring it closer to 10 or even above 10% is if you send out an SMS. So these days, we're getting lots of emails, but SMS is still a very underutilized channel. So people always have their phone in their pockets. They will check their text messages. So you can send, if you can with your review app, you can send. You should be able to send a text. In Opinion, that's integrated, but lots of apps do integrations with other apps, text-based apps. So you should be able to do it. And the second thing is the review reminder. So basically sending the same message again. And that's because lots of people, they might have seen your email, but they're like, oh, okay, I don't have time for this right now, and then they forget. So sending it a few days later, let's say 3 or 5 days after the initial one, if they didn't leave a review, is a good idea. To just nudge them slightly, saying, hey, we're still here. Do you want your coupon? Just leave a review. So that all that combination should bring it to about 10% if you do everything right. Now, if you're selling products that are very visual, so let's say you're selling dresses, selling shoes, and you think that you will benefit from having reviews with photos presented to your customers, you should definitely send an extra email reminder after, they have written the review, to remind, and in that reminder you specifically say, we will give you an extra coupon, something even better, if you just add photos or videos to your a review. That's a great way of incentivizing and getting more of those photo or video reviews that are actually quite a bit better in converting your website traffic than just the text-based. And to finish everything up, a good review app should allow you to add a thank you page, and that can be something customized to your particular case. You should, just say a nice thank you, because they invest their time into giving you feedback. You benefited quite a lot from this, so a nice touch, to show you how grateful you are. So we, for example, put a photo of our team in our showcase store, and something short and snappy. Thanks very much for taking the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to make sure we've got the link here to plug you. Sharing it with everyone in chat.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think timing on these emails is absolutely something that was worth walking through and making sure that everybody is getting as many reviews as possible.
Yeah.
If we're increasing the number of orders, if we can increase that review frequency, you said 4 and 100, right?
Yes, that's the general ratio.
Man, if we could get that to 5 or even 10, it changes so many different things in the business. But I agree that you can't expect everybody to review.
It's hard, man. Collecting reviews is hard. It's very tedious to convince people to leave a review. I mean, think about yourself. How often do you leave reviews?
Yeah, almost never.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why review apps. We've come up with all sorts of strategies. Trying to push it as much as possible to optimize the whole process. So yeah. But
I love it. And Paul makes a good note here. He says, make sure your DNS records are set up. I actually had this problem with my own Gmail and G Suite. There was some issue with DNS records. You've got to do that for any place you're sending emails. You need to verify that you are an authenticated sender. Otherwise, it will look like a spoof email. You'll end up in the spam folder. And of course, you don't have a good review rate.
An example, we've dealt with lawyers here in Glasgow in Scotland, and they just changed their email system. And suddenly, they're actually calling me. It's like, hey, why didn't you read my email? It's never arrived. Then you check your spam folder, and that's because of the DNS records. So
I think it happens to small businesses across the board. People just forget. But it sounds scary, but it's just like a 10-step process or less that you use with your email, a mix between whoever's sending the email and your domain provider, GoDaddy, name.com, whatever it is, right?
Look, if you don't have the resources, if you're a smaller, if you just don't have the IT person in your company, you should. It's totally worth it to hire somebody, either agency or somebody of Fiverr or People Per Hour, or going with there are a shop of agencies like Carson who take care of those small time tasks. They will do it for you.
Yeah, Carson or Shopping Gives, very similar, the two of them. Well, thanks so much for joining us here today. We're gonna end. I guess this is the.
I have one more part.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's 3 parts. So there's one that is a bonus round, let's say.
Yeah.
And that's actually the part that I said, about importing those reviews.
Oh yeah. Oh, did I came on too soon? All right, let's go.
Yeah, a
Then.
little bit too soon. I
Okay.
appreciate the chat though.
All right. I'm backing away.
All right. So we got about 5-6 minutes left in here. And so the last topic that I wanted to mention is about importing reviews into your store. But before I get into that, let's to make it more relevant to actually everybody, not only to those who have the opportunity to get those reviews in. It's let me show you a page with just a few reviews and how it looks like. So I'll talk a bit about what the benefit, the level of benefit that you're getting from the amount of reviews that you have on your store. So if you have no reviews at all, that's not really good. That's the worst situation. People can only judge you based on the product description. The only social proof you're giving them in that case is the overall store score, if you're using an app at all. So the footer badge, all reviews page, but that doesn't give them the confidence about the product specifically. If you have less than 5 reviews, or around 5, 6, 7, that's not enough, because customers doubt that this is enough for them. This score, the 6 or 7 reviews is enough for them to trust the whole score. It's just not enough reviews. So 20, 30 is more or less when you're starting to get the good benefits of reviews. You're going in the right direction. But above 30, that's where you want to be. That's where you're starting to get proper benefits of social proof. People will no longer think that this is not enough. That's more or less the threshold. But then something magical happens when you're at the level of hundreds of thousands of reviews. That's not only giving you social proof then, but you're also getting into the territory of it's showing that, hey, this is crazy popular. So imagine if you have 3 sofas, one that has 20 reviews, the other one that has 50, and there's one that has 800. You're going to buy probably the one that has 800, because not only it is good, but it is also super popular. So people have validated time and time again over a long period of time. Lots of people bought it. They're happy with it. So it's safe to buy. Yeah. And so if you're selling on multiple channels and have reviews, you should definitely use them. So like you're seeing in this case, this is not enough. And if you have them somewhere else on Amazon or eBay, you should use them, because they should be helping you with conversions. After all, you're on Shopify for a reason, so you don't have to pay ridiculous 20, 30, 40% margins on Amazon or eBay. So if your reviews are benefiting you there on Amazon or eBay, you should get them to benefit you here on Shopify, where your margins are the highest. And I'll show you, it's actually pretty easy to get done with Opinio. So we've got this sofa that has 6 reviews, but hey, we're actually selling it on Amazon. All right. So all I would have to do is copy this link, get back to my reviews, click here, paste the link, select, let's say I've got 41 reviews extra. Then if I press the import link, they will get imported here. And that's a completely different story here, right? So we got 47 reviews. Any traffic that's coming here is going to convert a lot better. You can import those reviews with photos. Looks totally different, right? Great for stores that are selling multi-channel and want to get their reviews sync and get all the benefits. Also good for drop shippers. There are lots of apps that import reviews from AliExpress. We do that too. So there's no need to start from zero if you're using those apps. So once you have those reviews, now you can be 100% sure that you're benefiting from all of that you're benefiting. All the traffic that's coming your way during the Black Friday time will convert a lot better. Like I said, 30% conversion, minus 20% returns, because people are better informed. You can get those reviews on Google Shopping. You will show them on Google Organic Search. So, and the money that you're spending on ads and on SEO, link building and whatnot is going to give you, you're going to get a lot better return on investment. So just to summarize the whole talk, widgets. So here you need to use the right widgets in the right places with the right reviews. Think about what your customers are thinking while they're traversing the store. Second thing is build your review request flow and add those coupon incentives, reminders, and personalize your emails, but keep them short. You don't want to tell your whole shop story and why you need the reviews. Just get right to it. And then finally, if you have the chance, because not everybody's selling on Amazon or eBay or is a dropshipper, import the reviews from other channels so that they can benefit your shop on Shopify, where you have the best margins. So look, yeah, Derek, I guess you can come back right now. I hope this was helpful. And
now I'm not
to
going to
show
show
you,
up. No, I'm just kidding.
you know, we've also added on top of that a short ebook. So that has the first part about widgets, but the first part of my presentation plus 5 extra topics. So if you want to download it, I think the links are going to be in the chat as well. And for the first 20 people that sign up and have a chat with our awesome lad, Paul, who's our customer success manager, and quote eCommerce Tech, we'll give you 20% off lifetime.
Awesome.
Yeah, look, so thanks very much.
Yeah, love it. Appreciate it. I have got the link, the ecomtech.link/open new goes straight to the this thing down at the bottom. And then we've got the other link. And all of these links, of course, are in our show notes, which you should have bookmarked and used already, because we have all of these sessions with great detailed notes. Thank you to my team member, Autumn, who has been in the background quietly taking all of those show notes.
Thanks, eComTech.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us today. Sorry about the confusion earlier. Great presentation, and we'll go ahead and let you go and close out here.
Sure.
Thanks again.
Well, best of luck in Q4. Make the sales.
Yeah, best of luck to everyone. And I'll let you get to sleep because it's pretty late for you, right?
Oh yeah, it's almost 11 p.m.
All right. Well, thanks for staying up late with us. Awesome, everybody. That is it for this 2-day event. I think you've got, I don't know, 20, 30, 50 best practices to make sure that you're really buttoned up for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Of course, you want to maximize the value and the amount of reviews that you're getting. You want to show social proof for conversion rate optimization on your website, be it through reviews, through a widget like Trusted Site, through making your copy bigger so that you're readable on mobile, as Kurt Elster talked about, through fine-tuning your order management process like Rush talked about, in order to mitigate a lot of those inquiries that are going to be hitting you, like a week, 2 weeks after Black Friday, Cyber Monday, when your warehouse gets way behind on orders and people are dying to get the products in before they have to put them underneath the Christmas tree or whatever they're doing with them. And you want to make sure you've got the customer service agents there to support them and get those issues resolved so that the customer retains, so that they buy from you again, so that this isn't the last time they come to you. And man, that's just like what 1/3 of the things that we covered. And giving back, of course, incorporating cause marketing into it, making sure emails and SMSs are up to date. And the list goes on. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thanks again to all of our amazing sponsors, partners, and talent for coming to join us for this event. This is certainly not the end, but it is the next few months. We will have some downtime as we look to prepare out a Q1 event for you guys and really look to do it big there. And I also hope to see you at eCommerce Day, which we have acquired, and we'll be launching another eCommerce Day live in Los Angeles area in the middle to end of 2022. Thanks again. I'm Derek Haney. You got any questions? There's probably 400 emails in your inbox from me already. Just hit reply. Happy to chat. Now we'll see you guys at the next event, networking party, whatever it is.